Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better. Well, get them up, get them going. It is Wednesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. That is right, get you up over the hump. Started looking forward to a great sports weekend that could include and may include an All-Texas American League Championship Series. Now a win away from that tremendous opportunity for baseball. We've also got Longhorns in their bye week, but plenty of college football to look forward to. 50 days of football continued last night. NFL Week 6 will kick off tomorrow night in Kansas City. Start to preview the National Football League games as well, and we'll get you through the bye week. That's right, a lot of Longhorn chatter, college football, pro football, and the Major League Baseball taking center stage. Also a lifetime Longhorn apparently battling for her life right now. We'll tell you about that coming up. And Rod will get us behind the burnt orange curtain, some Rod's rants, and some facts of the day before the end of this first hour of our 5-hour conversation every single morning, 5 days a week. It is Austin's only local morning sports conversation. It's right here on Hook 'em Up, and we appreciate you finding us and being there however you do. Could be on 101.9 FM, could be AM 1260. Of course, always streaming for you digitally. Those digital numbers continue to rise. And we appreciate you finding the Horn app. Download it to your smartphone and listen to us wherever you are with the touch of a button. You can also watch the show on our website and listen on our website at hornfm.com and on our Twitch channel. And always encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel at The Horn Austin. You can watch the proceedings there as well. And look who it is across the desk. As always, 4 miles in this morning. Probably changed the baby's diapers, and he is here with us, locking down his side of a 5-hour program. He is from the 713 and DB High, also the 512 and DBU. 4 stops in the National Football League now, 15 years doing great radio as the Laxtradamus, the football theorist. He is our man, Rod Babers. RB, how are you?
I'm doing great. I appreciate the intro as always, brother. And, man, it is I got hump day and a great one, too, by the way, because congratulations to the Rangers. Even as an Astros fan, I can say it. Congrats,
man. We're
Fantastic,
about to get. I don't want to jinx it. We're about to get the series we've been anticipating and hoping for all year long when these two battled for the AL West to the final day.
Oh man.
Yeah,
greatest year in the we are in the midst of the greatest year in the history of the rivalry.
Yes.
Between the Astros and the Rangers.
Well, when the Astros moved from the National League to the American League, Rod, we always wondered what would it be like if the two teams hooked up in a big playoff series. Well, we're one Astros victory away. The Rangers have done their part in a dominating way. So we'll preview that. We'll hear from Bruce Bochy coming up. Also look at the Astros matchup tonight. But, Rod, thanks to those who serve us this morning. And
as always, yes, we do. Thanks to those who serve. We know it is an honor and also a burden for those who serve, but we appreciate each and every one of you in any capacity that you do it, God, country, and community. We know that our society built on the selflessness of service, so we appreciate each and every one of you, the teachers, the nurses, the first responders, the soldiers, the cops, all of those folks who serve. We can't name everybody because there's so many of you, but we appreciate each and every one.
Absolutely. Also keeping our eyes around the world and what might be firing up for our men and women in service.
Amen to that, brother.
The world seems to be on fire right now. So we're crossing our fingers and praying for a lot of folks to get through this as we and good leadership as well as we crank this thing up. But a lot to do. We talk sports. Let's get to the headlines, trending topics. Make sure you're fully aware, as we always like to do, as you get up and out on this Wednesday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top headlines, including Major League Baseball. We're now, as we said, a win away from that All-Texas American League Championship Series after the Astros and Rangers both pounded their way to dominant wins yesterday and last night. In Arlington, Rangers completed a 3-game sweep of Baltimore in the AL Divisional Series with a 7-1 win. Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia, and Nathaniel Lowe all homered to back their ace, Nathan Eovaldi, who allowed just a single run and punched out 7 over 7 clutch frames. Rangers improved to 5-0 this postseason. They've outscored the 99-win Rays and the 101-win Orioles 32-12. They're headed to the ALCS for the first time since 2011 for manager Bruce Bochy.
It's unreal. This is why I came back for, hoping something like this would happen. I know how blessed I am to be in this situation. And these guys have been road warriors. I mean, we've been through a lot. And to be right now, I mean, there's work to be done. But still, what kind of baseball they've been playing has just been awesome.
Houston Astros, meanwhile, now just a win away from playing in their 7th consecutive ALCS and setting up that all-Lone Star Championship Series. They rolled past the Twins yesterday in Minneapolis, 9-1. Jose Abreu crushed a 3-run bomb as part of a 4-run first inning for Houston. That really cut the drama. Yoran Alvarez hit another home run. That's 4 in 3 games. They backed stellar pitching from Christian Javier and 4 relievers. Defending world champs can close out that series in Game 4 tonight. Jose Urquidy will get the ball for Houston facing Joe Ryan. Also tonight, both National League Division Series resume. This afternoon, just after 4 o'clock, the Phillies welcome the Braves into what will be a raucous Philadelphia for a game three of that series. It's knotted at a game each. In Phoenix tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks look to finish off a sweep of the LA Dodgers. They took games 1 and 2 in LA. NFL, after getting demolished by the 49ers in primetime last Sunday night, the now reeling Cowboys must turn their attention quickly to another primetime matchup this Monday night when they travel to L.A. to face the Chargers. On his weekly radio visit on 105.3 The Fan yesterday in Dallas, Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones made it clear that despite Dak Prescott and the team's poor performance last week, he has full belief in his franchise quarterback.
Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get us to the Super Bowl. That's the way that's going to be.
All right, there you go. Unequivocal. Chargers, meanwhile, will be coming off their bye week, and it appears they'll be getting their all-pro running back, Austin Eckler, back into their lineup. The dynamic runner and pass catcher was a full participant in practice yesterday. He's been out since suffering an ankle injury in Week 1 in a loss to the Dolphins. Trade the NFL, the LA Rams have agreed to move wide receiver Van Jefferson to the Atlanta Falcons in a draft pick swap. And finally, many prayers for the Olympic gold medalist and lifetime Longhorn Mary Lou Retton, who, according to her daughter, is fighting for her life, battling a rare form of pneumonia. In a post to social media yesterday, McKenna Kelly revealed that her mother has been in ICU for over a week now, and the 55-year-old is not able to breathe on her own. Retton battles to stay alive. Kelly also asked for financial support for her mother, who she says is currently without insurance.
Rangers end up being the first team in Major League Baseball history to broke the brooms out on two teams with a combined 200 regular season wins in a single postseason.
Never happened before.
Never happened before. They are wrecking ball. They are. They're just playing some of their best baseball of the season. So I'm sure Rangers fans are excited. And we're not going to jinx the all Texas ALCS, but I'm confident.
You can smell it. Well,
I'm confident. Yeah, you can smell it.
You know, if Bruce Bochy is the Rangers,
man, that's a hell of a hire.
Mr. October. I mean, he's his teams just win. They just win. Especially in odd. I believe if the Giants fans will remind me. I believe it's in the odd years, right? When he was in San Francisco, they won the World Series in every odd year.
Yeah, it was
over a 6-year period, and now here we're in an odd year, 2023.
He likes the odds.
They likes the odds. Well, and the Astros are battling to do something that's never been done before: 7 consecutive Final Fours, essentially. And if you get to the LCS, you're in the Final Four of Major League Baseball, which is, it's just amazing. I know the cheating scandal and all that, but man, 7 years of, being one of the 4 best teams in all of baseball and still trying to get to another trip to the World Series and defend their crown.
Yeah.
They have Mr. October, this Yordan Alvarez fella, who's just, I don't know what you do with Yordan Alvarez when he gets going. I was texting with our friend Ty Harrington, the manager, and we were talking about it. He looks like Godzilla in the box, Rod. I mean, he's just big monster guy, yet his bat control, his bat to ball ability, it's like Ichiro or Tony Gwynn or one of these guys. He's like one of these great hitters, but he's 6'5" and 240. It's pretty amazing when he gets going. What you just can't get him out. I mean, he hits anything hard, and he's in a tree right now for the Astros, which is a good thing. Jose Altuve, Jose Abreu getting it going. So, yeah, if the Astros can get there, get one more win in 2 tries, either today or in Game 5 back in Houston, you'd like to go ahead and close it out tonight if you can. You've got the momentum, and you staggered the Twins last night with that victory. The ALCS would start Sunday night, Rod. It'll start Sunday night regardless, whoever's in it. Sunday night is when this will start. And Rangers now have extra rest. They're going to be able to sit. It's now just Wednesday morning. They'll be able to get Nathan Eovaldi, who pitched great last night. He'll be fresh for Game 1 in the start. They're also hoping, I believe, Max Scherzer, their injured right-hander, is going to make a simulated start today, Rod, which means they hope to get him back for what could be a classic of a 7-game series with the Astros.
Yeah, and they're hitting. They're having clutch hits too.
Oh man,
got 23 extra base hits so far this postseason. 23. Only 2 teams have had more through the first 5 games of a single postseason. So they are just racking them up. So I'll give the Rangers credit. And as we talked about, Bruce Bochy, he is on his way to potentially making history too. 7th manager to reach the LCS with 3+ different franchises.
Yeah, he's with the Padres too.
Yeah, but nobody's won. I don't think they've won in LCS with 3 different franchises. They've just been there. So he can actually make history.
Well, props to the Rangers. First time they've been there in 12 years or 13 years now. 2011, their last trip in, and been some down years, no doubt. And it did feel like this team had a heck of a roster when they left training camp. I know, covering that team and seeing them come out of Surprise, Arizona, where they had a lot of pieces. And Bruce Bochy was the right hire and the right guy at the right time. But previous to that, two things happened for the Rangers. They moved on from John Daniels, their general manager, and John had earned, I think, the right to hang after he got them to the World Series in 2011 and helped build that roster. But it really had grown stale. He kept bringing in these first-time managers and really relied on analytics big time, which a lot of teams do, a lot of managers do, and general managers. Chris Young, a former player, the big tall right-hander, was inserted as the general manager. They moved on from John Daniels. Thought that was a great move, and it's been great for the team. And then the ownership dug deep, man. I mean, they spent huge amounts of money on Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, which have paid massive dividends. And then last offseason, they went out and spent on pitching for, Nathan Eovaldi, who pitched great last night. Of course, it didn't work out with Jacob deGrom. He's been injured all year long, but the investment in pitching, they essentially went out and traded for or signed an entire starting staff.
Yeah. Worked out.
Re-signing Martin Perez and going to get Andrew Heaney. Then at the trade deadline, the move for Max Scherzer and the move for Jordan Montgomery have been great. They've been all in this whole year, and to see it rewarded is a good thing because the ownership has invested a lot of cash into getting this opportunity, and now they have it.
That's exciting.
Yeah, and the fans in that stadium last night seemed very appreciative of that. And it reminded me a lot of the environment of Philly that we saw last year and starting to see this year, too.
Well, and plenty of
Creed, baby,
Creed last night.
A lot of pride, the
That
Creed
was
thing.
awesome.
That bit, they committed to the bit. You got to
when-
commit to the bit. They did.
And when Seager hit the first inning home run, I don't know that place has ever been as loud. Remember, the L.A. Dodgers won a World Series in that building back during COVID. So there's been a World Series crowned in that building. The Rangers would like to have one of their own, as they're now finally in the playoffs for the first time since that building, the Globe Life Field, has been in existence. And now they're hoping. I'm assuming the Rangers would just as soon see the Twins and hope the Twins come back and win that series.
No.
Well, none of the fans don't.
Well, I know they
No.
don't, but I'm saying I don't. I want to. We all want to see. Yeah.
Did you not hear the fans chanting, "We want Houston"?
Do
did
they
say-
really, though?
They had signs.
Yeah, I want Houston.
They had
Come
signs already made up, ready to go.
Okay.
We're ready.
That would not be
I
wise.
think they do. They want revenge. They were embarrassed in the last series. versus
Your
Astros.
odds of getting to the World Series are much better if you play the Twins and the Astros.
Nah, man, it's sweet. It's sweeter to take out your rival. It's just like Texas. You got to go through OU again. All right, that's the whole
Okay.
point of the Big 12 title game. You want to go through your rival, even though it's going to be tough. You don't want West Virginia to upset Oklahoma. You really want that? Some people say, I want to see Oklahoma lose twice. No, you don't. You want to see Oklahoma again, undefeated. It's like the number 2 or 3 team in the country, and you want to take them down, catapult yourself to the college football playoff. That's what the Rangers want. Take out the Astros, take out the big dog, take out your rival, who everybody thinks is better than you, take out Big Brother, and then boom, on your way to the World Series. Which, didn't you say, Ty, they have the best odds?
It did shift.
It shifted? Okay. All right.
I don't know what it
Shifted.
is this morning. I'll look, but last night the Astros were favored before the Rangers won.
Yeah.
So I'll take a look this morning. Let you know.
And I will say that I'm just maybe too pragmatic. I want the
You
path of
wanna
least
play West-
resistance.
you wanna play West Virginia?
Yeah. If it gets me to the college football playoff,
You want Neil Brown to pull the upset?
What happens if West Virginia does beat Oklahoma and all 3 teams have 1 loss?
He's got tiebreakers and
Tiebreaker.
stuff, and then
it'll go
that's,
to the third tiebreaker. It gets very complicated. Will be
Craig Way's got to break it down for him.
it'll
I'm
be
sure.
it'll be the record against the next highest rated team in the conference.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Best record in the conference. It'll dig deep because it's a 14-team league now, and not everybody plays everybody. And turns
Listen.
out this is a year not to play West Virginia, I guess. Or I think
It
Long will
is.
just soon play them and to handle their business, but they don't have that opportunity.
No, you get to watch you get to watch a lot of Big 12 football though this week, so you can watch.
Yeah, West
I haven't
Virginia,
had-
Houston
I
on
haven't had a chance
Thursday
to.
night.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch West Virginia, so I'm going to actually check out West Virginia. Let me go look and see if what's the secret sauce.
Defense. Their defense has been key.
They had good defense before though.
I
West
know.
Virginia's had good defense before. Don't act like they ain't had no good defense. So like, what is it? Just because Neil Brown's job is on the line, they all know it. They're like, man, listen, you lose. Neil Brown may be fired on the tarmac.
Well, and they're just kind of this outlier team right now. In Texas, we know what they are. They've proven they're a pretty good team, pretty damn good team with wins over Alabama and Kansas. And obviously they shot themselves in the foot against Oklahoma. But Oklahoma now is sitting in the top 5 in the country, and they are the number 1 scoring and offense and scoring defense in the Big 12
And
through
they
5
got
games.
their legit resume win, which is over Texas.
That's right. They earned that.
Yeah.
You can't take that Alabama win away from Texas now, and they own that. So, collision course to the playoff. West Virginia becomes this team to keep an eye on.
What's their best win? Do you know? West Virginia?
TCU at TCU. If that's a great, I mean, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, you just said that's their best win. You're not saying
their best win.
A great win.
I mean,
You're saying it's their best win. Yeah.
I mean, they played Penn State to start the season. And Penn State won that game handily. I think it was 37 to 12 or
Penn
something
State's
like
a good
that.
team, top 10 team.
They are.
Top 10 team.
And then they've reeled off 4 straight wins kind of quietly, and then they had a bye week, so they didn't play. But you'll see on Thursday night at Houston, the Longhorns' next opponents.
The
That'll be
of 8, so it's good.
Yeah,
kill 2 birds with one stone.
Down at Houston. And for Houston, they're coming off their bye week too, and they're going to get to it. So they had extra time to get ready for this game Thursday night. Then they'll have another 10 days to get ready for Texas the following Saturday down at, see if I can get this right, TDECU Stadium. A little bit too long. We need a name. We need a nickname, Houston.
When it's time to prep, it's time to prep. I'll get that right.
Yeah, we need a nickname for that stadium. The
I'm sure they got one.
TDECU.
I'm sure they got one. I'm sure the H-Town
Cougar Den, something. Let's go Cougar Den.
Well,
I'm going Cougar Den.
That's not what I call the Cougar Den.
Ooh.
Hey now. Bow.
Dang, Rod. Boom. It's like
what is that, HEB?
Hey, now there you go. I like that.
So the wins for West Virginia are Duquesne.
The Westlake one.
Duquesne, the best win. Well, here's West Virginia's schedule. They lost to Penn State 38-15, beat the Dukes of Duquesne, beat Pittsburgh, Pitt Panthers, held them to 6 points, beat Texas Tech 20-13. That's the game in which Tyler Shuck, their quarterback for Texas Tech, broke his leg. And then they beat TCU in Fort Worth in their last contest 24-21.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive because I think a lot of people thought they would be a cellar dweller in the Big 12. Like I don't know what they were picked preseason, but they were definitely picked one of like the bottom 3 teams. By the media. There's always a surprise team in the Big 12. Happens every year.
TCU last year.
Yeah, it happens every year. There's a surprise team.
The year before.
Exactly. But I will say this. I know it's hard for Longhorn fans, though, but truth is you do need to be rooting for Oklahoma to win out. And you need to obviously Longhorns take care of business and win out. But basically that if Oklahoma wins out and you win out and you end up, because they face West Virginia, so they can knock West Virginia out of the whole thing. Well, yeah, basically there will end up being something between Texas, but if Texas takes care of business, they're okay. But that game, the Big 12 title game, would be essentially a de facto college football playoff game. It would catapult the winner into the college football playoff, like automatically. It would just be the winner would go. And that's why you want to root for that situation. Otherwise, you'll have to have, other factors play a role and, you need other forces to be at work and help you. No. You just root for Oklahoma to win out, and then you need Texas to take care of business. You beat them, you go to the college football playoff. That's the best case scenario. I know Longhorn fans don't like it.
You got to beat the best to be the best.
Pretty much. Yeah, and you can beat Oklahoma. They just beat you on that day. Yeah. They're a better team on that day.
Hey, look, it's good for eyeballs. If I'm the Ranger fan now, I want to see the Twins and the Diamondbacks on the way to the World Series. I don't need any Braves. I don't need any ass. I'm just trying to win.
You're trying to see West Virginia.
Hey, those rings are nice.
No ratings at all. Nobody watching that game. Texas pounds West Virginia into submission.
An update on the World Series odds. Atlanta Braves +270, Houston Astros +310, and Texas Rangers +330.
It's very even between those three. But that's why I'm saying give me the Twins and give me the Snakes, man. I'm trying to get to the World Series, win the World Series, be world champs.
That's true.
Not like those teams wouldn't have earned it if the Twins come back and win 2 straight. I mean, they'd be a really good team. But no, I want Houston, Texas. I mean, that would obviously just be a thrilling couple of weeks of baseball. However it goes.
Would you try to go to a game?
Ooh, that's good.
Me? No, I don't think so. Not with this current job that I have, and the fact that I'm a weirdo, man. I like sitting in my man cave and watching the games. That's how I like to watch the Astros.
So do I.
That's not a weirdo thing.
I don't need to be. I mean, I like going, but it's you got to drive down there and you got to find tickets, and then I don't know. I like
the intensity of that game just to be there.
I kind of like my I like my couch, I guess, is the way to put it, my big screen, and I can watch the game and be intense with it. But Texas and Houston would be great. Houston obviously dominated the regular season series, but Rangers are playing great right now. Can't wait if that can happen. But again, let's not jinx this. Astros got to get a win. And they need Jose Urquidy to go to the mound tonight and throw a gem, and they need Yordan Alvarez to continue to bat 500 in this postseason so far. And if you're an Astros fan, you're kind of rooting for Texas to cool off a little bit in this little hiatus that they're about to get for the next 5 days because they're a streaky team and they're on a heater. Hey, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain with Rod coming up, talk some Texas football. It is the bye week. We'll get the latest. Also, we'll let you know Arch Manning was center stage yesterday, the Longhorns' third-string quarterback. This was a cool story down locally. We'll get you details on that. Also want to give you this. This was Jerry Jones yesterday on 105.3 The Fan, Rod. You heard a piece of it in the headlines.
Mm-hmm.
But let's hear a conversation he had with the Cowboys flagship radio station. Everyone trying to figure out what the heck just happened when they got steamrolled by the 49ers on Sunday. Here was a bit of that conversation yesterday with the Cowboys owner.
In the past few years, you've changed out Linehan and Kellen and Coach Garrett. All these changes and the results are still the same. Why are you so convinced that the quarterback is the guy?
No, the results are very obvious. We haven't won a Super Bowl. We've had good. Would you agree that we've had good games over the years?
Absolutely.
Okay, and we've had some bad games. Do you know any team that hasn't had that happen to them? Consequently, I will say that we haven't gotten our big years when we should have. We've been real close a few times and haven't gotten our big years. But if you think for 1 minute that there's any particular thing that I could put my finger on that basically says we need to do that differently, we need to do that differently, then it's combinations of things. Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get us to the Super Bowl. That's the way that's going to be.
Unequivocal there, Rod.
I wonder if it's just a Costanza, mentality where it's not a lie if you believe it.
Well,
is it that, or is Jerry just throwing out just random BS and trying to control the narrative with Dak a little bit? Because right now it's a lot of negative Dak.
No, he believes all that.
You think
I believe he believes that.
It's not a lie if he believes it. Okay, well,
I believe he believes it, but
and he has everyone around him telling him that
Dak is the guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
because please him.
But they
Daddy.
did change the offense to make it Dak friendly, which you could say Dak friendly, but that's a spin. Essentially, it means, hey, Dak, we think Dak is a little bit limited, and we're asking him to do too much within the offense. We need to ask him to do less. That's basically what Dak friendly means, right?
Yes,
and they know that. So does Jerry not know that?
Jerry should know that, but I would also say this, and I there's really no way to use this on a radio show, but I'll tweet this out. But I was watching yesterday, Kurt Warner, the Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing a kind of like you do, Rod, with the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, the deep dive breakdown, and he was pointing out just obvious things that they do poorly, the details of route running for the receivers.
Yeah,
he was trying to defend Dak and saying, "Look, guys, there's a lot going on here." He showed one of the interceptions Dak threw where the receivers are running. One of them should run a shorter route and the other one longer. Just the little quarterback details that the guy like Kurt Warner would know more than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm watching that going, how does Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy not know this? How do they not? This seems like basic remedial, high school stuff about the routes you run and how you create separation, how you force the defense to give their tell to help your quarterback. And this was professional football on a Sunday night. Playing a really good team. So it's not. I agree, it's not just Dak, and I would agree with Kurt Warner. And if you watch the assessment, I'll retweet it from my Twitter or my X account. But Rod, it's about the details. It's about proper depth on your routes and running the route the right way to create what you're looking for against certain defense. And it was pretty clear if you watch the Kurt Warner piece. It was about 6 minutes long. Cowboys aren't doing it.
No, they are not. This offseason, what they got into in terms of detail-oriented technique and fundamentals, they wanted to align Dak's footwork with the depth of where the routes break, right? In terms of the depth and the route combination, they want to align his footwork with that. So the quick game and with the 3-step and the wide receivers understanding that when the quarterback gets to this certain step, the ball needs to be out, which means you need to be either out of your break or get ready to be out of your break in terms of aligning the depth of the routes with the footwork of the quarterback. And apparently that's something that they weren't necessarily prioritizing prior to last season. That's part of the Texas Coast offense because that is a West Coast principle. So you're right. They're just starting to get into some of the what people call kind of the rudimentary elements of the passing game, which I don't understand with you. I don't know how that hasn't been a part of just the basic conceptual teachings and tutorials of the offense. I'm talking about from training camp.
No, that's right. It's
that kind of stuff. It's
kind of like Steve Sarkisian talking about how his guys, we've been working on this for a couple of months, guys. We should be able to be all lined up and in the same defense. We're college players. These are professionals.
Yeah.
That according to Kurt Warner,
4 or 5 games in
4 or 5 in a full training camp.
And it's like, come on, guys.
This seems pretty basic, and you're playing one of the best defenses in pro football. You're going to need to be at your best to
Yeah.
move the ball.
It's not all Dak, but yeah, it's not Dak's fault, but it is his responsibility.
Right,
That's the way it comes down to. It's unfortunate, but
and
that's
of course,
what it is.
Mike McCarthy's now the offensive coordinator, and you're looking over at Kyle Shanahan and who his team orchestrates as well as any. They're just like it's amazing to watch.
It's a well-oiled
them.
machine.
I'd say,
It is a machine.
In sync.
Yeah.
And as Ty said yesterday, Brock Purdy's really good, but at the same time, he's throwing to wide open receivers over and over again. Those guys are schemed open.
But they got they got all pros everywhere. I mean, think about that. I'm going to track it. I believe they have an all-pro damn near at every position. I'm not joking. Think about
every
that.
position room.
They got on the offensive line. They got Trent Williams, right? A running back may be the only one they don't. Well, I get Chris McCaffrey because he's everything. Yeah, so he's an all-pro, but he hadn't been a while. I'm talking about just at one point in their career. At one point in their career.
Yeah.
And I bet Kittle was too. I haven't. This is off the top of my head, but I bet just because at one point I bet
I think in the secondary right now they don't have a guy that.
No, they do. Tuafanga, he made it last year.
Right.
Deshaun Gibson had like 7 picks last year. It was like a 33-year-old.
Linebacker Fred Ward has been an all-pro. D-line Bosa. They had all
corner.
Huh?
Chardavius Ward. Is he their best corner?
Yeah, that's a good point. Secondary, I just said secondary, but you're right. Corner, they don't have one, but secondary they do.
That it protects that secondary.
Who's got an all-pro at every level of their, their defense, at every level of their offense?
And we talked about that going into the year. This is their window, and they
quarterback is not an all-pro.
They got to keep that quarterback healthy. Is what they need to do.
Yeah,
because he's playing like an all-pro.
He's playing like an all-pro, but he is an all-pro.
We come back. It'll be behind the burnt orange curtain, Texas football. Also, some what the facts for the end of the hour. It's a Wednesday, getting up over the hump and starting to smell this all Texas LCS. How much fun would that be? We'll talk about it with you here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Oh, yeah, Ty rocking the creed because the Rangers rocked the Orioles last night. 5-0 in the postseason against a couple of 100-win teams. Not just 5-0, but 32-12. They bashed those two AL East squads, and now they're into the American League Championship Series for the first time in a dozen years.
And the Orioles hadn't been swept all year.
They hadn't. They were inexperienced. That's a young team that we'll see back in these playoffs many times. They need to go add some pitching, but sometimes you got to learn what it's all about.
Yeah. They were the 17th team to reach the playoffs, having not been swept in any series during the regular season, excluding 2020. I think that's like COVID stuff. They're the second of those to be swept in a playoff series, joining Bochy's 98 Padres, actually.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it is interesting to me. I was intrigued to hear the conversation last night and during the day watching all the baseball that now they're having the conversation of, is it a disadvantage for the teams that, got the week off, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Now they're, in the NFL with the teams that get the bye week, how do they, in the playoffs, do they get rusty or did they lose the rhythm? And they're talking about that with baseball because baseball is such a 162-game grind through the marathon of the season. Point. And, this is the new format, right? With instead of playing one-game wild card games, they're playing three-game wild card series, which is new. And you reward the teams with the best records, the top two seeds, by, hey, you get the week off. You don't got to worry about wild card. But I mean, this could be, not a lot of case study here, but the Dodgers are close to getting swept. The Braves lost the first game and were hitless in the first 5 innings of game 2, and the Astros are the only ones that have responded as a team because the Orioles just got swept by the Rangers, and it's like the argument or the conversation now in the game is maybe they just getting out of that rhythm, and you just lose a little bit. You're not playing games for a week, which you don't do that outside of the All-Star break. You don't do that all year, all season long. But look, I think it's. Is there enough evidence to make a strong case? I don't know. Astros are disproving that, and obviously the Braves still could come back and win this Philly series. But yeah, Dodgers on the ropes. Orioles got swept. So we'll talk about that. But props to the Rangers. They just got hot and smashed through two good teams, without a doubt, and made it look pretty easy. Real quick, Rod, before we go behind the burnt orange curtain, let me mention sending our prayers to the family of Mary Lou Retton. What a weird story that came out.
Crazy story. I didn't know that till you said it this morning on the update. I had not heard that.
Oh my gosh! And if you're Mary Lou Retton, of course, and she's a lifetime Longhorn, Rod. After she was an Olympic gold medalist and kind of America's sweetheart in the mid '80s, 1984 Olympics, she was the story. I mean, she was on Wheaties boxes. She was the female athlete of the year. And as someone who, at that time, I was 12 years old, Rod. So I think every 12 or 13-year-old boy in America had a little crush on Mary Lou Retton.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man.
And
talent,
the smile, the toughness, fighting through the injury and just so clutch. And then she came to UT, and she ended up getting married to a quarterback at Texas, Rod. A guy named Shannon Kelly, A guy named Shannon Kelly. He was a quarterback, and they have 4 children. They're since divorced. But, yeah, man, this surprised everybody yesterday when her daughter – one of her daughters, they've got 4 kids together, put out the post that her mom is battling a rare form of pneumonia and is on a ventilator and not breathing on her own. And to make it all worse, she doesn't have insurance, apparently, according to them. And that's a story unto itself.
Yeah, it is.
But 55 years old, so sending prayers that way. I think it's down in Houston. I had the post does not indicate where her mother is in the hospital, but
just because there's a big gymnastics community in Houston.
Well, she's from Houston.
Yeah.
And then when she married Shannon Kelly, by the way, he's a football coach, Rod. He coaches at Houston Baptist, I believe. He's like an offensive coordinator. He was a quarterback at Texas in the late 80s, and it's very sad. So prayers to Mary Lou Retton, and hopefully that turns positive here in a short amount of time. Hey, Rod, can we go behind the BOC? It's time for some Texas football talk, even though it's the bye week.
All right. I want to talk about the red zone, but that's a little depressing. So I want to talk about something positive first. And maybe we'll get to the red zone a little bit later because Texas in the bye week, I'm sure that's going to be, it should be Sark's number one priority to fix whatever the red zone issues are in Texas right now. Their touchdown percentage in the red zone, 122nd.
It's garbage.
Right? It sucks. All right. Even like when we talked about the goal line stand, he said, "What about Coach? What do you think about the play calling and the sequence?" He said, "Well, it sucked." I'm glad he was so honest about it. Yeah, and right now their red zone offense, it just sucks. But and we'll get to that because I think they're going to try to. I think they're going to fix it. But like I said, we'll talk about how they're going to do that conceptually and schematically, and even with personnel decisions. But I want to talk about Jonathan Brooks. I think the most unexpected storyline for Texas. Even they're a really good team. I think people expected Texas to be really good this year, and there are a lot of great stories. But Jonathan Brooks is probably the best story and the most unexpected one. Right now, Jonathan Brooks is second in college football, and he is first in the Power 5 in rushing yards with 722. He has 6 rushing touchdowns, 7 total. He leads, if you go look at least the Power 5 in forced missed tackles with 37. Got 37 forced missed tackles, according to Pro Football Focus. And he's got 460 yards after initial contact. That's also second in the Power 5. And he's second in college football in rushing yards per game, first among Power 5 running backs. And he's got the highest yards per carry among running backs who have at least 100 rushes with 6.72. He's honestly, to me, he's kind of shocked me. I knew he was going to be good. I didn't know he'd be this good this early in the season. He's right now one of the best running backs in college football and the most productive running backs in college football. Yeah, and he hadn't started every game.
No.
He's just started, the last 3 games?
Yeah.
Didn't start the first 2? That's pretty amazing productivity. So I think we should give Jonathan Brooks some more credit. And yeah, he is. If he continues on this pace, he's going to be in the Doak Walker conversation. He's going to be a finalist for it. Yeah. How could he not be?
Well, even in the loss this week, it wasn't his fault. He had 133 yards against a good team,
right?
Really good team. And the amazing part is you're right. He didn't start the year as the starter, and even against Rice, he had 12 carries. And against Alabama, he had 14 carries for 57 yards. But we know he closed out the game on the ground in the fourth quarter because C.J. Baxter had gotten hurt. And ever since that Wyoming game, Wyoming is where he broke out because C.J. Baxter was hurt. Remember, he didn't play in that game. And it was a Jonathan Brooks show, and he went 21 carries for $167 and 3. It's all of it. It's the elusiveness, the tackle breaking that he does. But I think his little wiggle moves, his little shake, helps set up missed tackles because – it feels like guys think they have a beat on him coming up out of the secondary and the second level, and he does that little shoulder fake, and all of a sudden they're off balance, and then he runs right through the tackle. And then the speed, because he's also been a big part of the passing game too, Rod.
Yeah, he's faster than anything. He got up to 19 miles per hour on that touchdown run against Oklahoma, and that was pretty good.
Yeah. So Baylor, he had the huge game. Kansas, he had a huge game, and then even in the Red River game this Saturday, he was outstanding. Should he have gotten more carries becomes a question at some point because in that final drive when Texas was driving down, it does look like a gassed Oklahoma team. And, maybe a few more carries for Jonathan.
Help you burn the clock a little bit.
Yeah,
more.
burn that clock. But he went for $133. And we also know he's big part of that screen game, Rod, over the course of the year. So he's good in the pass game.
Yeah, they tried it.
He's dropped a couple of touchdown passes, too.
That's a good point. Yeah,
remember the Alabama game?
Yeah, the stats could be even better.
Alabama game, he dropped one. In the first game here against Rice, he dropped one.
So you're right. That's amazing that he basically – this is all the damage that he's done has been in the last 4 games.
Yes.
Because he was not – I'm not saying he was a non-factor, but he wasn't part of the offensive game plan really for the comprehensive game plan. He wasn't a big part of it for the first 2 games. Like you said, Bama game, he closes out the game as the closer. And then after that in Wyoming game, he's the starter. And, I don't even know if Sark acknowledged that he was a starter. He just was a starter out of circumstance. But he's been, you can argue, the best running back in the country in the last 4 games.
Yeah, in last month.
You can make that argument.
And it's another great story for this day and age. He learned a lot. Sark has talked about how Bijan and Roschon were mentors for him about learning the running back position, but also being leaders. In this day and age of college football, Rod, when C.J. Baxter showed up as a 5-star running back, the number 1 running back in the nation, after he played behind Bijan, who was a 5-star running back, and waited his turn, and then wasn't the starter. This day and age, it wouldn't be uncommon for a guy to say, you know what, I'm out of here. I'm going to go down and go somewhere else, right? who else needs running back? I mean, that kind of stuff. And here he is, still sticking with it. And once, C.J. Baxter's battled some injuries, and he didn't sulk about it. He just seized the opportunity, and now, as you said, he's been the best running back in the country for the last month.
Honestly, maybe that competitive chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Because he believed he'd been disrespected, that he had not been named the starter, and he thought he was the best running back in that room. Maybe that's what kind of drove him.
Well, he's
and I know obviously his father passing away is a big inspiration for him, too. That was unfortunate, but he talks about how that is something that drives him, inspires him. And what I love about Jonathan Brooks, you just said it too, him not transferring, there's something about that running back room, man. Right, running back room is starting to be built different. Now you're starting to see like a legacy start to build again, of course, because they've had that kind of legacy in that running back room before. I'm not saying they haven't, but now I think they're rekindling it now, where the argument can be made that Texas has the best running back room in the country, and they've had it for the last 3 years. Like
I think Michigan would have an argument.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of other teams with Blake Corum and what they do there. Michigan's just loaded everywhere. But, I mean, look, this is something you can build on through this is what you use your bye week for, right, to fix the red zone, fix the issues that you have. But then
we'll talk about the red zone.
But then let's say, okay, what have been strengths for us in a 4-1 start? And, that's one. We can now build on Cedric Baxter.
You got a run game.
In Jonathan Brooks in our run game, which makes us even more devastating.
And how do you have a legit run game? In the red zone, honestly, right now is one of the biggest mysteries, in college football. You're talking about a team with as many weapons as any team in the country. You got JT Sanders, you got X-Men, you got A.D. Mitchell. You got more weapons
Jay
now
Witt,
than you've ever had. Yeah.
Gunnar Helm,
Jay Witt.
running backs.
Yeah, and then you got Jay Brooks that we just talked about. He's one of the top 5 most productive running backs in the country right now. Biggest O-line in the Big 12. It is just, I don't know. I'm not, as a football theorist, I'm not going to lie to you. It has me flabbergasted, and I don't use that word a lot as a black man.
In the 120s in red zone offense with all that talent.
How the hell?
And Sark said it on Monday. It's it's what he told his coaches, guys. We move the ball too well to be stalling when we get to the red zone. We got to figure it out.
Yeah.
So it does give you confidence as a Texas fan that they can find a solution to this. And
I agree.
If they remedy that and keep handling the ball to Jonathan Brooks and fix some of the other issues that they have, they're going to be fine with the schedule they have left and handle their business.
It seems like it would be easier.
It does
with
seem
that
like
many weapons.
Easier.
It seems like
it seems like it would be a strength of the team, not a weakness.
Seems like the closer they get to the red zone, you'd be like, oh man, now I got to cover all these weapons. But it is something about the condensed space and Sark's offensive mentality, because he likes vertical shots downfield and his passing game. So it is something about that condensed space. Like I said, it's spatial Darwinism.
I think you said it yesterday.
Yeah, spatial Darwinism.
And they were so good in the red zone last year, and how much of that was
Bijan and Rojo.
Right, how much of that was, and they were still running some of those plays that maybe they need to find something different when they get down there. All right, we'll come back. Some What the Facts, including, unfortunately, our buddy Ty is excited about his Rangers, but he missed his 3-leg parlay last night because of a football game. We'll get you the What the Facts segment coming next. Some fun stuff there also on a Wednesday. Up Over the Hump, bye week Wednesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Time for What the Facts. Facts you need to know. Rod has thrown out a bunch already on the Rangers run.
Rangers are balling.
Rangers are balling.
That Creed, baby. That Creed. Do we know the
There's a-
record since they started? That would be a great stat. What's the record since the Creed thing actually started, the date it began? They haven't revealed that?
Let me be
Nope.
clear, though. That's Pearl Jam there. That is not Creed.
I'm just,
But
yeah,
it
just
kind of
saying,
sounds like
yeah.
Creed.
Just saying.
Because remember when Creed came on the scene, everybody said they're trying to be Pearl Jam. They're trying to sound like Eddie Vedder. But they do have similar
Oh, really?
tones to their voice. Eddie
Didn't
Vedder,
know
one of the
that.
great leads of all time in a rock and roll band. What is the? I don't even know. I didn't know anything about the Creed Rangers rally thing till Ty told me about it. And apparently, it happened on a team plane, like a team plane home from a.
I wasn't aware of it till the postseason started.
Okay.
if I'm being
Okay. But
completely
it started
honest.
during the regular season, though, when they were.
Yes.
Yeah, they
in a
said it
lull.
was. Yeah, they were on a team plane or
Okay.
something, and then they started
See,
listening to it
we
on
need
the team
to-
bus. And
We need to know the date of this
Oh.
thing, the first time the inside joke started, whatever it was, because then we need to track the record with the Creed as the unofficial kind of anthem or whatever. Unofficial. What are they? What kind of unofficial band now
yes,
of the Texas
It's
Rangers?
a rally cry.
Is there a rally band?
Rally cry.
yeah, it just gets
Okay.
them pumped up, and so now they're kind of
The
using
Creed
that
gets
as,
you pumped
as
up?
fuel.
Creed's got, I mean,
Does Creed get you pumped up? It's not
I've
that
had
confusing.
the same feelings about Creed before this happened. You could find me on a late night
Jamming some Creed.
jamming some Creed.
Jamming some Creed.
Someplace I know they don't have any Creed is on the great jukebox of the Deep Eddy
No.
Cabaret. There's no
No,
Creed because
no
they only
Creed.
put really great music
Hey,
on the jukebox.
come on,
man.
E. Talking about
I'm a snob. I'm a
you hating
snob
on Creed like that, man.
because they're okay.
It's
What you
not-
got against Creed and the Rangers? You got the text line thinks you got something against the Rangers, and now you're proving you got something against Creed too. Is that your Rangers hatred
No,
creeping
I don't
in?
have any hatred for the Rangers.
A lot-
I don't despise the Rangers. I've told you that story because of Nolan Ryan. I love Nolan and grew up with it and know his family. So when he went to the Rangers, I became a Ranger fan too.
Okay.
And when they were in different leagues, it was easier to kind of root for both. Now they're obviously in the same division, and they may be squaring off in an LCS, which would be unbelievable if the Astros can get one more win. One fact of the day, Rod. How about Yordan Alvarez? Another home run, two more home runs yesterday. This guy is 4 home runs already this postseason. He's about 500 in this postseason for the Astros. He's got 14 career postseason home runs. This guy is the new Mr. October. Now, I was growing up, Reggie Jackson was known as Mr. October, Rod.
Oh
Because
yeah,
he always came up clutch in
clutch
the postseason.
baby, clutch got that clutch gene.
God, I mean, even Yordan Alvarez is just a monster right now at 6'5" and 2 1/4. Just the Twins don't know how to get him out. He threw a ball. He had a ball that was like a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, 2 feet high, and he tomahawked it yesterday. He is just up in a tree. When he gets going, look out because that Astros lineup is deep. Rangers are in the same boat because they're scoring a ton of runs, and Corey Seager is their superstar right now.
They got a
Yeah.
lot of guys balling.
I mean, that's the other part. If they get to this series, Rod, where it's Rangers-Astros, we still got to get one more Houston win to make it happen. Just the talent on the field will be because the Rangers.
Like an all-star game.
It
out there.
is. Well, the Rangers had, 7 All-Stars? And if they get Max Scherzer back healthy,
Yeah.
I mean, you're not talking about All-Stars. You're talking, what the Astros are doing right now, 7 straight potentially, and then look at another World Series. I mean, this is stuff that puts you in the Hall of Fame when it's all said and done. And the Astros have several guys like that, including Justin Verlander and Jose Altuve, up and down their order. Or Alvarez is a young player, is putting himself into that conversation, big picture. Because that's just like in football, Rod. You make your legacy in the postseason.
Yes,
That's
you
why it's
do.
unfortunate
Any sport.
any sport, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's unfortunate guys like Mike Trout never make the postseason.
Yeah, you can't just be that's what Shohei.
Shohei,
Oh man, sad not to see the best players play in the postseason.
it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the Astros have been there consistently, and they have guys that produce once they get to October as well, with Yordan being the first and foremost. What do you have, Rod, in facts of the day?
This is a weird fact. It's about the New York Giants and how bad they've been. How about this? The Giants haven't scored. The Giants haven't scored offensive touchdown in 145 minutes. It's almost 2.5 games. Daniel Jones has been pressured on 44% of his dropbacks on Sunday. He has been pressured on 81 times so far this year. That's the third most any player has been pressured through 5 games since 2009. He was sacked 18 times in a 2-game span, most by any team allowed in a 2-game span since the 1986 Eagles. Daniel Jones is being harassed right now. And the O-line, the Giants O-line actually right now may be the worst O-line in the league. It's very possible. Out of all the really bad O-lines, it's possible the Giants are the worst one in the league. So there's some good news for Cowboys fans. You got to play them twice a year. Already wrecked them once, but they're on pace right now to allow 326 pressures. The most pressures allowed last year were 212.
Awful.
Yeah.
It's garbage.
Hey,
where are you guys? We haven't had this debate, Rod, or conversation since you and I have been doing a show together. Or are you on astronomy and solar eclipses?
I'm
these?
I'm into them. Yeah, I would love.
We got one coming.
Oh, good. I can check that out.
Solar spectacle will cross the night sky this weekend when the annular eclipse known as the Ring of Fire.
Ooh, I like that.
The Ring of Fire
play the jam.
Will appear in the Western Hemisphere. Known as the Ring of Fire thanks to the shape of the circular light created by the partial eclipse. The event is expected to occur this Saturday, October 14, and travel from the coast of Oregon to the Texas Gulf Coast. So be advised, get your solar glasses.
Third coast, baby. Don't some weird things
you
happen?
Can burn your retinas.
Some weird things happen during the eclipses. Some like weird stuff.
I think it's full moons that has typically been the
eclipses. All those types of events. I think weird stuff happens.
Yeah. Take your safety
Freaky
precautions.
Stuff.
But
don't stare right at it.
Don't do that.
Please.
Don't do that.
Don't shoot at it.
The eye
either.
doctors out there, the optometrists will not be happy.
Yeah.
Just get some of those funky glasses and you'll be good. But that's coming up this weekend. That's a fact. And our Ian Rod B, facts of the day. What the facts? We're back. Second hour is a fact for sure. Second of 5 every morning. Austin's only morning sports conversation. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week is right here on Hook 'em Up. Hook 'em up, indeed. It is a Wednesday edition, up over the hump, and looking forward now to a weekend that may include the start of a classic American League Championship Series. Astros still have one game to find and to create that scenario. Also, this weekend will not include the Longhorns, but there is some big-time college football, including Oregon-Washington, Rod. Oregon-Washington taking center stage in the Pac-12. Michael Penix, Bo Nix, Dan Mullen against Kalen DeBoer and his team. I mean, that's a really good game. Sexy matchup out west.
Yeah, Pac-12's going to cannibalize each other.
Yeah, you feel like it, right?
But so many good teams.
Obviously, this past weekend was Texas and OU. Big 12 taking center stage. And it didn't disappoint. It was disappointing for Longhorn fans, but the game itself was
classic.
Hell of a game, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the great.
That first quarter alone, Rod.
It was a great first quarter. It hadn't been many first quarters in the Texas OU game that I can remember. But I just think both Venables and Sark, they finally know how to coach in this game. That game is about matching energy, matching momentum. You cannot allow your opponent to monopolize either of those things. And that's why both teams, because you can be on the downside of a landslide, not because you're a bad team. And trust me, we were on a bad team in 2000 when we got blown out. You can get blown out and be a good team in this game. Just the momentum shifts are so extreme because the environment is so unique, with the fans being split down, the middle, and then it being a neutral location and being a hated rival and all that kind of stuff, that you got to make sure that when you feel that momentum shift and you observe it, you better, either for players or coaches, you better do something to try to take it back.
Snatch it back.
You better. And that's why Sark and Venables, that first quarter, they knew it. They're like, boom, boom, boom.
God,
it was great.
Two interceptions, fake punts.
It's like a game in itself.
Fourth down. I mean, it was everything.
Didn't the red cat pass?
And I think in clock time, I think it was more than an hour long in the first quarter because there were several reviews.
There's injuries.
Yeah, but
they were hidden.
I just remember doing the in-game watch on Texas Football with Inside Texas, and we got to the end of the first quarter. It was Bobby Burton and myself, and you were joining us for the second quarter. And I was like, golly, that's been a quarter.
Yeah, it was
like Hagler Hearns back in the day, just landing blows.
Yep. Heavyweight fight. That's how it should be.
That's how it should be. And then it kind of settled in, but still turned out to be a great finish.
And then it crescendos, right? Toward the end, it settles in. And then in the fourth quarter, remember, Oklahoma really couldn't score. Like those last 3 or 4 drives prior to their game-winning drive, they had a turnover on downs and a missed field goal and a punt. They just kind of really couldn't figure it out. And then these guys, you're right. And then the crescendo. It was like a great movie that starts off really good, then it kind of settles in, and then boom with the wow ending. You're like, oh man. So like I said, Longhorn fans, you hated it, but trust me, you was a college football fan. You were like, that might have been one of the greatest games I've ever seen. That was fantastic.
It was good. It was good. And that's that's why the defensive performance by Texas in the last minute and a half was just so disappointing because one of my immediate thoughts that I wrote down when the game was over was Texas lost this game in the first 10 minutes of each quarter, right? The first part of each quarter, first quarter and third quarter. Because in the first quarter it was the 2 picks and they fell behind, and then coming out of halftime, they allowed Oklahoma to go right down the field after they had kicked that field goal before the half, allowed them to go right down the field and score, but the Oklahoma team didn't score again. And that got them to 27, Rod. To start the third quarter, and the Texas was down 10 points again, and they didn't score again until that final touchdown. So the defense did settle in. They did get their hands around Dillon Gabriel. They were beneficiaries of a missed field goal. But at the same time, that's why, go right down the field in 6 plays that quickly.
I know, but in the end of every half, because they gave up. And remember, one of their worst drives, actually, even worse than the drive at the end of the game, was the end of the first half. Remember, they missed 5 tackles on that one drive, and we kept saying, damn, this has got to be the worst tackling drive the defense has had all game long. And I believe they go down and get a field goal, if I'm not mistaken. And so I'm with you. They start off bad. The middle was pretty good for the Texas
middle
defense,
of both games,
but they start off bad in the first half and the second half, and then they ended bad in the end of the first half, in the second half. I'm with you. That's a great point. I don't get what happened.
Got to fix that. Yeah. Got to fix that. A lot of it was.
So you know what? 2-minute drill. That's their situation they struggle with right now. Think about it. Because that's what Oklahoma was doing at the end of the first half. That's basically the mode they were in into the second half of the game-winning drive. So 2-minute drill, Texas struggles tackling on defense, and obviously with communication breakdowns when the game is moving that fast. So that's something they got to work on in bye weeks as well.
And props to you for making that happen. Washington and Oregon is the game of the week in college football. It's a 2:30 kick in the middle of the afternoon from Seattle. which will be a lot of fun. That is the centerpiece game. Aggies, of course, have a big game this week. They're going to play at Tennessee.
Oh, that could be, that could be interesting.
In Knoxville, they kind of been sleeping. Remember, they lost early in that game, and now they're back to 4-1 for Josh Heupel. So we'll keep an eye on that game. It's not the most scintillating day of college football, but it's Oregon-Washington. That's a must-see game. That's a national title implication kind of game right there, and a Heisman Trophy implication kind of game right there with what they are all about.
Yeah, Kansas at Oklahoma State is interesting just because I don't know who's going to play at quarterback for Kansas. Is it Jason Reed or Jalen Daniels? And Oklahoma State at home as an underdog. Dude, there's something about Mike Gundy at home as an underdog. He loves it. I think he's won 8 out of the last 9 at home as an underdog.
That's an enigma, that team.
Now he's finally picked a quarterback. Oh, yeah, Mike, and we know Mike Gundy can coach. We know he can coach. He ain't got great talent up there now, but we know his culture is kind of iffy because he doesn't like the NIL and doesn't like the transfer portal. He's kind of living in he's like living in 2015, but he can coach ball.
Mad at OU for leaving the Bedlam run. Hey, also ranked matchups this week at night. You got Miami after that colossal Mario Cristobal cluster bomb. Maybe the worst coaching decision we've seen in a long time. They're 4-1 going to North Carolina to play Mac Brown and the 5-0 number 12 North Carolina Tar Heels.
That's sexy.
Don't sleep on Mac Brown's team. They got Drake May at quarterback, and they just got their top receiver back. Remember the NCAA?
Yep.
Ruled Tez Walker.
Tez Walker. Yeah,
eligible. And that's a draft pick, right? He's projected as a top 50 draft pick, Rod. By NFL scouts. And now Drake May has his number 1 guy. And that would have been a sexier matchup if Miami had not screw the pooch at the end of the Georgia Tech game because they would have both been 5-0.
Just nail the football, man.
Also, USC plays at Notre Dame on Saturday night, and UCLA plays at Oregon State as far as ranked matchups as we start looking forward to the big games of the weekend. Somebody texted and said, guys haven't been able to log on for a couple days. What does Ty think of Dak Prescott now?
Oh, no. This is easy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sweet and simple. Thank you very much. Let's get to the headlines. That includes Jerry Jones' defense of his quarterback and the baseball of the night. Let's get to it. Top Gun, Reynolds and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Major League Baseball now a win away by the Astros.
Go Astros!
From an all-Texas American League Championship Series. Unprecedented. Astros and Rangers pounded their ways to wins yesterday in Arlington. Rangers complete a dominating 3-game sweep of Baltimore in the AL Divisional Series, 7-1. The final last night at Globe Life Field. Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia, El Bambe. Also, Nathaniel Lowe all homered to back their ace, Nathan Eovaldi. He allowed just a single run over 7 clutch frames. Rangers now 5-0 in the postseason. They've outscored the 99-win Rays and the 101-win Orioles 32-12. And are headed to the ALCS for the first time since 2011 for a happy first-year manager, Bruce Bochy.
It's unreal. This is what I came back for, hoping something like this would happen. I know how blessed I am to be in this situation. And these guys have been road warriors. I mean, we've been through a lot. And to be right now, I mean, there's work to be done, but still, what kind of baseball they've been playing has just been awesome.
Astros, meanwhile, now just a win away from playing in their 7th consecutive ALCS and setting up that Lone Star Championship Series. They rolled past the Twins yesterday in Minneapolis to take control of that divisional series, 9-1 the final. Jose Abreu got him off early, crushed a 3-run homer, part of a 4-run first inning for Houston. Yordan Alvarez hit his 4th home run in 3 games to back stellar pitching from Christian Javier and 4 relievers. The defending champs can close that series out tonight. Game 4, Jose Urquidy facing Joe Ryan. National League, both of those divisional series resume this afternoon and tonight. Phillies will welcome the Braves into what will be a raucous Philadelphia for Game 3 of that series. That series not at a game apiece. Also in Phoenix tonight, Arizona Diamondbacks can sweep the Dodgers. They took the first 2 games in L.A. Now they're back home. NFL, after getting demolished by the Niners in primetime last Sunday, reeling Cowboys now turning their attention to another primetime matchup this week. They've got the Monday Night Football matchup with the L.A. Chargers in L.A. On his weekly radio visit with 105.3 The Fan yesterday morning, Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones made it clear that despite Dak Prescott's poor performance this past week, 3 interceptions, he has full belief in his franchise quarterback.
Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get us to the Super Bowl. That's the way that's going to be.
All right, there you go. Chargers, meanwhile, will be coming off of their bye week, and it appears they're also going to be getting their all-pro running back Austin Eckler back in their lineup. Dynamic runner and pass catcher, a full participant in practice yesterday. He's been out since week 1 when he hurt his ankle in a loss to the Dolphins. A trade in the NFL. Rams have agreed to trade wide receiver Van Jefferson to the Falcons in a draft pick swap. And finally, many prayers for the Olympic gold medalist and lifetime Longhorn Mary Lou Retton. According to her daughter, Redden is fighting for her life, battling a rare form of pneumonia. In a post to social media yesterday, McKenna Kelly revealed that her mother has been in ICU for over a week now. The 55-year-old not able to breathe on her own as she battles to stay alive. Kelly's daughter also revealed that financial support is needed. Her mother is currently without medical insurance.
I do want to congratulate the Rangers. I think it's going to be a fun ALCS when, hopefully, I'm not going to jinx it, but when we get that old Texas ALCS.
Don't jinx it.
I'm not going to jinx it, but the Astros, like I said, they're playing really well. They're not honestly not playing as well as the Rangers, but they got more pedigree, championship pedigree, and DNA. So I think as they get deeper into the postseason, I think you'll see the Astros rise to the occasion. But the Rangers right now I don't know if anybody looks better than the Rangers.
That lineup just keeps coming at you.
They
But
look
the
great.
Astros kind of do the same. That's why the matchup would be so great, especially if the Rangers can get Max Scherzer back. And it looks like there's a chance he's going to have a simulated start today. He was excited last night because they were celebrating the advancement. And he said, "Man, I'm hoping.
Something
but again,
special's
the
happening.
Rangers don't want to rush him back because it's one of those things you need him right now. But at the same time, if he's not ready, he's under contract for you next year. And the Ranger pitching staff, I don't want to look too far. I mean, for next year, Jacob deGrom's not going to be healthy. Nathan Eovaldi's on a 1-year contract, so he's about to make himself some big cash this offseason, whether it's the Rangers or elsewhere. They really need Max Scherzer for next year too, because he's locked in. But at the same time,
Can't worry about
win
next year
now.
right now.
You win now.
you right now, man. You look like it's all about the team that's hot at the right time,
Yeah.
and they are smoking
Yeah.
right now. And they got Bochy.
Well, and
Got Bochy.
I mean, the day that the Rangers acquired Scherzer and then turned around and traded for Jordan Montgomery, and then the Astros acquired Verlander, this series that we're almost about to get was that what was all you could think about. It's like, oh my gosh, what if we get these two? And what if you get a matchup in an LCS game with Scherzer and Verlander, which could happen. Now, it looks like, again, if Houston can handle business tonight in Minnesota with Jose Urquidy on the mound, Joe Ryan will be making his first postseason start. Astros have to feel good about that matchup, and Urquidy's got so much postseason skins on the wall, so many, that you could set it to where it would be Verlander v. Eovaldi in the first game of a best-of-7 series starting Sunday night. How good would that be? It would be at Minute Maid Park, which isn't always good for Houston because they stink at home. But that is, because the Rangers now have the opportunity to set their pitching because they mowed through and 5 straight wins. Now Eovaldi can be on full rest, even though he pitched great last night. He can be on full rest
awesome. Sunday.
Oh man, he was hitting 97, 98. He was riding that adrenaline. And both pitchers, both Christian Javier, who's been up and down. But the thing about the Astros, Rod, is this time of year is when they lock in. I mean, there's a lot of times during the season where they'll kind of drift and
get distracted.
It's
Stuff
just
going on.
I mean, this is their time, and this is when a guy like Christian Javier gets back to being that go-to guy. He was outstanding. Astros got a bit of a benefit yesterday because anytime you play an afternoon game in playoffs, the shadows are a problem when the sun's out, right? And so the Astros in their first inning, the shadow was right over the back of the catcher, essentially kind of coming in a crescent moon.
Yeah.
And so the Astros were in full sunlight because the problem with the shadow, Rod, is the ball comes out of the pitcher's hands in the sun.
It
Then it hits
disappears
the
on
shadow, and you're trying to catch the spin. It's hard enough with good light.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's changing, and it really becomes an advantage to the pitcher. But the Astros had that first inning where they didn't have the shadow problem. The shadow was right kind of behind the butt of the hitter and behind the catcher. And, the Astros jumped on him for 4 runs. Jose Altuve had a single. Bregman got out, but then, Jose Abreu jacks the home run as part of that. Jordan got a hit down the line. You stack the bases, and you get 4 runs on the board. That's all Javier needed. And then by the time Javier came to the hill in the first inning, the shadow was right over the front of home plate. Like it was right there along the cutout. And all the hitters from then on kind of struggled with it. Later in the game, Jose Abreu hit another home run, and Astros tacked on a bunch. But that 4-run first was really important. Just like last night, Corey Seager hitting the home run in the first inning was critical for, Nathan Eovaldi to settle down. And just anytime you can pitch with a lead in the playoffs, it's huge.
Teams who score first in the postseason so far, 14-4.
Yeah, well, that's because
getting out front is big because
every win is so massive. Then the managers start managing differently. They don't let pitchers get into trouble. They're going to go to the bullpen quick. especially in a closeout game like that, you're not going to let get away, because once you get a lead in the postseason, critical. That's why the Braves comeback the other night was so huge, right? The Braves coming back when they were down 4-0 and 5 innings in, and they hadn't had a hit. That was a huge rally, not to say the least. Hey, Rod, we'll talk baseball. Also coming up bottom of the hour, just got a note that our buddy Jerry Hamilton, Inside Texas, will jump on with us. We want to get a recruiting update, because I know a lot of Longhorn fans, the end of the bye week, how did even though you lost the game, how was the recruiting effort? Because that was a home game for the Longhorns. We'll get the latest from Jerry coming up. Always good to chat with one of the best in the business, if not the best in the business, Jerry Hamilton. Also, before the end of the hour, some bullish or BS.
A big basketball recruit down to 2 schools.
Oh,
too.
that's true, too.
We'll ask Jerry about that.
Is it Trey Johnson? Who was it?
Trey Johnson.
Down to Baylor in Texas.
That was with he's the kid out of Dallas, right? He's now playing at the prep school. We'll tell you about that coming up. Here it is, Rod. True Mr. October story, as I mentioned, Jordan Alvarez is becoming the new Mr. October. But it used to be Reggie Jackson. Then it was kind of Derek Jeter for a long stretch there, too. Says, true Mr. October story. I went to a Ranger game as a kid. Reggie was playing right field, dropped a routine fly ball. We were in right field stands. He got all over him, and next inning he lined up, hit a blast right into our section. Reggie's legit. Well, nice. Reggie Jackson, kind of like Jordan, because Jordan looks like he could play some football if he needed to.
What? Yeah, no doubt.
At 6'5", 225.
I wouldn't want to tackle him.
Reggie Jackson was a football player. Have you ever seen that documentary on Reggie Jackson's life?
I have not. Where did he play?
Arizona State.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Reggie Jackson.
What position did he play? Do we know? Do you know that?
I'll find out.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that, actually.
Dude, he was a great athlete. I mean, he's 77 years old now, but he in the 70s and the 60s, that guy was unbelievable. He legendarily, he had 3 consecutive home runs at Yankee Stadium to clinch Game 6 of the 77 World Series. I mean, that's where Mr. October, you do that in New York, Game 6, clinch it with 3 straight home runs under the short portion right there at Yankee Stadium. Awesome. But yeah, great athlete. And he was a tailback in football.
Nice.
Injured his knee early in the season, his junior year, and stuck to baseball.
Okay.
Yeah, but he was a dude.
I can believe that.
But yeah, we're watching great baseball. Corey Seager, stud. Who's your favorite Ranger player right now, Ty? Because you kind of fluctuate. Because you've stole your stock on Dak Prescott. Now you're back investing in the Rangers, which I appreciate.
Probably El Bombi.
Oh,
just because he's been there the longest.
Adolis.
And he's gotten so much better with age. I used to be it's a high strikeout guy. Always had the power, but he's really gotten better over the past few years. And I mean, whenever he hits a home run he hit last night,
bomb.
You just know it immediately.
Bomb.
Oh, gets me hyped up.
And the one that El Bombi hit, I mean, that's one of the worst pitches you'll ever see. I mean, it was batting practice. It's like you just threw that ball right down the heart of the plate to El Bombi in that scenario.
That's the loudest I think that stadium was last night.
I think you're right, because it just blew the roof off the place. And I think that because Rangers never played a playoff game in that building until last night, and so they were hyped, man. That was big time. But it was one of those. As the pitch was coming in, Rod, you can kind of go, because it was like batting practice. It was
just
like
laid out there.
Yeah, watching a home run derby. He's like, that's not going to go well for you. And yeah, smackaroni, and see you later.
Yeah, home runs. I want to say the run damn near 49% of all the runs in the postseason have been home runs. Like that's exactly what Major League Baseball wants. Chicks dig the long ball.
Some questions. Chicks always dig the long ball.
Yes, they do.
So do dudes sometimes.
Well, yeah. We all love the long ball, but chicks especially.
It says Cowboys about to become the Jets on national TV. Nobody wants to watch them because they're lousy. Well, the Cowboys have played some unwatchable games in primetime, right? The Jets game or the Giants game was unwatchable because they were so dominant.
Is it possible, guys, that the 49ers are just that really good?
Yeah, it is.
That that the Cowboys are still good, but the 49ers are just on a different level than damn near everybody else at this time. We just talked about it, guys. They have an all-pro at every level of offense, defense, except for quarterback, pretty much. Quarterback, they don't have an all-pro, but Purdy's playing like one. But Debo, former all-pro. Kittle's probably got his resume. Trent Williams on the O-line. Backfield, Christian McCaffrey. D-line, Bosa. Warner on the linebacking core. What's his name? Tufanga Lafau. He was an all-pro, I believe, 2 years ago or last year. He was an all-pro. I don't know if any team can really say that.
But to get humiliated like that, Rod, where it's just not close.
I know. You got to show
in a game where everyone called it and knew it was a measuring stick game, well, you didn't measure close. I mean, it's one thing to get beat in that game. Like the Longhorns, right? The Longhorns lost the game mostly because of their own unforced errors. And they feel like they can fix those and get back and play that team again. I don't think any Cowboy fan wants to play the Niners again come playoff time, and that was the goal, right? That's the bar. So, but you're right. I mean, and then you got Micah Parsons coming out yesterday on Monday on his podcast talking about,
It's personal.
now it's personal because
It's personal now, man.
George Kittle had a T-shirt
It's
that said
personal,
"F
man.
Dallas," like,
It wasn't personal when you was blowing us out by 3 touchdowns, but now
or
it's personal.
knocking us out of the playoffs each of the last 2 years. That didn't make it personal.
No, that wasn't personal last year either. Not personal.
That doesn't make sense.
It's
I
not
mean,
personal until I saw that
well,
damn
this
T-shirt.
is where you
dude.
have to trust Mike McCarthy to keep his hand on the wheel here, because what this can't do is spiral you where you take a couple of losses and all of a sudden you're not even competing with the Eagles. And the Chargers game is one you could lose if you're not careful.
Oh, yeah, because Kellen Moore knows you better than any other coach in the NFL knows you.
And Eckler's back, and they just had a bye week.
Yeah.
They also, remember, the Chargers lost week 1 and week 2, but it turned around and won back-to-back. So now they're looking for 3 straight wins, get back into that divisional race with the Chiefs. That's one that you can't, what did your coach always say, Mac Brown? Don't let one loss beat you twice.
Don't let it happen.
Don't let it happen. Then it can in the National Football League. Guys, the original Mr. October, Reggie Jackson, works with the Astros now.
Reggie.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
This says, is Sam Elliott managing the Rangers? Yeah, I guess Bruce Bochy does kind of sound like Sam Elliott with that cut we played. That's pretty good.
Sam Elliott's an OG.
He is an OG. Sam
He
Elliott.
looks and sounds just like my grandpa.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yes.
How
Richard
old,
Your
Elliott.
grandpa's an OG too.
how old is Jerry
Yeah.
Jones? Not old enough. The texter says he's 80. He's 80 now.
Hey, a spry 80 though.
Is he?
Will we admit? Yeah.
He's got another 17.
Hey, you don't
15
think he's a
years.
spry 80? There's an old, some people are 80 and they
You're
look,
right,
They
you're right.
look
He
like
is
a
a
decrepit
spry-
80. But his 80 is, I mean, he's still,
He's
you
still
know,
moving
getting
and
up,
shaking.
moving around pretty well, cracking jokes. He's still pretty.
So he's getting some shots or something. He's a billionaire.
Yes. Oh, of course, no doubt. I mean, yes. It's PEDs involved here.
Yeah, it's a good plastic surgeon.
It's not all a natural.
And a
but
good
I
plastic
think, I think he's
surgeon
a
helps.
spry 80. You
They're
know what I
pumping
mean?
him through full of Adderall every day. That's probably why he rambles on and says crazy stuff on the
Yeah.
radio shows. But
Exactly. Like Mac Brown, for as old as he is, Pete Carroll is probably the best example of like a spry. What is he, like 60?
he's
60.
70, I thought.
You might be
I thought
right.
he was
Like
in
Pete
his
Carroll is in
70s.
his 70s.
however old he is, there's no his personality and disposition or nothing.
Doesn't change.
Exactly. They're not
He's
even
72.
close.
Yeah, he's the same age as Mac Brown.
Exactly. Like
Same age as Mac.
I want to say Nick Saban is
I think 70.
Brown there too.
Yeah, he's in
And
his 70s.
he's a younger 70. You want to be a spry 70.
71, Nick Saban.
Yeah. So,
Hey, we'll come back. When we do, Jerry Hamilton gets us a recruiting update, both football and basketball. Longhorns coming out of the Red River game. How did that play with recruits? Also, the basketball recruit we mentioned. Bullish or BS for the end of the hour. It's to get you over the hump Wednesday on Hook 'em Up. Yeah, up over the hump now, looking forward not just to a Texas Longhorn-less weekend, but there are several ranked matchups in college football. Also looking forward to weekend number 2 of ACL Fest, including these guys right here, the Foo Fighters, Saturday night. I'm sure it's an incredible show. Dave Grohl always does that. Hopefully Kendrick Lamar can get here on time this week on his Friday performance.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that sucked for people who came there just for Kendrick Lamar.
I have a son who that would be the case, right?
20 minutes on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, my son Nolan went with his buddy Zach, and they were disappointed. So I'm trying to find him a wristband for this Friday. We'll see if I can pull that off because he bought his own tickets for week 1. And see if I can help him.
You got some clout. I'm about to say, yeah, use your clout, man. You got some.
Well, this is the first time, because I know some people within that realm.
You know some people.
Including Nick Shuley, who'll be in the house coming up at
Hey.
9:30 this morning with our set list ATX and what's going on. He went to a big show last night down at the Paramount Theater he'll tell us about. But but this was the first year I couldn't go because I was up in Dallas and we were doing our Texas OU thing, Rod. And then this is the first year none of my kids hit me up for tickets. My son, this was a proud moment. My son Nolan bought his own ticket.
There you go.
My dad took all my brothers.
He didn't even ask me,
and I didn't get asked either to go with them. So.
Oh, you got hosed. But yeah, all my
he
kids.
It's how you can get your own ticket. That's what he figured.
I usually do. I mean, I have since like college.
Yeah.
I mean, my most favorite story of high school is when I didn't eat my eggs for breakfast freshman year on the Friday of ACL, and I came home getting ready to go with my wristband already on, and my dad was waiting at the door with a pair of scissors, and he cut it off and said, "You're grounded."
Oh,
Told you to finish those damn eggs.
You couldn't go?
Yeah.
Dang.
Come on.
You didn't eat your eggs?
That's when he thought I was going to be a NFL defensive end for some reason.
That's funny. Hey, look who's on the line. One of our favorites. It's Jerry Hamilton, senior recruiting and analyst at On3 Sports inside Texas, and doing great stuff at that website and on their On Texas Football channel. He is Jerry Hamilton. G-Man, how are you?
I'm great, man. How are you guys? Rod, we're one win away from a Rangers Astros ALCS. That'll be epic in the state of Texas if it happens.
Damn right, baby. Some of those games are gonna feel like a little bit of Texas OU, man. You're gonna have the rivalry. You're gonna have that.
I'm glad you went there. I'm glad you went there because I totally agree.
Nice.
Oh, they'll be. It's what when the Astros moved from the National League to the American League, it was kind of always the hope that could happen to build this rivalry, and now we're a win away. Let's not jinx our Astros, Jerry. They got to get this victory tonight or in Game 5, but it feels pretty good right now after the big wins yesterday. And yes, that will be some kind of couple of weeks of baseball and the rivalry on top of it. Jerry, before we talk recruiting side of it, what was just your take on the Texas OU game? It was a thriller. It was a hell of a football game. You were there. In the building. What was your read?
I'll tell you what, it was an unbelievable college football atmosphere. I mean, look, I left the hotel at 6:45 Saturday morning. And I said, it's 6:45. I'll be down there by 7 where I was staying 15 minutes. I've never seen that much traffic when I hit I-30 going to the Cotton Bowl. You're a couple exits away when you hit I-30. Never seen that much traffic at 7 a.m. for Texas OU.
Wow.
So I said, magnitude just went up a little bit. Then I got into the stadium. My son and I had never been before, and I think he was a little bit in shock because I kind of prepared him because he was at Texas Bama game with me last year, not this year, last year. And just with college game day there, but there were more people there. I saw more 7 a.m. corn dog consumption than my other 3 or 4 years when I've been there for the 11 a.m. kick. I mean, it was amazing how many people were there. The college game day set was incredible, how many people were just hanging around there. When the Texas bus came in, how many people were there. You could just tell it was a big-time game, different than some others. And then, during the game, the first 6 minutes of game action were absolutely wild for the fans. I mean, fans looked exhausted after 6 minutes. And I was like, dang, we've got 54 minutes to go here. But from a recruiting standpoint, guys, and I said this last night with Rod, and I said it with Justin Wells, and I'm not just saying this because Texas lost. I'm not one of those people, man. In fact, some Texas fans don't like me because I call it like I see it. There was no loser from a recruiting standpoint in this game. I'd be saying the same thing if Oklahoma had lost the game. It was too great of an atmosphere. It was too great of a game in too great of a setting. In both teams, 34-30 goes down to the last minute. Both teams ranked in the top 10, but still, and should be the rest of the way unless they collapse. It was an unbelievable game for recruiting for both programs. Now, Texas needs to go handle their business the rest of the way, but with the young 2025 kids in the stands, 2026 kids in the stands, there was no recruiting loser coming out of that game. That I'll tell you.
Yeah, Jerry, and what particular specific players that came to that game do you think right now are leaning to Texas, potentially in your mind?
Yeah, the interesting thing is Texas extended an offer to a safety named Xavier Filsaime, 5-star out of McKinney, who's originally from Orlando. He's committed to Florida. They extended an offer to him Saturday on the way down to the game.
Wow.
Inside Texas, I actually broke that news. He was coming to the game Friday and then broke the offer news Saturday. But I'm not saying he's leaning to Texas, but he's the new name for Texas fans in 2024 because most of that hay's in the barn. But that's a new name for Texas fans. But Georgia's also making a strong push there, which does tell you he's really good because Will Muschamp doesn't exactly recruit stiffs at safety. Look, that kid's really talented. Some of the 2025s, the linebacker at McKinney High, Riley Pettijohn, ranked top 65 in the country. I think he's a slight Texas lean over Florida State, Florida, LSU, but that one's a long way to go. Michael Fasusi, the top offensive tackle in the state in the junior class and maybe the top pass protector in the country in the junior class. That's a Texas-OU battle. I think Texas was out in front of OU headed into the season. I think those are neck and neck. That's the one battle in state. Like Kyle Flood and Biedenbaugh, man, and Venables and Sark, they're going at it for this kid because he's special in pass protection, or he could be. That was one. The running back from New Orleans, Harlem Berry's interesting one that was there, guys. I was by the school in August. He is very fast. Rod's watched him, very elusive. I'm not comparing him to Jamal Charles because I'm not sure. You play private school ball in New Orleans. I'm not going to compare you to Jamal Charles at Port Arthur Memorial, who every Friday night everybody was gunning for him and he had to put it on the board. The Harlem Berry has some of the same skill set, let's say. But Harlem being there was interesting because that's a Texas, Florida, LSU. And LSU's been the childhood favorite for him. But we found in recruiting nowadays that doesn't mean you're going there, but they have to first, and the doors cracked open more for them throughout the process. His uncle is Jabbar Jaluk, the running back coach at Florida. But who knows what's going to happen at Florida, man. They got a huge game this weekend, else the natives are definitely going to get restless already, especially when you look at Florida's 24 schedule. But Shashard Choice, Texas is going to be in that final group for anybody he recruits at running back. Harlem Berry being there was big.
Harlan Berry. How about this, Rod? On our Rod and Jerry Hamilton with us from Inside Texas. On our text line, we got a text says, I have a 5-star cousin safety who may be coming to the Horns. Don't know why it's taken so long to recruit him. He committed to Florida, but it's about to change. That's got to be Xavier Filsaime, right? Now we're getting text from his cousin saying it's about to change. That could be a crazy text out of nowhere, but just to pass along that information.
Hey, that's a great. There's Aaron, the breaking news, baby.
See, come on, man.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with him for Texas fans to know, and I put a story up kind of to get to know his recruitment Sunday. His dad lives in McKinney. His mom lives in Orlando. Mom works in Orlando. He moved to McKinney in 6th grade. That's why early in this recruitment, everybody just thought he's going to head to Florida. He's going to Florida because his mom's there. He's from there. And look, this is what happens when programs don't win, and that negative talk starts. I mean, Florida has a huge game this weekend. The question is, with Georgia making that, even though Georgia's making that run, somebody close to that recruitment told me Sunday, they think he's going to play college ball in Texas or Florida. And the fact that he mentioned Texas or Florida, it's telling to me that Texas is very much in it. And I don't think this is an offer that Texas makes unless they know the kid has serious interest.
And safety position is of need. We know Derek Williams is there, but they're going to need some guys back at that end that can shore it up. Hey, Jerry, the basketball side, there's apparently a big basketball commitment. We know it's coming down to Texas and Baylor. Trey Johnson, what's the latest there?
Yeah, the question with Trey is he going to sign early, commit and sign in the fall, or is he going to wait until the spring? That's kind of up in the air. The number 4 player in the country, 6'5", tremendous scorer, shooting guard. He's a guy that should average 17, 18 in the NBA one day. I mean, that's just the level of player he is. The question with him is going to be the NBA G League Ignite. He left Lake Highlands after they won the state title. He's at Link Prep in Missouri, which he should go to because you can make NIL money. You can't in Texas as a high school player. You can't in some other states. So he should make that move. He's not doing anything wrong by leaving Lake Highlands. He got him a state championship. His dad was on staff there. But the question there is, when is he gonna make his decision, and when is he gonna sign? And then you have to hold off the G League. I mean, I believe Ron Holland got around $800,000 from G League Ignite. That's a lot of money to turn down. I don't care about NIL. That's a lot when you get to that level. So Texas or Baylor, whoever wins out there, and I think Texas has had a lot of confidence in this recruitment. Baylor got the last official visit. Obviously, his father began his college career at Baylor there. That's when Rodney Terry and Richard Johnson, the father, they've had a relationship since that time because Rodney Terry was on staff as an assistant at Baylor at that time. So there's a long-standing relationship with Rodney Terry and Johnson family. So Texas knows exactly where things are at in this recruitment. Again, though, the question is, when is he going to make his decision and when is he going to sign? And I think we'll know that in the next couple of weeks.
Hey, Jerry, everybody always is trying to keep up with where you're going. It's a bye week for Texas. You got any special plans to get out and see any recruits or prospects?
Yeah, I'm going to get out a little bit tomorrow. Friday, I'm actually going to go to Willis to watch Willis play. And that sounds weird because they have a 5-star quarterback committed to Florida, DJ Lagway. I'm not going for that. Willis has some younger kids. They have a 2026 kid, which 2026 doesn't get me out very often. A kid named Jermaine Bishop that the high school coach at Willis is saying if there's a better 2026 defensive back in the country, he would like to see him. That's how good this kid is. Texas has offered him. So I'm going to hit some schools in the North Houston area on Friday. I'm going to hit a few schools on Thursday as well. But I'm staying in the Houston area this week. By the way, I need to mention, though, Texas extended an offer last night after we got off the air, Rod. Alex Foster, defensive lineman out of Greenville, Mississippi, committed to Baylor.
Wow.
Texas offered him. He's 6'5", 270, really athletic kid from smaller school out in Greenville, almost on that Arkansas border. But obviously Bo Davis is from there. But Texas extended an offer to a new 2024 D lineman last night, and I expect Ole Miss to offer him soon. He's a kid that was 6'5", 230, 6'4", 235 as a junior. He's now 6'5", 270. They even listed at 275. Really high upside athlete at defensive line.
Wow. There it is. That's why he's the best. Jerry Hamilton, senior recruiting analyst inside Texas on 3 Sports. Thank you, G. Safe travels through the weekend, my friend. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, Jerry.
You got it, man. Thank you, guys.
There you go. He's the best.
He is awesome.
He'll be on the recruiting show. Sark and his coaches will be all over the high schools. You can bet starting tomorrow night all over, making the visits with all the staff with the bye week here. Big time right there. Hey, we'll come back when we do a little bullish or BS. Rangers Astros on a collision course in the ALCS. Also, the big games in college football and pro football. Jerry Jones bullish on his quarterback. We'll talk about that coming up. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Time for Bullish or BS. Bullish on the Texas Rangers bowling their way into the ALCS with 32 runs in 5 playoff games while holding their opponents to 12.
Yeah.
Those were 100-win teams each. 99-win Rays, 101-win Orioles. How about that? Mowing through the best teams in the American League. Props to the Rangers in Bullish or BS.
Bullish or BS.
Now we're bullish on the Astros getting there, too, and giving us this Texas OU-like American League Championship Series. 7 games, hopefully. Go to the 9th inning of Game 7 to decide it. That would be epic, and it could be.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. Oh, well, it could be. I want to jinx it.
Don't jinx it, Rod.
It could be awesome.
Rod, what do you have in Bullish or BS, my friend?
Bullish or BS. Got a couple of random topics here in Bullish or BS. I want to ask you guys about Bullish or BS. There are already NFL coaches on the hot seat.
Coaches on the hot seat.
Bullish
in the NFL.
or BS.
Bullish. Frank Reich.
Oh,
I know
no.
that's where it started because his comments yesterday, right? What we played.
He called out the owner a little bit.
It seemed like he did, but then he tried to walk it. But basically said, "We have meetings. We'll play the audio later on." But that's what I kind of
Play it right now. Forget you can find a pretty quick tie.
Well, that's what actually got me thinking about. I was like, man, the way he's speaking like he feels like he's on the hot seat already. He just got there, but that was a strange comment to say about your boss, about the owner of the team.
Can I say this?
Very weird.
Bullish or BS on this, Rod, and we'll play the Frank Reich audio here in a minute. Bullish or BS? Bill Belichick on the hot seat. Is that possible? Is that possible?
I would. Oh man, that was 2 back-to-back. He basically had his 2 worst losses in back-to-back weeks since he's been the coach at the Patriots.
And the only one game they've won this year was against Zach Wilson and the Jets, who they always beat the Jets.
Yeah, they have the Jets. I mean, it's been like I want to say since like 2015 or 16 he'd beat the Jets. But you know what? I'm not gonna say hot seat just yet, but it's starting to get warm.
I think so.
I don't think that you cannot fire a legend like this during the middle of the season. He's
No,
got to
you
get
gotta
the
wait.
whole year.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll get fired. I think it'll be
He'll
kick
him and Mr.
upstairs.
Kraft will
He'll
have a
retire.
conversation.
By the way, I hate
Yeah.
to say this to the Cowboy fans, that there is a report out of New England that if they do move on from Bill Belichick, move him upstairs into a different role, Dan Quinn of the Cowboys would be a hot name.
What about Bill Belichick as the
Ooh.
coach of the Cowboys? Little Bill Parcells action.
no, because I don't think he's Bill Parcells. I love Belichick. He's great.
I think Mike McCarthy should be on a hot seat, but at the same time, he's not going to be. Well, I pretty shouldn't even say I think he should. He's 12 wins a year ago, 13 the year before.
It's all about the playoffs for them. If he doesn't get past the divisional round, he will be on the hot seat.
He might
so
be out.
It's not really about what happens during the season, even though that was the litmus test, the measuring stick against the 49ers. If they find a way to get past the divisional round, even if they don't face the 49ers or they face somebody else, that to me is what his job security comes down to.
Well, and I would also put Ron Rivera in Washington on that list too, because remember they lost on Thursday Night Football last week to the winless Bears, and Magic Johnson, who's part of that ownership group, was disappointed in their energy. They didn't come to play. Ron Rivera's teams typically show up and play. They didn't in that game, so that's a name I would put there. Let's hear this Frank Reich sound. Of course, the Panthers drafted Bryce Young. The Texans then drafted C.J. Stroud. There's talk about because Stroud's off to the historically good start. Bryce Young has struggled, doesn't have a lot of weapons to throw to. But this was Frank Reich talking about his relationship with his owner, Dave Tepper, the billionaire.
There's different philosophies in ownership. You know what I mean? Some owners kind of stay away and don't engage a whole lot. Other owners do, and his philosophy is he's going to engage. And listen, it's only been a short experience, but it's been a really good experience. It hasn't been fun.
Hadn't been fun.
Those were difficult meetings.
Well, and that led people to wonder if he was talking about that he wanted C.J. Stroud, he wanted Stroud, the coach did, and the owner wanted Bryce Young, and maybe that's leading to some consternation because now Stroud looks really good and Bryce Young has not yet. I don't know that Bryce Young's been given. He doesn't have a receiver that he can rely upon, or a running back really at this point. Miles Sanders has not been the answer. Their free agent signing from the Eagles, and they're a bad team. They're 0-5, and they're playing the Dolphins this week. Ugh.
It's not good.
Not good.
Yeah.
There's only one matchup, Rod, in the NFL of 2 teams with winning records. Just one. The whole week.
Oh, who's that? Lions, Bucks?
Lions, Buccaneers.
Lions, Bucks, Baker. Man.
Lions are 4-1, Bucks 3-1. Every other game features a winning team and a losing team, or 2 losing teams.
If Baker Mayfield can pull the upset over the Lions, people will start to think maybe that Bucks team is legit in the NFC South.
Only other game close in the NFL would be the Niners at the 2-2 Browns. Niners 5-0 at the 2-2 Browns.
Browns defense is legit, though. That'll be interesting to see how they hold up against the 49ers offense. They got one of the best defenses in the league.
And they're off their bye week. And, of course, Deshaun Watson against that defense.
Okay.
He might not play still.
Oh, D-Watt still hurt?
What was it, Dorian Thompson-Robinson? And who's that, DTR?
Who might be the worst backup in the NFL after watching him 2 weeks ago. So
he was good the preseason.
Yeah,
that's
preseason different than the regular season.
That's true.
We also know there are several ranked matchups in college football. It's a Wednesday. That means we're starting to look forward to the big games of the next weekend. Won't include the Longhorns. They're on their bye week. Cowboys, though, big one on Monday night. We'll talk about it and get it in the headlines coming up. Jerry Jones says Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get his team to the Super Bowl. Yeah, coming up, bottom of the hour, Rod takes us behind the burnt orange curtain. Some deep dive thoughts on the Longhorns in their bye week, how to improve the really unexplainably bad red zone performance so far for an offense this good and this loaded to be this poor inside the 15 or 10-yard line.
It really is
puzzling.
It is. I can't even, as a football theorist, come up with logical, rational reasons as to why a team this talented, with multiple NFL players who will be drafted on offense in the upcoming draft, Xavier Worthy, JT Sanders, and A.D. Mitchell, probably in the first 2 to 3 rounds, easy.
Well,
can't find a way to score in the red zone. They're 122nd in touchdown percentage in the red zone. Crazy.
Yeah, they've been into the red zone, as it's defined, 24 times. They've scored touchdowns on 11.
They've actually scored more touchdowns outside of the red zone.
Yeah, the explosives.
than they've scored in the red zone.
Yeah, they do hit a lot of deep ones, right? Either in the run game or in the pass game.
It's like, what?
Yeah,
so,
they got to get that fixed.
And they got Jonathan. By the way, we just praised Jonathan Brooks, one of the best running backs in the country right now. He's second in the country in rushing yards. And they'd also add that to the mix, too. And one of the biggest O-lines in the country, biggest O-line in the Big 12. Add all that to the mix, and you still have ineptitude in the red zone.
And a kicker who's 12 of 17 on his kick. So if you can't always rely on the field goal either. So those are the pressing matters, tackling and those two things into the into this off week to get better with 6 games to go and still in control of, still having a great season. It's still out there for Texas despite the loss. Still in the top 10, highest ranked one-loss team right now. So that'll be coming up bottom of the hour. Also, we're going to hear from Jerry Jones coming up, talking about his quarterback, Dak Prescott. It's not what the Cowboys fans want to hear right now, but it's really what he probably needed to say at this point in the middle of their season. And I'd also say prayers again to Mary Lou Retton. I was thinking about this, Rod, when this story broke yesterday. Mary Lou Retton's daughter, she has 4 daughters. And one of them went to social media to announce and tell the world that her mother is near death. I mean, she's battling for her life right now.
It's sad.
55 years old. A rare form of pneumonia has gotten to her. She's on a ventilator, can't breathe on her own. Now, it's not all is lost. Let's hope that she can pull through this. But the daughter also, McKenna, revealed that she was without medical insurance. And so they started a GoFundMe account or whatever that's called these days, but very, very sad. And I was thinking about it because I'm 50 years old. She's 55.
Yeah, man.
Right when I was 12, in the Olympics of 1984, you were a little younger than me, so I don't know where your memory of that Olympics is.
No, I've seen highlights and stuff like that, but I didn't live it.
On my sports life, it was hugely impactful because I was living in Houston. And Mary Lou Retton lived in Houston. She trained with the Carolis.
Yeah.
I mean, so she was a big story on the local news.
That's
in
where all
Houston.
the gymnastics phenoms and prodigies moved to train. Yeah.
Well, she had seen Nadia Comaneci win the gold medal in 1976 when she was a kid. And she dedicated her life to try to go win a gold medal. But so if you grew up in Houston, you knew about that story more than really anywhere else because the local news channels would do stories on her.
They get interviews with coaches and stuff like that.
So when she went to a lot of people came to know Mary Lou Retton when she got to Los Angeles and won. If you followed gymnastics, you knew her because she was a U.S. champion. But no female from the United States had ever won the Olympic all-around in gymnastics. And she did. She did it on a bum knee, and it was just an unbelievable story. And being from Houston, it was really, Rod, the first time I had, as a 12-year-old, had really seen a female do something hugely impactful in sports. I mean, I was too young for Billie Jean King.
I'm with you. That's a good point.
It was real. As a hormonal 12-year-old, I kind of had a crush on Mary Lou Retton. I was like, man, she's pretty. And then she's on Wheaties boxes, and she was a phenomenon. She started doing TV shows, and the Bella Caroli, Marta Caroli family, that became legendary. Same Olympics, too, Rod, was Carl Lewis. And Carl Lewis trained in Houston.
Yeah, he did.
So
U of H, baby.
Yeah, so if you knew him, he was down at that running club there, trained at the U of H. So he was huge in Houston. It was just a really big deal. So to hear this morning, I'm really saddened by that and hope the best for her. And, she came to Texas, Rod. She went to UT. After the Olympics, and she got married to a Texas quarterback, a guy who played quarterback at Texas named Shannon Kelly. Shannon Kelly, he's gone on to be a developer down in Houston and now still working in the Houston Baptist Athletic Department. They have 4 daughters. They're no longer married. They divorced in 2018, but hope the best for them. And that's a really sad story.
That is a sad story.
I just remember that being such a big deal.
She was huge.
In my childhood.
Yeah.
And it was in Houston, Rod, you know that it was a huge story. She was like, She and Carl Lewis were in charge of the city more than the Astros.
Oh yeah, that key to the city back then.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. They were Olympic. I mean, they were Olympic stars, so they were international stars and brands.
Well, we see it here when someone at UT does something huge, right, on a huge stage, and they went to Texas, and maybe the rest of the country doesn't know it as well. But here, like Jordan Spieth has a bigger following here than really anywhere else because they saw him in college. That was how I was when I was growing up. But Dan, I just remember it as being the real first impactful female that I can remember.
And she's relatively, young.
Oh, she was.
I mean, I'm talking about right now.
She's 55.
It's just not. Yeah, it's not. She's not.
Well,
that
that
old.
was the other thing. When I was 12, she was 17. Like she was just a kid too. So it was like, wow, that's pretty amazing that someone that young can shine like that on that big of a stage and outdo the rest of the world.
Yeah,
but
it's sad, man.
And the Olympics were in our country there in Los Angeles and the Coliseum and all that. So, all right, so that is happening. Prayers for her and her family for sure. Rod will get us behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll take your thoughts on the stories of the morning. Several people mentioned the coaches on the hot seat. Somebody said Matt Eberflus in Chicago, Brandon Staley of the Chargers.
Staley of the Chargers might be an interesting one too if they underachieve this year. I agree with that because they had a lot of talent. This is a year for them to break through. And he's a defensive guy, and it's a defense, even though they spend I think they're like top 8 money on defense, and yet their defense is not one of the better defenses in the NFL. It's actually a liability. And Kellen Moore, remember, a lot of people thought Kellen Moore was he was going to be a fast riser, end up as a head coach one day, and he kind of I don't know where he hit like a stalemate for some reason because he was a fast riser. He probably stayed in the Cowboys organization a little too long, but he may end up the next in line for that job if Brandon Staley's ousted.
Yeah, and we know this. I mean, no matter what happens with the Cowboys, Dan Quinn will be in demand when this season is over too. There's also the Ben Johnson, the kid in Detroit, the young offensive coordinator. Those will be the in-demand coaches. And you wonder if any of these college coaches that are doing their thing will be.
They can get Lincoln Riley, everybody will take him. That Lincoln Riley, Caleb Williams package is all Lincoln Riley's quarterback package. Basically, like whatever quarterback's gonna be drafted number 1, whether it was Baker or whether it was Kyler. I don't know if that happened with Jalen Hurts. There wasn't as much talk because he didn't go that high. But when you got Caleb Williams, who's going to be considered number 1 overall pick, there's always talk that can a team get a Lincoln Riley and the quarterback package all in one. Fire their coach, but also get a new head coach and the quarterback and the system that he runs, and bring it all to the NFL.
It's a very good point. And I still don't know if Lincoln Riley would be a good head coach in the NFL. Would it be Cliff Kingsbury 2.0 because he doesn't coach a defense? Now, in the NFL, you can actually hire a defensive coordinator. But I've come to the conclusion, Rod, and we've talked about it, that Rod, he just doesn't.
He doesn't prioritize it. He doesn't care.
He's not physical enough in practice.
He didn't care enough. He doesn't.
And to me, that's where the physicality comes from. Sark talks about going. I mean, Georgia's the toughest team in the country, and the practices, the physicality of their practices are legendary. That you can't believe. You hear NFL scouts saying, you can't believe when you go to a Georgia practice. I mean, Tuesday, Wednesday, mano a mano, ones on ones,
smacking on the pads.
Yes.
Like, what's that sound?
Yeah, I mean, it's like wow. And obviously at USC, and at Oklahoma before it, that's just not the case. And
see the video that's come out of them squirting water on the punt returners as they catch the football? Like that's what USC's the coaches are doing, trying to distract him. Which I mean, it's probably a coaching technique, but it goes to your point. People are mocking it as this is what they do in practice.
Water's not going to tackle you in the game. Well, and that's look. I think there's enough body of evidence to say that there is something with that. Because I remember when Mike Leach was at Texas Tech and he was all offense, no defense. But at Texas Tech, it was hard to recruit. You almost had to become gimmicky at some level to be able to compete with the talent you can bring into Lubbock, Texas, right? USC, it shouldn't be about talent, Rod.
You should be
prepping the talent. You should have plenty of guys.
Well, he's been at 2 blue bloods like that. He's been in Oklahoma. That's the case. Hell, Oklahoma, Brent Venables already got a damn good defense. Took him 2 years to basically. But I think it's a priority thing. We know Lincoln Riley's a hell of a coach. There's no question. He's a hell of a coach, and he knows football. And him being this inept on defense just means he doesn't care about it as much. Sorry, Lincoln. That's how I view it. Unless you want me to view you as a coach that whose football genius only applies to offense, and on defense you just have no clue at all. Well, I refuse to believe that because you have to diagnose a defense right, as an offensive mind. So you have to know how the structure and what works on a defense and the rules to violate them as an offensive mind.
Yeah, that's well said.
Yeah.
And that's how you wonder how this because the real fascinating thing moving forward in the college football season is obviously can Texas find their way back into the Big 12 title game to meet Oklahoma in a rematch of that classic from Saturday. And then how is the Pac-12 going to shake itself out, and how is the Big Ten going to shake itself out when you've got 3 or 4 teams? In the Big Ten, you have 3 teams in the top 7 in the country, top 6 in the country, with Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State. They've all going to play each other head-to-head. And then, Oregon, Washington, and USC in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
And, of those teams right now, Rod, Oregon's got the most complete team because they're number 7 in total, 6 in total defense right now. In the country.
They're well rounded.
And whereas Washington is really good offensively, but they're in the 60s or 70s in defense. USC we know is all offense, no defense. Oregon is 6th in total defense with Dan Mullen, who came from Georgia to coach that team when Mario Cristobal left. So they're probably the one to watch out there with Bo Nix because they're the most complete side. Hey, let's get to the quick headlines, and then we will talk more college football, pro football, and into Rod's behind the burnt orange curtain at the bottom of the hour. First, the news. Top Gun, Reynolds and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. And, we are now 1 Astros win away from an all-Texas, all-Lone Star American League Championship Series after last night and yesterday's action. Texas Rangers completed a dominating 3-game sweep of the Orioles in the AL Divisional Series last night in Arlington, 7-1 the final. Home runs for Corey Seager, El Bombe, and Nathaniel Lowe. Alderback Nathan Eovaldi, he allowed just a single run, struck out 7 over 7 clutch frames. Rangers now 5-0 in the postseason. They've outscored the Rays and the Orioles 33-12, headed to the ALCS for the first time since 2011, and the first for their first-year manager, Bruce Bochy.
It's unreal. This is why I came back for, hoping something like this would happen. I know how blessed I am to be in this situation, and these guys have been road warriors. We've been through a lot, and to be right now, there's work to be done still. What kind of baseball they've been playing has just been awesome.
Absolutely. They will open Sunday. Will they play the Astros? Astros now need 1 win away, 1 win to get there for the 7th consecutive time in the Final Four of Major League Baseball. They rolled past the Twins yesterday 9-1. Defending world champs can close it out tonight. Jose Urquidy facing Joe Ryan in that one. Also tonight, both the National League Series can resume. This afternoon, about 4:07, Phillies welcome the Braves into what should be a crazy environment in Philadelphia for Game 3 of that series, not at a game each. In Phoenix tonight, Diamondbacks will look to finish off a sweep of the Dodgers. They took the first 2 games in L.A. NFL, Cowboys got demolished by the Niners in primetime last Sunday night. Now they're kind of reeling and must turn their attention quickly to another primetime matchup this Monday night when they face the L.A. Chargers in L.A. On his weekly radio visit yesterday on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones made it clear that Dak Prescott is the quarterback and believes is the quarterback to get them to the Super Bowl.
Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get us to the Super Bowl. That's the way that's going to be.
There you go. Chargers, meanwhile, coming off their bye week. Does appear they'll be getting the all-pro running back Austin Eckler back in their lineup. He's been out since week 1 when he hurt his ankle in a loss to the Dolphins. Trade in the NFL. Rams have agreed to trade wide receiver Van Jefferson to the Falcons in a draft pick swap. Right. By the way, I said Dan Mullen. It's Dan Lanning.
Dan Lanning. Yeah, Dan Mullen wishes.
Hey, can I mention in that round robin of the Big Ten, Michigan has Penn State has the number 1 defense in the country right now, if you're paying attention to what's happening in the Big Ten.
Really?
3.79 yards per play allowed. They only allow 210 yards per game.
It's pretty stout. I like that.
Michigan is number 3 on that list. Oregon is number 6. So Ohio State's number 8, by the way. It probably would go to this level of schedule that they've played, all 3 of those, but that's going to be some head-knocking football when Michigan, Penn State, and Ohio State square off here in the coming weeks. Same thing out in the West Coast, including this week with Oregon and Washington.
Yeah, that's where it starts. That's the first of like 3 or 4 matchups in the Pac-12 that really, like I said, they're going to cannibalize each other. It's good. That's good news for Texas. Texas' path is pretty clear. You just got to take care of business.
I hope we don't become prisoners of the moment and realize, as we're talking now, if one of those teams out of the Pac-12 is just a 1-loss team,
they're in.
They have to be in, right?
Yeah, they're in, of course. Yeah, because they'll have so many quality wins.
Yeah.
The 1 loss. But also, you become, if you have 2 losses, it pretty much kind of puts you then on the outs. Then you're pretty much on the outskirts pretty much because there'll be too many, between the Big Ten, between the SEC, and now with Texas and Oklahoma, there's only 1 more spot left because the Big Ten's going to get a spot. SEC's getting a spot, and now the Big 12's going to get a spot with Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
There'll only be 1 left for the Pac-12. The last year of the Pac-12.
I will still worry about Oklahoma a little bit because they do have to make a trip to BYU. They've got to go to Stillwater in the final Bedlam game. There's still some real – I'm not just kind of penciling Texas in, but Oklahoma has the tougher next 6 than Texas does.
Agreed.
Texas got through their first 6, which were tougher, with just the one loss, and now they've got to win some road battles.
I think West Virginia's got to go to Norman, though, right?
They do. That's November 11th.
And based on record, that's the toughest one remaining. So, I don't know. I think BYU probably, because BYU worries me a little bit about Texas, too, just because the O-line strong for BYU. They got good lines of scrimmage, and they're grown men. It's hard to they got guys paying mortgages with families. So BYU worries me a little bit. And K-State, even though they're not playing well, I still get a little anxious thinking about K-State in the purple kryptonite. They're the last dual threat quarterback you're gonna face. We just saw what Dylan Gabriel did against Texas. They're gonna copy that whole damn blueprint and try to replicate exactly what Oklahoma did. So you'll see quarterback draws. You'll see triple option from the Kansas game too with Will Howard. And my man Jerry talked about this. They got probably the best interior O-line in the Big 12, which matches up against Texas's interior D-line, which is the strength of their defense. And they also run the 3-high, 3-down defense, which matches up well against Sark's offense. Statistically, the productivity drops for Sark offenses in Big 12 play versus this 3-high, 3-high defense. So there's just a couple of things that they present that worry me, but Texas should be more than up to the task if they're prepared and ready to play.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, so a lot of good football coming. Longhorns are going to take a breath. Rod will get us behind the burnt orange curtain and diagnose some things for Texas here during this bye week as the Longhorns will get off their feet a little bit, and we can focus on some bigger games around the country. Excited for that this weekend. Also the NFL. It's going to be good.
Oh, yeah, well, is it going to be good, the NFL? They've had only 4 of the last 36 games have actually had a fourth quarter lead change in the NFL.
Man. Well, and
think about that.
As we were talking about with coaches on the hot seat earlier, I was thinking about the coming months because obviously some teams are separating, right? I mean, that Detroit-Tampa Bay game this week is big. If Detroit wins that, gets to 5-1, and they're kind of up there in that echelon with, Philadelphia and San Francisco in the NFC.
Yeah,
and they're talking about making a trade for Max Crosby. I did see where Pro Football Focus has the 2 highest pressure rates in the league right now, Aiden Hutchinson and Max Crosby. Can you imagine if they added Max Crosby?
That would be a game changer. If they do that, then I might be picking them to make the NFC title game. That's nasty. That's pretty good.
Those become the compelling things in the next 2.5, 3 weeks of who makes a move. I mean, last year this time was the 49ers making the move for Christian McCaffrey.
Honestly, Kansas City needs to make that move. I've been saying it all year. They need a wide receiver, and I'm thinking about who is losing right now in the league and who would give up a wide receiver, but they need one bad, man. And I know they like Ross. Was it Justin Ross?
Yes.
They like him, and they like Rashee Rice?
Rashee Rice will be the guy.
Yeah, I like them too, but they're not going to be ready by the end of this season in the playoffs to give you quality reps. Exactly. Like I like those guys, though. I think in the future they're going to build around those young players. You need right now a solution right now for Patrick Mahomes in that offense. They have to do it.
They won a Super Bowl with less weapons last year, I'd argue.
Yep, the NFL's different year to year. You can make that argument. You can. But I'll say this. Kelsey, his numbers are down.
Sure.
Probably because of the Taylor Swift distractions.
And he's been banged up, right? He had the injury in week 1, and he kind of twisted his ankle last week. And he's only getting older player.
Yeah, Father Time is undefeated. And I'll say this, they haven't had any of those receivers really separate consistently so they can say, oh, man, now Rashee Rice is the guy. We've seen flashes from all those guys, but I don't think we've seen them consistently show that, hey, they can be, I don't know, number 1 wide receiver material, but go-to guy material.
Yeah, I look at what the 49ers did last year to make the splash to get McCaffrey was game changer, right? And
that's what you need to do.
And if is there a player out there, and it really is going to rely on a team that's ready to trade. I mean, I think Denver would trade right now, but that's in your division, and you got a Jerry Jeudy type player. If Washington continues to lose, Terry McLaurin could be available.
They got Samuel, right?
Yeah, Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin would be guys.
That's not bad.
That's a name I would watch for Kansas City because you're right. I mean, because remember they traded with the Giants to get Kadarius Toney, and they thought he was going to a former first-round pick maybe could emerge as a guy.
Hasn't worked.
Sky Moore they drafted has not become the guy. So yeah, I think watching Cincinnati. What if T. Higgins became available if the Bengals continue to lose?
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about that.
They got to think long term. Jamar Chase is there. They've already signed him. And you can't sign both those guys. And T. Higgins has made it clear he wants first receiver money.
You can't get two receivers first receiver money.
No,
that's
you
just
cannot.
bad business. And a quarterback that's the highest paid ever. So yeah, that's bad business. Here's a stat about Rashee Rice and Kadarius Toney. Rashee Rice leads all wide receivers in drop rate right now in the league.
Whew, I didn't know that.
16.7%. You know who's second? Kadarius Toney at 15.8%. It's unsustainable. They got to get help at wide receiver. Patrick Mahomes, he's a football god, but he can't do it all by himself, man. He can't do that. They got to figure out something else. And his favorite target, Travis Kelce, career low in yards per catch, career low in yards per target, career low in ADOT. Already got some injuries.
Well,
Father Time is
I
undefeated.
should bite my tongue on
You need
T.
some
Higgins.
weapons.
T. Higgins is already making $22 million.
They already paid him.
That was the conversation I had in my head. The T.
I
Higgins,
said
they've already paid him, and
They
now they
tag
know
him?
they have to. Well, he signed a 4-year contract.
They already paid him.
4 years, 90.
I didn't realize they already paid him, actually.
And you wonder if.
Damn, that's how receivers are getting paid that much now. When they getting paid $22 million, doesn't even come up on my damn Twitter feed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he just signed. So you wonder if they would
I
move
didn't
him
realize
if they keep losing, right? That big win last week where Jamar Chase went off, had 15 catches, and of course I was facing him in fantasy football, so he scored like 50-something points, even though he hadn't done anything all year, Jamar Chase. He has the huge game last week. They win in Arizona. But if the Bengals continue to take losses with Joe Burrow, that would be a name. But
Man.
I just don't know that the Bengals within the conference would trade a player that caliber to Kansas City.
So they're going to have two 20-something a year wide receivers, 20-something million a year wide receivers.
Yeah, because I mentioned they already paid Jamar Chase. They have not. They
They haven't yet.
They
but they
paid
will.
T. Higgins.
It's inevitable.
It is. They have to.
So they're going to be paying both of them 20-something million. And how much, just for the two receivers and the quarterback, how much are they going to
Yes.
be paying a year?
Yeah.
Just for those three pieces.
If I'm the Chiefs, I'm looking at the NFC West and Seattle with DK Metcalf, maybe the Rams with Cooper Kupp. See if one of those teams falls off here in the next few weeks. I maybe get a first-round pick and a third for one of those guys.
Okay. So Jamar Chase that's
Yeah, because right now Jamar Chase is making about $7 million on his rookie contract,
He's in the last year, right?
and he's in the last year. So
Oh.
he's valued at about $25 million a season at this point. So
wow.
that is one to watch. But again, I don't
didn't
know
realize
that.
Okay.
But I don't know how they handle that because I'm not a capologist. But that seems
That
seems
seems
like
irresponsible.
a lot.
That seems irresponsible. But you know what? I want to go look at the Eagles because they're in a similar situation because of A.J. Brown. Devontae Smith hasn't gotten his second contract yet, right?
Nope.
So that'll happen, and he's going to be in that same range. They just
They
paid
paid
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
So they got probably that decision to make too pretty soon. But
All right.
at least they got a Super Bowl appearance out of it. And so I guess so did the Bengals.
We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain, come up the other side of the NFL in the coming weeks as teams continue to lose. Will be the tanking conversation because you're going to have a lot of teams that fall out of contention that all of a sudden start thinking, we got to get one of these quarterbacks. We got to get in line and not fall too far down because this is one of the best quarterback classes we've seen.
Yes, it is.
Maybe ever, but certainly in recent history. We'll come back. Rod behind the BOC off the record for the end of the hour. Glad you're with us on a Wednesday. For the top of the hour, we will get some off-the-record stories, including a Hall of Fame legendary broadcaster playing the role of hero. Oh, my gosh. Also, we have an update on the teacher in Missouri who was suspended after her students found her OnlyFans account. Oh, boy.
Oh, man, come on.
Come on, man.
Trend
She
here.
she can't make some extra bread on the side, a little side hustle? Come on, man.
Not in public education, Rod. Can't
What?
do that. You know,
Really?
we don't pay you enough. To,
You don't pay teachers anything, and now you don't want to have side hustles either.
Well, she's made a decision. We'll tell you about that coming up. And off the record,
It's not
among
good.
the stories, breaking news in the NFL, as we were just talking some NFL, it's official now. The Indianapolis Colts have put Anthony Richardson, their quarterback, on IR, meaning he will miss the next 4 games at least with that injured shoulder. Means Gardner Minshew is the quarterback of the Colts moving forward, at least for the much like Justin Jefferson. There's thoughts that the Dolphins may put Devin Achane on the IR as well, because remember, IR is kind of like the disabled list in baseball or
Yeah.
injured list. You
Got to
gotta
be on it for 4 games minimum.
Yeah, and it's to be able to clear up a roster spot to bring in somebody else while they're down, and it just guarantees they can't come back for 4 weeks. So that's the story on Anthony Richardson. Somebody texted us and said, hey, guys, what about Juju Smith-Schuster to the Chiefs?
That's pretty good because the Patriots are pretty much done, and he played from last year.
Knows the system.
That's a great idea, Texter. That's money. Actually, that's probably the best idea.
Is he going to move the needle though?
Well,
No.
but you know what?
but-
To the stats Rod said, Patrick Mahomes trusts him.
Yes.
He doesn't trust these guys he's throwing to right now.
No.
That's the problem. He doesn't trust they're going to catch the ball if he throws it to him.
And it makes it easier to defend Kelsey because you don't worry about those guys on the outside because he doesn't trust them.
That would be
And
the
they're so
most
inconsistent.
affordable get, I think.
Yes, the other ones you gotta
Go up a lot.
kind of recalibrate the salary cap if you make a bigger move than that.
Well, and with the parity in the league, you may not, because the trade deadline's at the end of this month, and there may be not enough teams. Like Cincinnati may not be far enough out of it yet, right? To kind of trade a player the caliber of Higgins, but keep the name T. Higgins under your hat because they're going to have to move him at some point.
People were saying that about the Bucks. They could be Mike Evans or something, but the Bucks are winning now.
Oh, that's right. They're
So like you
3-1.
said, they're not out of it. So yeah, you got to find a team that's out of it who's got some good resources at wide receiver. There are enough of them if you do the research, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right. This also says, why didn't Texas put a spy on Dylan Gabriel? We'll talk about that more, but we talked about that on Monday. That
Yeah,
Dylan Gabriel hadn't run all year. I mean,
it was a tendency breaker.
yeah, they sprung that on Texas.
Yep.
He
Now,
had-
during the game, you could argue adjustment-wise,
Yes.
that should have been maybe one of the major adjustments, and it wasn't. And I'll say why because they ran a quarterback draw a lot.
yeah,
So they were
design
throwing,
quarterback run game. They had not done that this year.
yeah,
much
they
at
hadn't
all.
done that a lot. So I will say that PK just wasn't ready for it. And if you start spying him without him being a true running threat, because they weren't running like triple option, and his design runs were quarterback draw, so they were deceptive running game. He only had 4 scrambles. Now they were big plays, but he only had 4 of them. And they had 5 quarterback draws and 4 scrambles. That's it. So I understand what people are saying about put a spy on him, but you had to make sure you know when to put that spy on him, or you're going to waste that man, and your secondary probably needed that extra man in coverage, considering the way they were covering and the way they were tackling. Texas wasn't tackling very well either.
No, they were.
That's another. They
tackling very
actually had
poorly.
chances to Jalen Ford on the biggest run for Dylan Gabriel. Jalen Ford's right there. Your best defensive player meets him in the hole, right there in the hole. I mean, it's like a practice drill that was set up with the cones right beside him. He's got about a 5-yard, kind of 5-yard radius there. All right, to juke and to figure out how he's going to get around Jalen Ford, and he leaves him flat-footed.
Yeah.
In within that 5 yards and finds a way to make an explosive play. So you could have put a spy on him, but if you did put a spy on him, you still got to tackle him. And Jalen Ford had a chance to tackle him and didn't.
Well said. With that in mind, that's a good way to launch into some other Texas football talk with the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain.
All right, we gave some props earlier to Jonathan Brooks, and we'll do that again too, because I want to make sure that people understand like how special the season that Jonathan Brooks is having, because it is easily the most unexpected surprise and pleasant surprise of the year for Texas. There's no doubt about that. But I want to get to the red zone issues for Texas, which have been honestly they've been something that has been an issue for Texas all season long. Texas was 108th going into the Texas OU game in touchdown percentage in the red zone. And it just wasn't a big concern for Longhorn fans because Texas was so explosive. They were scoring a lot of touchdowns from outside the red zone. So it wasn't like it was losing Texas games. Well, what did I say last week before the Oklahoma game? I said, well, everything's amplified, magnified in the Texas OU game. So your faults and your weaknesses, the liabilities within your roster, they tend to show themselves, and they tend to be exacerbated in this Texas OU matchup. It's exactly what happened. It's essentially, Sark admitted at least the last media availability yesterday not yesterday, but on Monday, that he thought the biggest factor in Texas losing the game was their red zone offense, or lack thereof, in being 1 of 3 in the red zone. And here's this little stat. Shout out to my man Bobby Burton, who shared it with me of On Texas Football. Texas has scored more touchdowns from outside the red zone this year than from inside the red zone.
Oh.
That is, and it is one of the more perplexing issues with Texas because they have so many weapons. They have JT Sanders. They have X-Man, A.D. Mitchell. These are guys going to be drafted in the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft. I mean, Texas hadn't had an offensive draft that's going to be this good on the offensive side of the ball in when? Just in 15, 60, 17 years or something like that. You got to go back to the mid-2000s since Texas would have had this many good players drafted offensively on the offensive side of the ball, skill position-wise, and yet they can't score. We just talked about Jonathan Brooks, which we'll talk about again later on in the show. May do it for Raj round of the day, but he is right now one of the top 3 actually, most productive running backs in the country. So your running game is also finding its form. Last 3 weeks, you could argue he has been the most productive and the best running back in the country. And your offensive line is a mammoth one. Big humans, right? Shout out to the BMDs in the Pancake Factory. You got the biggest O-line in the Big 12, one of the biggest in the country, averaging 325 pounds across the board. And you went in with jumbo package, added another offensive lineman to that. Added 2 defensive linemen to that. You talk about 2,500 pounds of mass of human, big humans that Texas still couldn't get 1 yard in 3 tries. 4 tries really, but they passed it on the other one and tried to run it on those first 3. So if you are Sark, your number one priority, and he even admitted this, is going to be red zone offense in the bye week. Try to fix it. They're 122nd right now in touchdown percentage in the red zone. So they're getting worse and trending toward being one of the worst red zone teams in the country. So I think for Sark, he admitted this, and I like the way he went at it. He said they're going to look at it analytically. He didn't use that term, but that's the way he broke it down. They're going to look at every red zone possession, every red zone play, and break it down by formation, personnel grouping, situation, play call, the different play distribution from different players. He's going to break it down in every different way. Essentially, they're going to isolate the successful plays, the success rates of every play, and which ones have been most effective. And they're probably going to try to use those plays more, or at least try to extract those plays and make sure that they focus and prioritize getting better at what they're already good at in the red zone. And anything that hasn't worked, that has a really, really low success rate and has been highly ineffective, they'll just probably cut it, period. And then on top of the ones that are already successful, they're going to add new ideas and innovations. And Sark, we talked about how coaches steal plays. Shano is famous for it, even admits that he steals plays from other coaches. And Sean Payton is famous for admitting he steals plays. Sark probably needs to go deep diving, rabbit holing, NFL and college level, looking at the best offenses and the best red zone offenses, and just go start stealing plays. Just go start taking plays, taking concepts, and still. I'm sure he's already doing that. He's probably already got a book full of them, but that needs to be the approach as well as the analytical approach they're taking. In addition to that, I would advise Sark to go back further. I said this yesterday. Go back further than just the games this season, because I think your red zone issues could be from remnants of your play calling philosophy when you were in the Bijan and Rojo era. Because this red zone issue has now become a much more urgent issue now this season, post Bijan and Rojo. It wasn't an issue, and it wasn't something that I considered or anybody considered to be a liability for this offense when you had Bijan and Rojo. So I think maybe Sark is possible, just a theory, that he's calling plays similar to the way he called them during the Bijan and Rojo era in the red zone when you don't have that personnel, and maybe now the mentality and the philosophy needs to shift for Sark. So I would encourage him to go study those plays, analytically break those down too, and find out if those concepts in 21 and 22 also similarly are effective or ineffective in 2023, and then see if there's some way that now there are remnants of your play calling mentality that you kept when you had Bijan and Rojo that are now maybe affecting your play calling in the red zone in 2023 without those very crucial pieces.
It's well said and broke down as usual, and obviously the outcome of not getting it fixed will, we've seen it throughout the year. It allows teams to hang around. It allows teams that you're better than to force some field goals. Then maybe you miss a field goal, and all of a sudden they can stay in a game. We saw Wyoming do it. We saw Rice do it for a little bit. Kansas did it into the third quarter, and that's where Sark said on Monday clearly, we moved the ball too well with our run game, our pass game, our quarterback to not have more points on the board. And not getting points allows teams to hang, and especially with these shorter games, and that's how you get yourself beat again. Because you have an off night, and all of a sudden you're not executing. You need those 7 points for sure. And as Sark said on Monday, and we all saw, Oklahoma made 6 trips in the red zone, scored 34 points. Texas made their trips in the red zone, got 3. Yeah, that's going to get you beat again. And this was a game that you were leading with 12 seconds to go.
Exactly.
Despite that, and that's how you'll get beat again. If you handle and fix that and work on your tackling, the things that were exposed on Saturday, then this team can get better and handle their business the rest of the way and get themselves back to Arlington. All right, we will come back. When we do, it'll be off the record, including, the Hall of Fame sportscaster who became hero and this teacher in Missouri. Rod will have some great off-the-record stories as well as coming back stories you maybe haven't heard but need to know coming next. All right, off the record time coming up next hour. Rod will have his second rant of the day. I'll give you the team in the NFL that maybe, if they get their act together, could join the elite teams of pro football based on their early performance. There's one team I think that have a very high ceiling we're not talking about, Rod. We know the Niners, the Dolphins, Eagles, all really good. I got a team for you, the Chiefs, but there's one I got to point out. We'll also get some other conversations going, but off the record time, Rod, how about the Hall of Fame broadcaster Bob Costas? Bob Costas was at a restaurant eating with his friend, and friend started to choke on his food, and it was Bob Costas, little old Bob Costas, who jumped up and gave his buddy the Heimlich maneuver and saved his life.
Ah, there you go, Bob. There you go. Good for you.
Costas said, I don't know if I saved his life, but saved him considerable discomfort, that's for sure.
That's awesome, man. Good for him. That's something that, everybody should be knowledgeable of, is how to perform the Heimlich maneuver, how to give CPR. I think the last class I took on stuff like that was like 2-3 years ago, but I need to take it. Everybody should take that class every 5 years or so.
CPR and Heimlich. And Heimlich is pretty easy to learn.
It's really easy. All that stuff is pretty easy to learn, but
I had to execute it on my oldest child one
there
time.
you go. Yeah, that's why you need to learn, just
Like,
especially for me, for a kid. Because I heard kids choke all the time.
They
random
do.
stuff.
Yeah, he saw it. We were having steak.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'd buy cooked steaks, and he started to choke, and
boom.
I looked at him. My wife looked at me, and I was like,
She's
they
like,
all
go to
started
work.
freaking
Go,
out.
go.
Did you get behind him?
Oh yeah.
And just fly out?
Well, I mean, I think the key, and he was real skinny, and so I didn't want to hurt him because.
Oh yeah, sometimes you break your ribs and stuff.
Yeah, so and the key for me, and I think for anybody, just calm everything down. It's got plenty of time. Because everybody starts freaking out.
Of time. It's like a 2-minute drill. You got plenty of time.
Yeah,
you got plenty of time.
You got time. But so I just wanted to make sure I got it in the right place and make sure I got a good grip and popped right out.
Clutch, baby.
Popped right out.
That's the clutch gene right there. You got the clutch gene, baby.
So I can see you standing up slow.
He's like, I got this, baby. I got this. No freaking out.
Don't relax. Well, I was a lifeguard, Rod.
That's right.
Unfortunately, in my life, I've been in a couple of life-saving situations.
That's good though.
So.
That's good that you don't panic though. Some people freak out in a situation. Not everybody has that clutch gene.
Haven't they changed the CPR, where you're not supposed to do mouth to mouth? It's all about chest compressions.
Yes, but I think more of this chest compressions is what I learned too about how to do chest. But I need to take a refresher course. Everybody should. Oh, speaking of, me and my man Mike Harge, we were doing Ball Don't Lie. We did a remote at a Pluckers.
Oh, I remember hearing that on the radio.
And while we were doing the show, one of our fans who was there just listening started choking on one of the boneless wings. He just started choking, and we were observing it and doing. I almost basically did play-by-play. We got to find that one. And then the dude right next to him, who did not know him, just another listener of the show, just came out to hang out. He basically performed the Heimlich and saved this dude's life right there in front of us. Dude was choking. Everybody started freaking out. He had just like EE. No, he was calm, ice water in his veins, stood up. He just directed the guy to turn around, and he got behind him. Heimlich, boom. Got it out.
Yeah, that's
saved
the
his
key.
life.
You got to calm the person down.
Yeah, he did. He soothed them, rubbed his back a little bit. He's like, "You're good, man. You're good.
Calm down."
And then it was amazing to watch. It really, I was like, man, that restored my faith in humanity. It was just a stranger helping a stranger.
Well, one time I was alone by myself. I was alone, and a piece of ice got lodged in my throat.
Oh,
and I just had to sit there and wait
to melt.
Let it melt. Yeah. I was doing
dude, what?
Yeah.
Hold on, how long did this take to melt?
Probably 30 seconds.
Wow, that's the 30 seconds I would be freaking
I was just trying to, okay, it's fine. This is going to melt. I don't have to freak out. Give me a second, and then it went right down.
That's scary, man. You got that gene, brother. You got that gene.
Stay calm.
Okay, can I give you this off the record?
Yes.
Okay, so reportedly Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith have been separated for 7 years. That's been reported by TMZ.
Keep my wife out your mouth.
And it's like, oh, dude, why'd you go up there and slap Chris Rock then?
Now Chris Rock gets a free shot at Will Smith.
It said Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith have been separated for the past 7 years, something the missus is now revealing in her new memoir. Jada made the revelation Wednesday in a couple of different interviews, one with People Magazine and another with Today. In both, she admits that she and Will have been leading separate lives since 2016 and that even today they continue to live separately. She's been gaslighting Will Smith for their entire relationship, and she continues to do it again. This woman is toxic.
Why is she relevant?
She used to be an actress because of this. This is why she's relevant now, because she dogs and gaslights her man whenever she gets a chance.
And Will Smith's a big star, or was a big star.
He's still an A-lister, but yeah, he's still. I mean, just won the Oscar. The year he slapped Chris Rock. Don't forget, he won the Oscar.
I know he did. Best actor.
He was best actor of the year. You
Made
got to
some good
really be
movies.
good. Oh man,
He's soft.
yeah, he is soft, but still, she
I
is.
used to love
She's
Will Smith.
diabolical though. She
He's
is.
the Fresh Prince, man.
She's
I-
playing with his mind.
That was
dude.
the show of my childhood. Like I've
Yeah, I
watched
feel bad
every
for the
Fresh
guy.
Prince.
I do. I feel bad for the
You
guy.
feel
I do. I
Dude,
do.
she's been telling. She
you
told
can't
him.
sit around and endure that for however
He
long
loves
it's been
her.
since the
He's a
90s.
lady.
Yeah, he just loves her, dude. He really does. Like, he's been a cuckold. Like she has basically openly admitted that he's a cuckold and accepts her being, in intimate relationships with other men. Like humiliates this
He
man
doesn't watch, does he?
publicly. No, I don't think they watch. I think just knowing of it though kind of still makes you a cuckold.
That's just Case McCoy.
Stop.
Oh no,
That's a legend. That didn't happen. All right, real quick. If you're not familiar with the matter of a Missouri teacher known to her students as Brianna Coppage, she's an English teacher in Missouri. Her OnlyFans subscriber know her as Brooklyn Love XXX.
A triple X.
And she
Nice.
was suspended because her students found her OnlyFans site. And Mrs. Coppage has now said she's not going to fight for her job. She's leaving to go full-time OnlyFans because she has an overwhelming amount of student debt to pay off. And she's making a lot more money doing X-rated things on OnlyFans than she is teaching our kids English.
See, come on, man.
St. Clair, Missouri.
You pay the teachers. This is what happens. You pay the teachers, they wouldn't have to resort to this. And by the way, my theory still continues. Teachers are way hotter today than they used to be. Teachers, when I was going to school, were not this hot. They're getting hotter every day.
And teachers are banging kids too.
Yes, wait,
Ty had
now
that, Ty had that at Westlake.
Oh,
it's
my
Miss
gosh.
Brittany and Miss Kelly. It used to be like Miss Houston and Miss Cooper.
Ty actually knows one of his good buddies who was in a relationship with one of the teachers who got in big trouble, right?
Two of them. Two guys.
Two of your buddies?
Mm-hmm. That's why it's the best
Eskimo
lake.
brothers?
That's why it's the best lake.
Seriously, I should have went to tutoring in math more often.
I'm sure those kids were traumatized.
Should have eaten your eggs. You
No.
could have gone to ACL Fest that one time. We're learning a lot about Ty. Yeah, Brianna Coppage. You can find her if you are an
She's
OnlyFans
making
person.
way more money on OnlyFans than she was as a teacher.
10,000 a month is what I read.
Exactly. Good for her.
Brooklyn Love XXX.
If I was a student, I'd be upset.
And
I
she's
mean,
gonna be
that was
making a lot more now. Free promotion.
You're right, because now she's got the dirty teacher thing going. Naughty teacher.
Hey,
Yeah.
do English lessons.
Yeah.
English lessons.
Yeah.
with
After
Brittany.
school tutoring.
We'll be back. Hook 'em up. Oh, man, off the record, off the chain right there. Ty, what's the name of the movie with the school teacher you knew growing up?
Wow.
It's a TV show on FX called A Teacher.
A Teacher, and that's based on the teacher you had at Westlake?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. It's crazy.
And I won't mention her name. But
I'm going to watch that. I actually saw that series on
Kate Mara.
Hulu. I didn't watch it, but I saw like the preview for it.
And Kate Mara looks just like her.
Really?
Does she really?
Whoa.
Well, Kate Mara is of the Mara family, which is
Rooney
Wellington Mara,
Maras.
who owns the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Same Maras.
The Rooney Mara. They hooked up with the Rooney Maras, so now I got the the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Giants families are now connected. Isn't that crazy? It's wild, man. It's wild.
Yeah. Well, you know, some dudes grow up quicker than others, and some young teachers. I don't know, man. I don't know.
She was married too.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of them do have significant others. That's even sadder.
That's terrible. Okay, so we've got that. We've also got football, and Rod's got a rant coming up. We'll also have a round of Who Said That?
Who said
before
that?
the end of this hour. We go all the way to 11 o'clock with our 5-hour, 5-day-a-week conversation. Austin's only local morning sports conversation. And Rod, quick thought. We're talking about the Rangers and their demolition of the American League East so far in the playoffs, 5-0, 32-12 or 33-12. They've outscored those opponents.
They're killing them, man.
Just bashing the baseball, getting hot at the right time. And Bruce Bochy. So if Yordan Alvarez is the new Mr. October, Bruce Bochy is Mr. October manager, right? The manager of October. He's got this Rangers team back in the ALCS, and everybody's hoping for an all-Texas final, which it could be, Final Four in the Major League Baseball. That'll be tonight. Astros play, I think it's a 6 o'clock start tonight, I think.
6:07?
6:07, yeah. Phillies are at 4:07 in Philadelphia. That place is going to be insane with the Phillies and Braves. You want to see a great crowd, kind of like what you saw in Globe Life last night with the Rangers playing their first ever playoff game at home in that building. That was awesome. You're going to get more of that today in Philadelphia. And then Minnesota's a pretty good crowd, but the Astros silenced them early yesterday with 4 runs in the first inning and really took control of that game. But this one, I can't – after what happened with the Braves and Phillies in Game 2, I just can't wait to see this ball game today. I mean, it's going to be such an intense environment. Because remember, the Phillies beat the Braves last year and in this same round. And it denied them trying to go back to the World Series because they'd won it the year before. So then Astros Twins 6:07, Dodgers Diamondbacks tonight 8:07.
Bruce Bochy, love this stat. 7th manager to reach the LCS with at least three different franchises. No manager has won an LCS with 3 different franchises. So he'll be trying to make history, and hopefully he'll be trying to make it against the Astros, who will shatter his dreams and hopes.
Yeah, that's what we all want because
it's clutch, baby.
And whatever we know in the regular season. What
you said, that's what we all want. I don't want that.
No,
no, not to shatter the hopes. I want to see the series. That's what I want. I want to see. Well, there's just. So
I don't want him to beat the Astros and make history that way. No, I don't want that to happen.
No, there's just so much familiarity. Obviously, the Lone Star rivals and play so often, and Astros have really owned that rivalry. I mean, it's regular season. I think they've won it every year for the last 6-7. But obviously, the Astros have been really good. They're about to get to their 7th. They get one more win, they'll be in their 7th ALCS, which has never been done. I mean, this is unprecedented. I mean, if the Astros are able to get there, I know break up the Rangers, their first trip in 13 years, or 12, but to do it 7 times in a row, Rod.
Yeah.
If they can get there. I mean, the Big Red Machine didn't do this. None of the Yankees teams ever did this.
It's amazing.
It's unprecedented. So if you're an Astros fan, it's like my younger brother has a daughter. And the Astros have been in the LCS or the World Series every year she's been alive. Like, come on, man.
It's amazing. And
you don't even understand what it was like before this when they
were the Siberia of Major League Baseball.
Where they were the ultimate chokers and the city of Houston just couldn't win. And now they almost expect it.
Well, now they have rivalries across the country with some of the greatest brands in Major League Baseball history, just because of the success they've had. Now the Dodgers want a piece, the Yankees want a piece of the Astros. I love that. I love that the Astros now have built the brand to the point where they can be villains with, I'm talking about marquee brands, all time prestigious brands in Major League Baseball history, like the Yankees. They consider the Astros to be a rival.
The cheating helped with the villain.
The cheating
part.
does help. Well, no, that's the whole point, right?
Well, the cheating makes him the villain, but the consistent winning now.
Yes, you
can't ever ignore the cheating scandal, but at the same time, it's not just about that. That's not why they've been winning. That's not
you have
possible.
to like the Patriots, right? Now they've proven, since they've continued to have success, post cheating scandal. If they had just dropped off a cliff after the cheating scandal, then you go, see, told you it was all cheating. Now they're like the Patriots. They are winners and they cheat or cheated, not winners because they cheat and cheated, right? They're just winners and cheated, not winners because they cheated. They win and they cheated, but they don't win because they cheated. They've won pre and post cheating scandal. Right they won pre and post cheating scandal.
Yeah. Now they just win.
Like the Patriots. Like nobody brings
you
up.
can hate them all you want, but let's be real about.
Nobody talks about the multiple times the Patriots got accused of cheating. Nobody talks about that. We talk about they just were the greatest dynasty in history of football. We don't talk about the cheating.
Well, and then
until we get into the details.
And for that reason, when it's all said and done,
because they won so much.
Much like the Big Red Machine teams, those Cincinnati teams of the '70s, or the great Yankee teams. A lot of these guys the Astros have will be in the Hall of Fame, right? I mean, Justin Verlander will be in the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Jose Altuve will go to the Hall of Fame. Alex Bregman has a chance to get there, but these guys, the core of these guys, have a chance to go to, and obviously Yordan Alvarez, what he's doing right now, that's going to be the interesting part. But obviously now the collision course with the Rangers takes it to a whole different level. Real quick, Rod, before we go to your rant, I wanted to mention this in the NFL. I love this stat. So if you're a gambler. And Ty is a professional gambler. You know the stat net yards per play, right?
Yeah.
When they make gambling odds, that's one of the big metrics they're looking at for power ranking of yards per play versus yards given up per play, offense to defense. Best team in the league right now, yards per play.
Miami
is Miami.
Yeah.
Miami is at 2.9. If they allow 5.4 yards per play, Rod, which is pretty high, but they average 8.3 yards per play offensively.
That's crazy.
They almost average a first down.
That's freaky.
Next best on the list is San Francisco, as you might imagine, 6.3 to 4.4. They're actually, the Niners defense allows a yard less per play than the Miami defense does. That puts them at a 1.9. Detroit's in the top 5. Kansas City's in the top 5. Look at the team that's in the top 3 that we don't talk about, Baltimore.
Yeah.
Baltimore's defense allows the lowest yards per play in the top 10, 3.9. Baltimore's 5.2 offense, 3.9 defense, which is 1.3. So the power metric tells you they're one of the 3 best teams in the league, yet their record is 3-2, Rod.
That's good.
That's a team to watch. If Baltimore can clean up their act catching the ball, they should have beaten Pittsburgh by 2 touchdowns last week.
Agreed.
In Pittsburgh, which means they would have already swept the AFC North for road games because they've already beaten Cincinnati and Cleveland on the road. They gave that game away in Pittsburgh with a block punt and all the drop passes. They also lost the game in overtime to Indianapolis to Gardner Minshew. That doesn't make sense. If Baltimore gets their act together, Rod, I think they can join with Todd Monken in this new offense and Lamar Jackson and the way he's playing and a defense that's allowing under 4 yards per play.
Yep.
They are absolutely a team to watch. And the other team that's an outlier in there is Minnesota. Minnesota's top 6, Rod.
Oh, Kirk Cousins is actually having a really good season right now.
That is the power metric would tell you the Minnesota Vikings should be in one of the better teams. They're 1-4 because of turnovers,
and I believe they're 1-4 in all 1 possession games.
The power metric, as far as yards per play, Minnesota is better than Philadelphia and Buffalo and Seattle. Yet they're 1-4. That tells you how critical the turnover margin is.
And remember, they have it. They didn't make sense last season, and they don't make sense this season. Minnesota Vikings, they don't make sense.
Revealing from this too is the Dallas Cowboys are all the way down at 20.
Yeah, they got a negative.
They're net
yards
negative.
Per play.
They're net negative. They give up more yards per play offensively than they gain offensively.
Yeah, that's not good.
Their offense right now in the Tex Coast offense, Rod, is 4.9 yards per play. That is a full 5 yards less than they're 4 yards less than the Dolphins, and 3 yards less than the San Francisco 49ers.
No, I like what you're saying about Baltimore, though. I was bullish on that offense. You picked them to win the division, so I'll give you credit for that. I thought Cincinnati would win the division, so dead wrong on that one. But I did like Baltimore, and I had them making the playoffs because I like Lamar Jackson in that offense. And by the way, if they don't have, 8 drops in that game against the Pittsburgh Steelers, his offensive numbers look a whole lot better because I think they dropped like 2 touchdowns.
They did.
Through the air.
Oh, man, they should be 4-1 right now.
Yeah.
And right up there with the Niners and Miami as teams we're talking about, and I think they will. If that continues, their record will be fine. Worst teams in the league in the power metric. This is weird, Rod. Carolina, Denver, Cincinnati, and the Giants are all at the bottom. But look at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh all the way down at 29. Yet they found a way to win a couple of games.
Mike Tomlin, you can coach, man.
But their team is upside down. They give up more yards by almost more than a yard than they gain. And again, that's a deep dive metric, but that's how a lot of the lines that are created are used with that metric. It just shows the power of your team. And clearly Miami is the most explosive team in the league. The 49ers are through 5 weeks the most complete team with offense to defense. Detroit's in there too, Ron. Detroit is pretty damn good, not too far from San Francisco.
I'm not surprised by that.
And they have a big game. The only game of two teams with winning records this weekend in the NFL is them, Detroit on the road at Tampa Bay.
Cleveland, if Deshaun Watson could ever get back anywhere close to form, they would be dangerous too. Because their defense is legit and they got some weapons on offense. It's just Deshaun Watson's, he's not him at this time. He is not him.
Well, keep an eye on Baltimore because they've been sloppy and their own worst enemies. But they're a team that if they handled their, kind of like the Longhorns in the Red River game.
Yep.
If you handle your business, they could be 5-0 too right now, Baltimore. They've been that good, and Lamar Jackson's been that good. He just needs his dudes to catch the damn ball.
Catch the ball.
Aguilar.
Catch
Bateman.
the ball. Come on.
All right. Let's go to Rod's Rant. It is a tradition, twice a day. We hit Rod's Rant. Good stuff always from Rod. Let's get it.
Okay, so first, before we get into really kind of the meat of Rod's Rant, I want to give a stat, kind of an update on the stat I gave earlier when we were behind the Burn Orange Curtain. Shout out to my man Bobby Burton because he published this on at Inside Texas. So we talked about the red zone issues with Texas. Texas has scored 23 offensive touchdowns overall this year. More than half of all Texas touchdowns have come from outside the red zone. They've actually scored more touchdowns from outside the red zone than they have scored inside the red zone. It's actually 12-11. But here's another stat. This is going to build on that. And this is kind of troubling too. Bert Auburn, 12 of 17 on field goals this year. Through 6 games, he's averaging almost 3 attempts per game. If that rate continues, Auburn will easily break the all-time Texas record for field goal attempts in a season by Chris Stockton when Rod Babers got to campus in 1999.
Damn, that's 25 years ago.
So the offense is moving the ball. We talked about that. Even Sark said I think they're racking up like 400-500 yards of offense in the last 3 weeks. So they are racking up a ton of yardage, but they're not cashing in the red zone. When I first got to school, I had a nickname in high school. It's called they called me Kool-Aid because of the Kool-Aid smile. When I got to college and got to Texas in 1999, they had a different meaning of the term Kool-Aid, and they used to call it Kool-Aiding. It was a verb. Kool-Aid. He's Kool-Aiding. It's like Kool-Aiding. What's Kool-Aiding? So like Kool-Aiding was when you would spend a lot of time with a young lady and end up in the friend zone. And you would never close the deal. You were just a friend. You put in a lot of work, quality time, and you would never be able to close the deal. You were just in the friend zone. And Texas is doing a lot of Kool-Aiding, right? They're racking up a lot of yards, total yards, but not cashing in. All right, in when it's money time.
Kool-Aiding. I've never heard that.
They're Kool-Aid. Yeah, you got
friend zone.
You're hanging out too long with a young lady. You didn't mean to be in the friend zone. You were trying to close the deal, and if you're not closing the deal, then you're Kool-Aiding. That was the thing. And I was like, I'm not Kool-Aiding because I don't want to be Kool-Aiding.
What is the time table? You usually have about a month on that, right?
Yeah, you know when you're in the friend zone. Every guy knows that one moment you thought you weren't in the friend zone, and then she says something to you, or there's a remark, or she complains about another dude to you, or something. You go, damn it, I'm in the friend zone. I didn't know I was going to be here, but I ended up.
They manipulate it and they kind of make you feel like that maybe you could get out of the friend zone some
Oh,
way.
You
yeah.
got to teeter line.
Don't ever buy it.
No,
No,
that's what I'm famous for.
I think
What?
once you're in the friend zone, you never come out of it.
I'm famous for infiltrating a group, being friends with all of them, slowly incorporating myself.
See, but
throughout the
that's
group.
different than the friend zone because you're not necessarily you. It's a weird. You're right. It's a loophole. So you're friends with the group, but not friends with
I was like
necessarily
the house boy, per se. I'm always around.
You're something else, boy, too. An F boy.
You infiltrate a group
That's a good
of
point, though.
females.
Yeah.
And then do you look for the weakest link, or what are we doing here?
No. I mean,
And how you do this? You do this with like offering to do chores or offering like
Cook.
services. Yes. Okay,
Like,
I've heard this before.
Go to date parties
Yes.
as friends.
Yeah. Okay, you know what? That's a life
You're always
hack.
spending the night on the couch.
Good
Maybe
for you. I
find your
like
way
that.
to a bed.
So it seems like you're Kool-Aiding, but really in reality, you're a sleeper
You're making
cell.
plays.
Yeah. You're a sleeper
Trust me.
agent.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, do you end up hooking up with all of them?
More than one.
There was a house of 12 girls that lived together for 2 years. I hooked up
12
with
girls in one house?
9 of them, or 8 or 9.
Wow. What out of the 12?
Yeah. And I dated. The last one I hooked up with, I dated, and she knew that I had hooked up with all of her roommates.
Yeah. How many of them knew that maybe they just
They all
wanted?
knew.
Wow.
They're all friends, but they all secretly hated each other too, which most girls
Yeah, that is the
do,
thing.
I feel like.
Man, they just wanted some of the time. They want to live the Thai life.
exactly
Taste the
just,
time.
just a good guy.
Good guy.
Sound like a great guy.
I like that though. I like that. You friends with the group, but not with. If you're in a friend zone, you're friends with a particular young lady, specifically her, and she puts you in the friend zone. But the group, technically, they can't put you in the friend zone because only one woman in particular can put you in the friend zone. The group can't. So you're just you're like just on the periphery. You're in like purgatory. It's beautiful.
Trust
Good
me.
job, Ty.
Yeah,
That's
thank
where the Longhorns are.
So nice. They can't cash it. They're Kool-Aiding. They're in purgatory. Anyway, I wanted to get that out there. But shout out to my man Bobby Burton came from that stat. All right, let's talk about Jonathan Brooks, guys, because we don't talk enough about him. Truth be told, we just don't give him enough props because he has been unbelievable so far this season. And I'll give you some of the stats. First of all, Jonathan Brooks is second in college football and first in the Power 5 in total rushing yards. So that alone is a surprise. He is easily the most unexpected storyline of the 2023 season for Texas football. Easily. I don't even think it's even close. He has 108 carries. He has 726 rushing yards. He actually leads the Power 5. He has 6 rushing touchdowns, 7 total. As E mentioned, dropped a touchdown reception or 2, so could have even more touchdowns. 847 total yards. That leads the conference. 37 missed tackles forced. That leads the Power 5 running backs. And 460 yards after initial contact. That is second in the Power 5. He also is second in college football, first in the Power 5 in rushing yards per game, and he has the highest yards per carry with any of the heavy usage backs around the country, which are running backs with at least 100 carries, 100 attempts. So it's at 6.72 yards per carry. There is one texter says, what was the average weight of those 12 times? Come on, that doesn't matter. What are you talking
Come
about?
on.
Hey, what's up? What you talking about? What does it matter?
I said
He ain't
I said
BK.
8 out of 12.
BK was the one that preferred the larger ladies.
heifers.
Yeah. By the way, nothing wrong with that. I know I'm a Lane Bryant lover and a plus size pleaser. I've been one of those. But anyway, getting back to it, I was thinking that Jonathan Brooks has right now solidified himself as we're mid-season point now, a Doak Walker Award potential finalist. I think he's in that conversation. I would have never thought that. Not that I doubted the man's skill. The man, I think everybody had faith that Jonathan Brooks was very skilled and could play on Sundays one day. I just didn't know that he would ascend so quickly. Guys, he didn't start the first 2 games of the season.
Yeah.
That was Cedric Baxter started first. He was the first freshman to start at running back for Texas since Ricky Williams. So everybody thought Cedric Baxter must be the guy. Cedric Baxter. And really, I would say football logic, traditional football logic tells you if a younger player is close to a veteran player in the competition, to go with the younger player because their rate of development will probably surpass the veteran player because they shouldn't be close. So they'll probably surpass them sooner rather than later. And I guess the assumption probably was that with C.J. Baxter over Jonathan Brooks. But C.J. Baxter can't really stay healthy, can't finish a game. That's a big part of it, being a younger player, absorbing the physicality of the game. And Jonathan Brooks used that opportunity to take that job. It wasn't his job. They had given it to Cedric Baxter. Now that's Jonathan Brooks' job. And not only is he doing the job, but he's doing it as well as any running back in the country right now.
Yeah, in addition to the 740 rushing yards this year, remember only 100 of those came in the first 2 games. He's really piled up most of those rushing yards in the last 4.
It's unbelievable.
He's average. You're right. He's at 860 total yards from scrimmage. I mean, he's got 120 yards receiving and a touchdown. I mean, he's at 150 yards a game. from scrimmage.
It's amazing. I'm going to see where he gets that from scrimmage yards. Good point. I didn't look that up.
Yeah, because he's caught some screen passes and had some long plays there. He's just I agree with you. It is the most unpredictable, but it also gives me this, Rod. You use the first 6 games into your bye week or 5 games to kind of figure out who you are. Well, now you can come out of your bye week, Rod, knowing you have one of the best backs in the country behind it, which should be an improving and still, you're going to get Cole Hudson back on the offensive line healthy.
Yep.
You believe, which means he could play center or guard depending on, the health of Jake Majors. Your offensive line should be, so, this gives this is stuff to build on, and if you can fix the red zone issues, I think continue to cultivate that Savion Red package, Rod, that red cat.
I like
Use
that red cat
more down in the red zone because he's shown the ability to find that crease and get in the end zone or get to a first down. This is what gives Texas a very high ceiling because, yes, the loss on Saturday was, demoralizing, but at the same time it was revealing. These are things you got to fix, and if you fix them, I mean, you don't have a peer the rest of the way until you get to the Big 12 championship game. You should be rightfully double-digit favorites the rest of the way. And, yes, and Jonathan Brooks can run his way to some major awards and, first-team All-Big 12, first-team All-American kind of player.
Yeah, Jonathan Brooks right now, if you look at all-purpose yards, he is 8th in the country right now.
Oh.
He's 8th right now. Oh, look at how about this? Shout out to Texas State. Ismail, I'm sure I mispronounced his name, Mahdi.
Yeah,
Ismail Mahdi.
Ismail Mahdi, yeah.
Yeah, the running back. He's leading the country.
Yeah.
Shout out to Texas State, leading the country in all-purpose yards, 188 per game. And right now, Jay Brooks he's at 141 per game. And like you said, he wasn't a huge factor in the game plan in the first 2 games. He closed the Bama game. I think that was more because Cedric Baxter couldn't finish the Bama game. And then after that, he became more of a focal point of the offense. And now, and this is even more perplexing though, now that you have a top 10 rushing attack potentially in the country, still can't figure out the red zone.
I think they'll figure it out. That's going to be my prediction. They'll figure it out.
Can Cedric Baxter take a hit without limping off the field too?
Yeah,
he's got to learn.
I swear, he's like, oh,
he falls bad.
I think he's got to learn how to be a big time bit back. And that look, he's from
punishment.
high school. And let's also remember this. Jonathan Brooks has had 3 years in the Texas weight room to build that armor, to build that body, to be ready to handle the rigors of big-time college football. Cedric Baxter came from the state of Florida. He's still learning whether you're hurt or injured and how to play through some of that. But he's got the ability, but it takes a little bit of time. They're not all Adrian Peterson, Rod.
No,
when they roll in, right?
Yeah, no,
they're not all Adrian Peterson.
It takes a little while. Even for Jonathan Brooks, I bet it took a little while for him too.
Yeah, and they're all different, but I think that would be. Hey, we come back. It's Setlist ATX time. We got the live music in Austin, Texas. Rod's got the rant, but we've got the music. Second weekend of ACL. Nick Shuley will be with us over his favorite shows of the first weekend and shows you should be going to if you're planning to go. Nick will walk us through that. Coming next on Hook 'em Up.
I don't know.
Hey, Setlist ATX time. It's live music in the live music capital of the world, and it's a live music weekend off one weekend of ACL Fest. That means during the week, all kinds of great shows, including ACL TV tapings and all kinds of good stuff. Nick Shuley is with us, Setlist ATX. He brings it every Wednesday at 9:30, right in the middle of the week to get you ready for the upcoming weekend as we get you up over that hump. What's up, Nick? And you were at a pretty raucous event last night, it sounds like.
Yeah, it was not the experience I was expecting at the Wallflowers concert. It was
So you went to see Jacob Dylan and the Wallflowers at Paramount Theater downtown, right on Congress Avenue. Historic venue.
Oh, one of my absolute favorite venues.
Jim Ritz and the team.
Oh, it's a classy place, which was what made it very interesting. Was this before the show, this guy's like in the front, or he's kind of standing up in front of everybody. Everybody's sitting down waiting for the band to go on, and he's just standing there in this crazy paisley shirt or something. And the shirt was louder than the band was, and he was making all these weird gestures, doing all this stuff. And I think he was Pepsi'd out of his mind, but so he just kept doing it during he gets up during the songs, and everybody's sitting down, and the dude's just standing in front of everybody, making these weird gestures, filming the whole thing. And Jacob Dylan starts to notice, and he's kind of like, "Hey, dude, just And Jacob was super nice about it. I was like, "Hey, just kind of enjoy the show, but do it at your seat, kind of thing." And and he's like, "I got you." And then he just pops right back up, starts standing in front of this speaker, and to the point where the sweet volunteers that run Paramount, it's such a great run venue. They were just like, "Hey, man, please just go to your seat." Of course, he's like, "I got you." Stays right there. Finally, the APD had to come in, and they kind of did it, and kind of brought him and just escorted him politely out of the thing. But then you had a few other of this, like it was people just kind of acting up, getting kind of sent to the back.
Were they on some performance enhancers?
I guess, man, just not. I grew up a punk metal kid. I've seen some crazy shows and people getting kicked out, but this was completely not what I expected.
This is a bunch of older people.
Yeah, it was impressive.
Rowdy.
My dad and Higgs and I were just laughing. It was pretty entertaining. And the Wallflowers are fantastic. I think they're just such a great band. So it was great. And the Paramounts they crush it. The experience is great, and Jim Ritz is the man, and his staff's great. But it was definitely a little more eventful than
people
any of us
expected. People are having more fun now than usual.
Maybe it's that ACL. They're just riding the high between the weeks.
To a point, good different crowd maybe.
All right.
Seriously,
that is awesome. Setlist ATX is here. That means we start with tonight, and if you're over at the Moody Amphitheater tonight, there could be some sexy selling going on.
Yeah, Miss Janelle Monáe from the Outcast family, the Stankonia clique. Like, she's fantastic and puts on an amazing performance. Just beautiful.
It'll be
amazing
performance
voice.
art. It'll be erotic at times.
Erotic at times. She's erotic now.
That's what she is.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah, she's totally changed
Didn't
up
she
her
come
persona.
up with Prince as a big mentor too?
Well, at least I'm not positive about that, but you can definitely hear it in how she makes her music.
I think he was.
No,
for
she's
her.
great. Yeah, that's
she is definitely
Janelle
worth
Monáe,
seeing.
huge talent. She's at the Moody Amphitheater.
Well, basically, I think she wanted everybody to know that she has kind of a sexual persona. But I guess everybody thought because she used to dress in these very asexual ways.
Yep.
Early on in her career.
Yep.
And I think people thought, oh man, she must not have a great body, and she's not a kind of a sexual. She doesn't have a sexual persona, and she now has flipped the script, and now she's extreme in her erotic persona.
She
now.
Unveiled that part.
Yes, she did. Damn, and she's got a great body.
I saw her at ACL Fest a couple years ago, not on this new album of hers, but she was performing in front of a giant female body part.
Body part. I love that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
they weren't her mouth slips. Let's just say that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, were they hers?
No, it was just like this big blow up looking thing.
Did she take a picture of it and that's what it was, or was it like a painting? Or man, now I'm curious.
Ty, get on researching that.
I'm like, you know what? I'm googling it right now. I will find out.
The server's about to get banned.
Wow, interesting.
That's an iPhone search.
Monáe.
Yeah, that is an iPhone search.
That is. Yeah.
And then also at Emos, this is one of Ty's favorites. We were just talking about it. FKJ will be playing, and Ty can probably better describe it than me.
That was the music that you heard coming in here.
FKJ, and what does that stand for? Or is it just the name?
He's French. I don't know what it stands for, honestly.
Is it EDM?
No, it's a guy. He plays a million different instruments. Kind of builds his own the songs as he goes along.
It's like a songscape. He builds these instrumental pieces that are just gorgeous. It's super cool.
By the way, this week of music is incredible.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It's because they're all here.
They're all here. I know. That's what this is.
Mount Joy played last night.
Oh, it's a thing with her. Actually, it's a performance thing.
With the
Yeah.
the,
Yeah,
the
her-
large
Yes.
JJ.
Yes.
Oh, so
Yes.
so it sounds like there's pics online.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's like a thing. She has an outfit for it and everything.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
that's
it's
what I saw at
like-
ACL.
Wow.
I saw that at ACL.
You're like, whoa. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All
Interesting.
right.
She ain't hiding.
And then over at Stubbs, like Japanese artist Rina Sawayama is playing. She's awesome. She was also for those movie fans. She was in the newest John Wick movie.
Nice.
And then
okay.
a local artist who I love who performed at ACL last weekend, Aria. She's fantastic. She'll be playing the post show after Rina Sawayama at Stubbs, and she'll be doing the indoor there. She's great. And then for the metal punk people, I had to throw something in there for my peoples. Don Broco and Home Team will be playing at the Mohawk.
Nice. And then look at the lineup Thursday night. Gosh.
Thursday gets nuts. 30 Seconds to Mars over at Stubbs.
That's
which
Jared Leto's
I saw
band.
that at ACL, and he
that's
stands up basically where the stage sponsor scrims are, and he's tethered in. We're talking top of the stage, and then
Like 100 feet up.
yeah, it's nuts, and then he jumps down. They take the little suit off him, and he just goes right into playing.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The actor Jared Leto. And that was
So
when
he's-
McConaughey came on stage.
Yeah, McConaughey was there. Calder Allen came on stage. They had a bunch of. It was a little
And
star-studded
what kind of
event.
music is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like radio rock. Like
gotcha,
it's a little heavier, but I mean, it's a lot like the Foo Fighters kind of, but
Okay.
a little heavier maybe.
Interesting.
Yep. And then Tegan and Sarah, identical twin sisters who are indie favorites. They'll be playing emos. They're really good live. Kind of a really cool, funky indie band that played ACL and will always play ACL. They're just one of those bands that's great. Portugal the Man. And then,
Nice.
yeah,
Let's scoot in tonight.
yeah, they'll be at
That's
Scoot.
at Scoot In.
Yep.
Portugal the Man.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a good show. And it's a great place
If
to
I
see
wasn't so broke, I'd maybe go to see that.
Make a bet.
I already did.
it. Perfect. And then one of my 90s country favorites, Clay Walker, will be at Green Hall. It'll be
Nice.
a great show. And then the Foo Fighters will be doing an ACL taping. So having the Foo Fighters play ACL live will be pretty special. They've taped before, but that'll be awesome.
Mm.
And then the one that we'll be giving tickets away for, Mickey Braun, Gary Braun, and Jeff Crosby will be doing a songwriter round at the Saxon Pub. And Mickey and Gary are from the group Mickey and the Motor Cars, also related to the Braun brothers in Reckless Kelly.
Okay.
Unbelievable. All right, as we go through this, that's Thursday, and we'll give away those tickets at the end. Just consider the music he's about to tell you about Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and realize this is not the festival.
Yeah, this is all outside.
This is
of it.
outside the festival.
And I missed one on Thursday. I got to give Ty props to this boy named Banjo. Will be playing Antones, and that's a Ty favorite.
That's one of my favorite.
That's
bands.
Thursday night?
Yes.
All right. Boy named Banjo, Ty's favorite at Antone's. They're all here this weekend. And then Friday night, Green Hall. What a show this will be.
Listen to this Friday the 13th lineup. We've got Los Lobos at Green Hall, legendary musicians. And then the Breeders with Kim Deal, formerly of the Pixies, is in the Breeders. They'll be playing Stubbs. And one of my picks for ACL who I really like are Teskey Brothers. They'll be playing Scoot In, super soulful, really, really good artist. And then a huge favorite from last weekend as well, and just a band I always hear about from everyone, Poolside will be playing Emos.
Poolside at Emos, nice.
And then a big metal show out at Germania, Avenged Sevenfold will be playing there.
That's a Coda, okay. And then how about ACL Live? Lucas Nelson's out
Lucas
there.
Nelson and the Promise of the Real will be at ACL Live. That's always a great show, and he and his band put on an awesome performance. The son of Willie, for those that aren't familiar.
Sure.
And then Devin Gilfillian, who was one of my picks last week, he'll be playing Antones. He's super, super soulful and just an amazing voice, and that seeing it in that kind of small environment will be really good. And then Round Rock Amps got a big one. They've got Aaron Lewis, formerly of Stained, and now country sensation Aaron Lewis will be out there. And then
the guy from Stain went country?
Oh yeah. Big time.
I didn't know that.
I think he got bigger in country than he did
He did the Darius Rucker thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he did
Nice.
well.
Very cool.
Yeah. And then Paul Thorne will be at the 04 Center. And those that haven't seen him, that's a great show to see live. He's from Mississippi, kind of a bluesy singer, but very performative. And at the 04 Center will be special.
Awesome. All right. Saturday night, another good round.
Yeah. Another one of my picks from last weekend, Madison Cunningham. I mentioned she's the opening slot on the John Mayer Tour and is currently opening for Hosier. Then Nessa Barrett, the TikTok.
The Madison Cunningham's at Scoot In.
Scoot In, sorry about that.
Scoot In.
The sweetheart of TikTok, Nessa Barrett, will be playing at Emos. Austin's own kind of punky rockabilly Riverboat Gamblers will be at Hotel Vegas. And Bonnie Raitt, legend, will be at ACL Live.
Twice.
Yep. And
she's doing the taping on Sunday. How
yeah,
cool
so
is
Saturday
that?
she's playing ACL Live, and then she tapes Sunday. And then from the 12th through the 15th will be Tina Fey and Amy Poehler will be at Bass Concert Hall, which will be I'm sure be a great
that'll
show.
be awesome.
Not music, but pretty funny.
Yeah, Tina Fey and
that's
Amy
great.
Poehler, they're like best friends
what's that?
too.
They do stand up,
I don't know what it
They
is.
probably
I'm
do like a
guessing-
show,
Yeah,
like a bit. I bet it's
skate
like
comedy.
Yeah, I bet it's like
or
that kind of
just
stuff.
talking through stuff. I'm
Mhm.
sure.
They're funny though.
And they're awesome. And
Yeah.
then it gets a little lighter
Well,
after
Tina
Sunday.
Fey's one of the funniest people on the planet.
Agreed.
Amy Poehler's not far behind.
They're both awesome. I'm sure together they're
Bass
great.
Concert Hall Sunday night for that one. Tina Fey, Amy Poehler.
That's cool.
And then it gets a little lighter after the festival ends. So we have Kesha, pop star Kesha on Monday at ACL Live.
She's a good show. Saw her in South Padre. one time.
Milkshake,
Is it really?
milkshake.
Nice.
My milkshake brings all the kids to the.
That's
her?
not
That's not her.
Oh, no,
That's-
that's
That's
Khalees.
Khalees. That's
Khalees.
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 Yeah.
Kesha, Khalees,
Kesha
sorry.
was-
Tick tock
Yeah,
on the
tick-tock.
clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
Party
that song.
don't stop.
There you go, Ty.
I do know Kellis. Kellis.
Little tie performance.
Yeah.
And then on Tuesday, Tuesday's a little lighter day, but always James McMurtry at the Continental Club's always a favorite and always one to go out to.
Well, good job right there. That is a lot. And plus, you almost had a fight out there at the Paramount last night. Yeah, Janelle Monáe is a highlight. I think you'll love that. Also, 30 Seconds to Mars, Portugal the Man tomorrow night. That's great. Los Lobos at Green Hall. That will be an unbelievable environment in that little environment.
I'm sure that's sold out
legendary
already.
spot. Lucas Nelson's always a advised show. And then ACL tapings, if you have access to those, you can line up and try to get into those ACL tapings with the over, if there will be. I don't know. They're not going to be any for Foo Fighters.
I would line up for the Foo Fighters now if you're thinking about going.
Foo Fighters.
Still might be too late.
Bonnie
yeah,
Raitt.
you're actually probably too late.
Foo Fighters, Bonnie Raitt. Who else is taping?
What
the
day
TV
is the
show?
Lucas Nelson one?
Lucas Nelson is Thursday.
Yeah.
No,
I think
that's,
those are the only two tapings this
Lucas
week.
Nelson is Friday night at ACL Live. Not a taping, an actual ticketed show.
Yeah.
So there you go. We'll post all that. You got to have it. That's a lot of roadmap right there, but that's a lot of music. Oh, yeah. By the way, there's a major international music festival going on down the street at Zilker Park.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Before we get to our timeout and get to some Who Said That to wrap up Setlist ATX with Nick Shuley, the president of the Austin Music Movement. What were your favorite shows of last weekend? What were the highlights for you?
It was funny because I was very much looking forward to Kendrick, and that turned out to be a big disappointment with his.
How long did he end up playing? Like 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think he got to go a little longer. The folks at C3 were good and let him kind of go, even though it's kind of against curfew. But then they yanked the mic on him. I think he played like it was like 20 some minutes or so. So that was disappointing. And then so I actually went. I really wanted to see this artist out of Memphis, Glorilla.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is,
I've heard
and
of her.
she was actually fantastic.
Really? She was good.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect because Rap Live can sometimes miss, but she killed it. She had great dancers. She had a great cadence live. There wasn't a lot of times hip hop can be a lot of screaming live.
Oh yeah,
but
you don't even hear the music sometimes. Yeah.
definitely not one to take your kids to. With I'd say 90% of the words were not appropriate for little kids, but I did see a lot of 6 to 7 year olds dancing to it, so that's good. The future is going to be bright. But it was a great weekend, and I got to see a lot of good stuff. But it was I'm really looking forward to this coming weekend because I have one of my favorite bands who are a little polarizing. The 1975 are playing, so I'll be over at that.
Nice.
All right. Well, no, weekend 2 of ACL and music everywhere. We'll post that. Thank you, Nick Shuley. Janelle Monáe's Instagram page is interesting too.
You see her transformation? You see it go back and she
I see
her
it. I
very
know.
asexual.
She looks a lot different than she used to.
Yeah, this is time. She wants to be a sex symbol, and she's got what it takes. She's got what it takes. She's got the goods.
Yeah, she's gorgeous.
All right, let's give away some tickets to good friends of ours, Mickey Braun, Gary Braun, the brothers Braun. Of course, they're a big part of Mickey and the Motor Cars doing a songwriters event at Saxon Pub. Which night is that?
That is Thursday, the 12th, so tomorrow.
All right. Caller 5, pick up those tickets. We want to see you be at the Saxon Pub tomorrow night, part of a really busy music weekend. 447-3776. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see you next Wednesday. Coming back, Who Said That?
Who said that? Who said that? Time for another edition of Who Said That. We play audio from the sports world, actually from all around the sports, pop culture world. It could be anything. And then we, obviously, E or myself have to guess who said that based on the audio.
And you people, too.
And you people. You can
Guess
play
along with us. It's like a video. It's like a game show.
You can play along. No doubt.
All right, Rod, I've got this for you. You might know who this is.
Hit me up.
Hit either one there, T.Y.
Who said that?
Who said it?
I know who said that.
I know who said that.
Jerry Jones said that. And I don't know why he said that, but it's not a lie if you believe it. And I think he believes it.
All right, not a lie if you believe it. And I think he does believe it, or at least he's convinced himself because he's paying that guy a lot of money.
All right, you want me to go here?
Yep, let's do it, Rod.
All right, Ty, hit me up. Who said that?
It's been, once I got the vaccine, I got it because of, keeping myself safe, keeping my family safe, the people in this building. So yeah, I stand by it 1,000%, and fully comfortable with him calling me Mr. Pfizer.
Who said that?
That's Travis Kelce.
All right, now I got another one. We got this is the retort from Aaron Rodgers to Travis Kelce's line here. I know it's who said that, but now you know it's Aaron Rodgers. But you got to hear this. Hear this.
I mean, listen, Mr. Pfizer said he didn't think he would be in a vax war with me.
Oh, boy.
Didn't think he'd be in a vax war with me. This ain't a war, homie. This is just conversation. But if you want to have some sort of duel, debate, have me on the podcast. Come on the show. Let's have a conversation.
Okay.
Pass it out.
Let's do it like in John Wick 4, right? So we both have a second.
Nice.
Right? So somebody to help us out. I'm going to take my man, RFK Jr.
Okay. Okay.
As an independent.
Hell yeah.
Right? And he can have, Tony Fauci or some other pharmacrat. And we can have a conversation about this.
Okay. Well, I'm happy we got that
All right,
sorted.
you can cut it off now. Wow. So there you go. You got Aaron Rodgers challenging one Travis Kelce to a debate about vaccines.
That's something I really want to hear.
Is
I
it
can't
really?
wait to listen to those two guys. No.
Some people probably would tune into that and hear them talk about, even though neither one of them are qualified to be speaking on the topic.
Right, exactly. You know what? Have me on the podcast. Yeah, leave it there. Aaron Rodgers, the attention seeker, while he rehabs to try to get on to the #1 podcast on iTunes, the Kelce Brothers.
You're damn right.
All right, let's play Who Said This one, Rod. Let's get to one of these. Pick either one of those there, T.Y.
Who said that? Wait for it.
All right, computer issue. We apologize. What do we do?
Hey, somebody do me a favor. Get this to ESPN down there, Jared Jones, or whoever needs to get to it. Let Dak Prescott know they hiring down here at my job, man. Give him an apron just like this and some safety glasses, and he can go and get to work down here where I'm at, because quarterbacking ain't it for you no more, baby boy. That's it. You ain't a quarterback no more. Come on, get you one of the applications down here. Somebody let Dak Prescott know we hiring down here. we accept an application, and we could use his help down here. We'll give him a pair of safety glasses and an apron so he can come on and get to work with us. Because you don't need to get back up under that center. Quarterback, it ain't you. That ain't for you. Somebody get this to ESPN down there, or Jerry Jones, man. Let Dak know that we hiring. We hiring full time down here. You know what I'm saying? Now you get the fuck up down here, we gonna get in your ass.
There you go. That's just some guy, Rod.
I was gonna say that just sounds like some fan. I was like, who is that?
That's
Calling
some
out
guy.
Dak Prescott.
That's how I feel.
Yeah,
Some random dude.
Yeah, some random dude. He's working that day job.
Man.
Yeah. Hey, Dak, that quarterback ain't for you, man. That playing quarterback ain't for you.
Dan.
We'll get you an apron, get you some safety glasses. We're looking for help.
Dak getting it from all sides right now, getting that smoke, man. I'm going to need Dak to show up next week versus the Chargers. Or that Dak bandwagon, it's going to be empty. Going to be nobody on that Dak bandwagon.
The title of that, Share This with Dak Prescott. We're hiring. Come get your application.
Well, his boss, Jerry Jones, says he's got a lot of job security. His boss says he's the guy.
And his paycheck says, I good.
Yeah, so when your boss says you're the guy, you're good.
All right, we'll be back. Final hour. The fabulous fifth quarter is on tap. Never know what's going to happen there. We do know we'll get some what's poppin' picks. Rod will get us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time, but from there, you just never know. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Kendrick Lamar hopefully does a full set at ACL on Friday night. Kendrick Lamar. Here's a text on our text line to start our fabulous fifth quarter here on Hook 'em Up. Says, got to say, Rod, you're a man amongst men. After my children were born, I was a walking zombie. You seem to be handling the new baby stress very well.
Oh,
hats
thank
off,
you very
brother.
much. Thank you very much. First of all, I got a job that's, it's a job that I'm passionate about. I love to do it. I work with great people. E. Hogan's been great. So is Ty. So I got great people I work with, great team. My wife is amazing. She's a rock star. So honestly, I can't take any of the credit. She's doing all the work. I just got to get up and be the hype man and be supportive. But I appreciate that. I'm trying to beat her in the diaper changing. I think I'm ahead of her in diaper changes. That's my goal. If I can stay ahead of her in diaper changes, I figure we're good. And, so, yeah, I mean, sleep for me is, listen, I like sleep, but I don't love it. So I was always I'm good for, some people love sleep. Some people can sleep 8 to 10 hours a day if they get tired. I was like, hell yeah, I can do it. My wife can do that. My wife can sleep. If I let her sleep, she'll sleep 10 hours. She can do it. She just
mine too on the weekend. She go.
Yeah.
My wife maybe like yours. She goes like the Energizer Bunny, and then when she stops,
she crashes.
She crashes.
Yeah, but I can't. Even when I crash, I can't sleep that long. When I crash, the max I haven't slept for 8 hours in years.
Yeah,
I'm a 6-hour guy every night. That's a good night of sleep.
What time do you go to bed?
Oh, I go to sleep probably 11, something like that, and get up at 3:30 every morning. Go run or work out. Just to do this because I'm not gonna be awake in the morning if I don't run or work out. I've tried and it just doesn't work. And then feed the dogs, do some prep, and then be ready to go. I'm probably getting 4 hours, if that tonight, because now the damn baby is up in the middle of the night too. So I'm probably getting an hour, 2 hours, something like that.
No nap?
No, I can't. I work during the middle of the day. I go to Owen, Texas during the day. I got 2 jobs. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's just the grind. It's the hustle, man. Keep hustling. It's either, get busy living or get busy dying.
Get busy working, right?
Right, get busy working.
Yeah, well, it is a grind to do the mornings for sure, especially when I had
I've
young
never
kids
done
like
mornings.
you.
It's my first time doing mornings.
Yeah, and you're doing great, by the way.
No, I appreciate it.
All right, we just played Who Said That, so we had some leftover sound. I wanted to play this for you, Rod, because yesterday, Texas quarterback Arch Manning auctioned off his that remember the NIL trading card that he had in July?
Oh yeah,
and it brought in $102,500.
Was it a 1 of 1?
Yeah, the Panini America card.
Yeah, signed and everything. Yeah.
Of course, whoever bought it in the auction is looking long term that he's going to be another one of those Manning guys. Well, yesterday Arch had a press conference during the bye week here, and he announced that the proceeds from that he received he's giving them all to the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Central Texas.
Good for you.
Which, of course, Ronald McDonald House is such a great
it's
charitable endeavor. It provides lodging and support for families with children who are in the hospital, right? Especially if they're on long-term care and the parents want to be close to them, then they may they live somewhere else in Texas or far away. They stay, and Ronald McDonald House takes care of them and support. And you can't imagine the stress of dealing with an ill child.
Yeah, seriously.
And they help to maybe offset some of the stresses of lodging and those things. But so here's Arch Manning, 18 years old. Why he wanted to
already doing the right thing,
and give the money to the Ronald McDonald House.
Yeah, I mean the future's.
Can we hear this?
Future's bright. Sorry, go ahead.
First partnered with Panini to auction off my trading card. I wanted the money to go to a good cause. Helping children live healthy and fulfilling lives was important to me and my family. With that being said, I'm donating 100% of the proceeds from my trading card to Ronald McDonald House Charities of Central Texas. Thank you all.
All right, there you go. There you go.
Classy.
Arch, very classy gesture.
I mean, obviously their families, they've been very successful. They're pretty affluent, and NIL. The part of the whole NIL movement is to have these guys ingrain themselves in the community. All right, to try to immerse themselves in the community in a positive way. Nick Shuley actually is a big part of that too. He's helped out in that way, and this is kind of right on. Really, it's kind of right on message with what NIL is supposed to be.
Remember, he's made a promise to his grandfather Archie that he won't take any NIL money until he's a starter.
Yeah.
He's a starting quarterback, and obviously the Mannings don't need the money.
They don't need the money,
but at the same time, it's still. He could.
You earned it.
You earned
Your
it.
value.
I mean, it's his value right now.
Yeah.
And, of course, he's not going to until anything he does get, he says he's going to give to charities, and that's a great charity to give to.
And when he earns a starting job, I mean, the amount of endorsements and NIL opportunities, I mean, he's gonna instantly shoot to the top of the rankings of NIL endorsement value, worth, and all that kind of stuff. Like him and LeBron James' son. Right, that
He and
with Bronny and
Livy Dunn.
Livy Dunn, the LSU gymnast.
Livy
Yeah, there you go. Livy Dunn. LSU is doing really good with it too. So maybe is Angel Reese back?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Angel Reese will kill it too because she's one of the leaders in NIL. But yeah, Arch Manning will be there. Hell, Quinn Ewers is probably up there.
Livy Dunn's number one, right?
Livy Dunn is number one. She is spectacular.
And she just had like a 21st birthday, I saw.
Is she actually going to become a professional gymnast, or is she just like NIL is the way to go now? NIL is it.
No.
I'm trying to get that extra
That's always
year.
been part of the deal. Is she's not even like one of the best gymnasts.
She's not even one of the best.
No,
She's just one of the most attractive.
right.
Good for her.
Like,
Good for you. But this is what it's all about, though.
And she just turned 21.
She ain't even got to work. Like I think she is set pretty much financially for the rest of her life if she just doesn't spend irresponsibly. She's made that much money in NIL.
You know, she's dating Paul Skeens.
Oh, the pitcher?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They're going to be fine. Oh, those kids. Get a scholarship today as soon as they have some kids.
She's like 5'2", and he's like 6'7".
So what?
Exactly.
I know.
Can you imagine the athleticism of the offspring?
Yes.
The dirty dreidel.
Oh, no. Stop with the dreidel.
Because of the height difference, you can pull it off. Otherwise, you can really hurt your neck.
We're not going back into what the dirty dreidel is because we really don't need to do that. It sounds like some type of suplex or something.
Like I said, you can really hurt yourself. Make sure you got the
Can't
proper
hurt her,
height
though. She's like made out
requirements.
of rubber, right? She's like a gymnast. I mean, she's very flexible.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
And she just turned 21. So I saw her in her 21st.
That's in my age range.
It is. I mean, I have a daughter older than that, so let's not talk about that. Actually, let's talk about dreidels. You now have a daughter too, Rod.
I know. That's what I'm
She's
thinking about.
weeks
Like,
old.
oh, man.
Weeks old.
All
Hey,
right.
I'll play one more piece of sound for you, Rod, because I know it's the one we haven't used, and it's gonna go cold.
Let's do it.
But we told you this on Monday, and amidst all the busy Monday of recapping Texas OU and Cowboys and everything that went on, that Austin FC and their new sporting director Rodolfo Burrell,
This guy keeps it real. Even when keeping it real goes wrong.
announced that Josh Wolf would be remaining with the Austin FC. Put out a statement on Sunday saying they were shaken up massively. Their scouting department, he doesn't believe it's Josh Wolf's fault that they weren't good this year because they were eliminated from the playoffs with a loss over the weekend to LAFC, and said we need to build a better roster. Our roster is not good enough. And so they're going to do scouting internationally and in this country to add better players for Josh Wolf. And then yesterday, Rodolfo Burrell met the media, and here's what he had to say about in a lot of circles, controversial decision to keep Josh Wolf as the team's manager.
Guys, I understand we are in a world where results matter and matter a lot and many times dictate. But I have a responsibility beyond results in some sort of way. As you know, I landed like 3 months ago, something like that. I've been assessing the whole situation. And to be honest, again, I understand results matter, but leaving results aside, what I can see is a very young coach, obviously with room for improvement, like any other coach in the league, I believe, and in any other sport. Very dedicated, not only him, the coaching staff as well, very dedicated, very knowledgeable, and very much committed to the city and to the club. And believe me, I come from, as you know, from some of the best clubs in the world, so I know what I'm talking about when referring to coaches. And I think we have a very good coach on site, and I think it's the right fit for us.
There you go. And we need to go add better players to our good young coach. Of course, he does come from Manchester City, where he was the top assistant. He was at Liverpool before that, Barcelona before that. He was one of the first coaches for Lionel Messi way back at Barcelona, and he was coaching their under-16 and under-18 teams.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Wolf has been this is his third year coaching?
Yeah, and he went to the Final Four last year, and I think that would be something that you could argue that now Rodolfo Burrell is saying that roster wasn't any good, and you took it all the way to the Final Four.
Yeah, he said, I've seen enough from the coach. What I haven't seen enough from is the roster of talent. I've seen enough from him to show that he's got promise.
A lot. I mean, the Rigoni move, because he was one of our designated players. You know, one of those guys that gets paid more. And he really just did not pan out at all this year.
Well, and I think you put a lot of that on Claudio Reyna, right? Claudio Reyna was the sporting director who helped build the roster with Josh Wolf, and Reyna got caught up with the whole helicopter parenting thing with their son and that whole mess, and they're gone. So I think here's what I don't know international soccer at a level to be an expert, but I do know everybody we've talked to who knows international soccer say this was a home run hire. hiring this guy was a huge step up for the organization and showed that the Austin FC is not messing around when it comes to their big picture vision, the ownership, Matthew McConaughey and everybody, Anthony Precourt, that this was a huge coup to get this guy. So if this guy comes in, and as he just said, and says, no, this is a good-looking coach, guys.
Yep.
Leave the coach alone. We need to get better players. That's a strong endorsement. And I know fans of the team who are very passionate. They wanted a pound of flesh for this year and thought it was Josh Wolf and think it's Josh Wolf's fault, which, time will tell. I think Burrell's going to say, let me get this guy some better players and see how that plays out.
Yeah. No, I think for Austin FC and Ty was just talking about the designated players, you got to hit on those.
No, 100%.
Like those, right? Because those are the ones. Those are kind of your the salary cap loophole. That's basically what it is, right? You're going to pay those players. They don't count. Right, you can pay them way more than you pay everybody else.
The fact that there is a salary cap in the MLS is so stupid.
Well, and we've talked to Eric Goodman about that quite a bit, and that's. But look, there are 30 teams in the league, and they keep expanding. So there are some owners that want that because they can't afford to spend with the LAs and the New Yorks. It's the same thing in the NFL that we will never have parity. It'll be like baseball back in the day.
But look at European soccer; the same 5 teams are in the Champions League.
No, I know
finals every year.
I understand, but that's the argument.
How soccer is,
and but you know who. Well, you know who decides if they're going to have a cap or not? The owners. And the owners in the league
want the cap.
More of them want it than don't want it.
Yeah.
It's not for us to decide. It's for the owners of the teams and then the commissioner of the league. And the commissioner of the league works for the owners. And so they want a cap. Look, you don't think Jerry Jones would love to be in a league without a salary cap?
Oh, goodness. He would kill it.
I mean, there are 32 other owners or 31 other owners who say, no. In Green Bay, where they owned by the team, they're the fans, right? I mean, we need a cap. We can't compete if we don't. And, it's always been a criticism of baseball, but baseball's players union is so strong, it'll never happen.
So,
but
in addition to the DPs, though, now Miami and David Beckham kind of showing you another way that if you can go get a big enough brand from like international soccer, then you can make these deals where they have revenue sharing deals.
You have to be creative.
You got to be creative.
And the argument there, Rod, would be from a basic economics example. If the owners who don't want it all of a sudden are making a ton more money because of the Apple Plus deal, and they've got more money to spend, then they would be willing to raise the cap, right? And loosen some of the cap restrictions because now they're making more TV dollars.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, when this sport's been growing, you're a market-to-market thing, right? You're trying to make money within your own market.
Yeah, it's a regional market thing.
Yeah, and you're not making huge money from TV revenue or media rights revenue. Your sponsorships, ticket sales. And if that grows, you start getting, I mean, what's funding all the NFL growth is these huge billion-dollar TV broadcast rights. And so if you can start raising those because you're bringing in prominent people like Lionel Messi, then yes, each owner within the league will make more money, which means you can spend more money. And then you have more argument about raising or eliminating the salary cap, but that will come in time.
Yeah, that's the time. But I'm just saying, I hope they don't. I hope that's not a pushback against what Messi has done and then what Beckham did. It's only happened twice, but you can tell there'll probably be more of those experiments, and they should welcome those because that is growing the influence and the brand overall.
Oh, without a doubt.
So you should just don't because the NFL essentially has already outlawed that. The NFL they put the kibosh on that just in case there was some Patrick Mahomes or Caleb Williams or Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, they based theirs. They've already now put in, and they did it through an owner vote. It was a unanimous owner vote that no player can have a revenue sharing deal. With the league, like you can't just
TV partner.
Yeah, you can't basically say, oh no, you know what? Patrick Mahomes can have 8% of the team. That's how we'll get around paying him that much. Nope, can't do that. Can't do any of that.
Somebody accurately pointed out that Jerry won 3 Super Bowls before there was a cap. That's true. Because the salary cap
94.
Yeah, 94,
and then it didn't take effect really though till later on.
Well, that if you remember, that came into impact with Jerry Jones and the chase for Deion Sanders with the 49ers and Eddie DeBartolo. In those moves, Charles Haley, and those big dollar moves where it became this bidding war for the best talent.
They were trading players like Kent Norton, and they're trading players.
Kind of like the NIL. When the NFL's owners said, no, we need to put a cap in here because this whole Jerry Jones thing, these kind of guys are out of control. Because remember, before that, the owners were all old school families, right? The Mara family and the Rooney family. They weren't super wealthy people.
All that, yeah.
They founded the league, kind of like the MLS. And then all of a sudden, Jerry Jones rolls in and starts throwing money around and starting to be like the New York Yankees, and they put a cap on it. They put the cap. But they also, before that, Rod, one of the reasons there were more dynasties before was they didn't have free agency. So when you drafted a player, unless you traded him, he was your player. and they couldn't go anywhere.
Yep.
Players had no rights. And then Plan B free agency came, which led to free agency, and that was the concession the players made. Look, if you give us free agency, we will agree to the cap.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have some player movement. Now, they still have a lot of restrictions on the player movement because they have franchise tags and they have guaranteed rookie contracts and all those things.
But
The owners
way more freedom and movement than they used to.
Man, that's why this Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cowboys and those teams stayed together.
For long periods of time.
Decades at a time, Rod.
Yeah.
They didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
They were locked. It was like your favorite college players are here for 2-3 years and they're off to the next field. No. You'd have pro teams that you got like 10, 12 guys on each team that have been playing together for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive lines that stick together. Think about you talk about Joe Gibbs winning Super
And the
Bowls
Hogs.
with 3 different quarterbacks. Well, they had the Hogs.
Yeah,
Were all the contracts guaranteed?
No.
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 So you could just were they not guaranteed at all?
And I think you could compare the MLS a little bit to like the NFL in the 60s and 70s, right? And it's growing, and this is where the MLS is going, right? The MLS has been in existence since the late 90s, and it's grown, and it's become more and more popular. And now you got this is why it was such a watershed moment to have Lionel Messi added to the league. And like, oh my gosh, this is the best player in the world, and now he's playing in the MLS. That can open up floodgates.
Yep.
But they're going to you got to make more money first. But they will make more money because of having guys like Messi in the league. So that's where it's headed at MLS. NFL is a $20 billion operation now.
The NFL is king. It really, at this point, because they're not even like some of the product that is not even entertaining right now, and the ratings are still just unbelievable.
Well, that's because gambling and fantasy football,
the gambling is
underdog
helping.
fantasy, and all these things. No, it's good. I mean, but you're right. I mean, there's been a lot of bad football this year in pro football, right? I mean, a lot of games you turn on, you're like, ugh.
Yep.
Yeah, and we started with maybe it's because they're not playing in the preseason, right? Nobody plays in the preseason. They're trying to avoid injuries. So
we're week 6 now.
Now you're week 6. And you're just like, these teams are bad.
You just got some bad football.
And I think it'll get worse, Rod, because I think
injuries.
Well, injuries, and then the tanking thing. I think the tanking is going to be more prevalent this year than we've ever seen.
Well, the quarterback class is so dynamic. You got like 5 or 6 quarterbacks that could be franchise quarterbacks.
I think that's what the scouts are saying. We know Caleb Williams. We know, Shedeur Sanders has made himself a guy that you watch him play and going, oh, my gosh, that guy can lead a franchise.
Yep. Penix.
Michael Penix, obviously Drake May.
Yeah.
And I think J.J. McCarthy at Michigan is a
like
really
him.
good quarterback. To me, he's a Joe Burrow Jr.
Yeah, you're talking about Quinn Ewers if he leaves, being like the 5th. like highest rated quarterback coming out potentially. Like that's how deep the quarterback class, and he's very talented. We know that. But that's how talented the quarterback class can be coming out.
And we know how
that good.
How vital the quarterback is to a franchise right now. So if you have a chance, we're already look at the Vikings. We're 1-4. Justin Jefferson's on the IR now.
Everybody believes they're a quarterback away, and honestly, they might be.
And some defensive help.
What was that? Like everybody believes, because that's the hardest part. The quarterback is the hardest job. Everything else, honestly, you as a competent, GM and personnel man, you should be able to figure out. But the quarterback is the one not even the most brilliant GMs and most brilliant scouts can figure out. It is just it's just unpredictable and the toughest position to project in all of the NFL, all of sports, probably in my opinion.
But if you get one, look, there's optimism in Houston for the first time in a long time.
Amen, brother.
Because C.J. Stroud looks like
He's the real deal, man.
I mean, he looks like he can be the guy.
Your window's wide open.
Now you can go build around him, even if you've missed on some picks. Now you go to work. And Carolina, they're still not sure. But you're right. I mean, with this draft class. I mean, Caleb Williams is a can't miss a prospect as we see him come in this league. He can't help that his defense isn't any good.
Agreed.
And I think Drake May. People compare him to a young Justin Herbert. They think that he's kind of built in that same mold.
He's got all the physical tools.
All the tools. And Shedeur Sanders is the one that's been the biggest surprise because everybody knew his father. But man, is he a cool, calm player that makes great decisions. He can make every throw. He's big. He's athletic. Michael Penix is putting himself in that conversation. Quinn Ewers, of course. Everybody in the league knows about Quinn Ewers and what his potential is. So, yeah, I mean, so if you have 5 or 6 guys that could be, then and now if you're a team, I mentioned the Vikings, well, what are you playing for this year? You're not even going to make the playoffs. And now Justin Jefferson, who your offense is built around, is hurt. Why wouldn't you trade Kirk Cousins? I mean, I think it would become a foolish – remember we talked – to me, the Kirk Cousins thing in the month of October, Rod, it could become like I'm not comparing Kirk Cousins to this player, but the Shohei Ohtani thing, right? Why the Angels never traded him was an organizational failure. That was dumb.
That was stupid.
To not maximize it. you still had a chance to re-sign him if you traded him for a boatload of players. If you're the Minnesota Vikings right now and you're 1-4 and you're not going anywhere fast in a division that looks like it's going to be dominated by the Detroit Lions, who've already beaten you one time.
That's weird to say. Say that again. Dominated by the Detroit Lions? Wow.
And can you imagine? So why wouldn't you? I mean, he is on his last year of his deal. There are teams that are going to covet him. Maybe the Jets, who would say, you know what, we are a quarterback away. That's why we brought in Aaron Rodgers. And if you acquire Kirk Cousins, whatever the draft capital, he's going to be gone. You can let him walk in February when free agency begins or March. He can go be a free agent and go play somewhere else. You get him for something to try to run for this year. And then, for the Vikings now, the more games you don't play with Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson, the more games you're going to lose, which means now you're at a higher draft spot.
Mm-hmm. Might as well try to get as high as draft spot as you can.
And right now, the winless team is Carolina. Carolina could be back there with the number one pick again.
They traded away. Didn't they trade away their number one pick?
No, they didn't. They own it.
They own it?
They own their number one
No,
pick.
I think they traded it away.
Oh, to get the Bears pick?
I want to say the Panthers don't have one. They traded it away.
The Bears have the two top.
Oh, the Carolina has it. The Bears are the team that could have the top two.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're so depressed right now. They end up being really, really bad and get nothing in return. Like just being bad for no reason.
And then the Bears could trade Justin Fields.
They could.
Ooh, now that's sexy.
They could get something for him.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll get the return, obviously, they would hope to get.
But
at
least a second-round pick.
There's an ego guy, quarterback guy out there that says, I can fix that guy.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And by the way, there are examples of it in the NFL of guys, being their skill sets being resuscitated.
Yeah.
I should say.
San Francisco got a 4th-round pick for Trey Lance. So I think Justin Fields.
Only from Dallas, by the way.
I think Justin Fields, I'm with Tito. You should try to get sick because he's shown some promise. Like he's made some plays. You think?
If you have the number one pick, you're getting rid of him.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
And you're right. The Bears may end up with 2 high picks, and Arizona's open to have 2 high picks.
Caleb
from
Williams
Houston.
would instantly be the best quarterback in Bears franchise history. Game 1.
Before he threw a pass?
That's true. Well, you've already heard the conspiracy theories that they'll have those 2 picks so you could take 2 players, and you could hire Lincoln Riley to be the head coach to assure that he doesn't do the Arch Manning or the Peyton Manning or Eli Manning thing.
That's the package deal that everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chicago's a good city. And
oh, yeah. I like that.
Hire a great defensive coordinator. Have an assistant head coach help you run your practice. You're a bit more physical, Lincoln Riley.
Do you want to run that offense outside, though? Like that, in that weather.
Well, that's why they've always been the monsters of the Midway, because you have to build your team to be able to handle December
I know, but I don't know if Lincoln wants
to
to run that offense outside. I don't know if Caleb wants to play like that outside in that offense. I think they'd rather be warmer weather to run that offense.
You got a choice, though.
Huh?
Do you really have a choice?
He might. That's the whole point. He's saying like Caleb Williams has that kind of leverage because he may be like, I'm going back to school.
Yeah,
I'm
but
doing
then
this.
the next year the Bears probably have the first pick again.
Can't run from him.
If you're making $10-12 million a year in college, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and you live in Hollywood.
Because then you're a year farther away from that $200 million contract in the NFL.
I'll give you this, Rod. We'll get a break. We'll come back. Go behind the Burn Orange curtain. Here's the checkmate. How about Lincoln Riley to the Bears to draft Caleb Williams, Deion Sanders to USC to take over for Lincoln Riley. Come on now, Hollywood.
Damn. You know what?
How about Deion in L.A.?
He's not leaving after 1 year.
I don't know. Honestly,
for USC,
yeah. If USC opens up, you got some gigs you got to take
because there are some who think that
you got to take that gig, man.
Remember when Lincoln Riley jumped out of Oklahoma because there was the immediate thought that he didn't want to deal with the SEC?
Yep.
Well, now he's got to deal with the Big Ten.
Yeah, you do.
Not the Pac-12.
You think he had any idea about that?
I don't think he did.
I'd rather be dealing with the Big Ten.
Yeah, I think I would too. Than the SEC.
Well, it's a Big Ten that includes UCLA, Oregon, and Washington.
That's true. It's
and
better,
now Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan.
It's not as easy as it was.
Not as.
You're also going to be able to lose 2-3 games and still make the playoffs.
Well, that's true. Yeah. At least two. All right, we'll come back. There's some hypothetical fun to talk about. Also, you heard from Rodolfo Burrell, also Arch Manning, all things we're talking about. Coming back, we go behind the Burn Orange curtain. We'll get what's popping before the end of the hour. All right, more breaking news. Unfortunate for the NFL. We told you yesterday, Devin Achane, the Dolphins running back, was hurt. Well, now he's going on the IR. Injured reserve, which means 4 games.
Uh-oh.
That's on the heels of Anthony Richardson of the Colts on the IR.
Injuries are starting to pile up, man.
Yeah.
You can tell.
So Raheem Mostert will get more carries now. Jeff Wilson for that. And Achane has just been a blur. Part of that track team in Miami. He'll be out till at least late October, early November. He'll be missed the Dolphins' next 4 games: Carolina, Philadelphia, New England, and Kansas City. Unfortunately for the Dolphins, because how about the Philadelphia and KC in there?
Yeah, that's oh man, that's gonna be sexy. Philly and KC.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
With the Dolphins. Also,
must-watch television right there.
Go Astros tonight. Astros trying to make that all Texas ALCS.
Hey, don't stress. It's gonna happen. It's all good.
God, I need it tonight.
They want them Rangers.
Jose Urquidy.
They want
Jose
them Rangers.
Urquidy tonight. Urquidy is our guy.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a bit of a look ahead here, maybe.
Look ahead. No. The Astros, this is their time of year, baby.
That's what I'm saying.
Rangers will find that out next. He's messing with the big dogs in October and they're coming next.
He's talking trash. He's ready.
I've just watched him for the last 6 years.
I mean, I'd win this series first. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. No, I got to take care of
I'm
business
picking the
first.
Astros tonight, but
yeah,
no guarantees, anything.
No guarantees.
Yeah, if you don't win tonight, then
6:07.
yeah, you don't want to leave that up to the baseball guys.
And then you're going back home where y'all suck. So.
Exactly. I'm gonna say you want to close it out tonight. Be done with it. Be done with it.
If the Astros win tonight or in Game 5, they will host as the division champs. They will be the highest seed remaining, which is kind of weird because the top 2 seeds that are out, Twins, are higher seeded than the Astros.
That's how baseball go.
That's how baseball go. Actually, the Astros are higher seeded than the Twins. But here we go. So we'll see tonight. It's Jose Urquidy against Joe
Ryan.
Joe Ryan, who's making his first ever postseason start. That Astro lineup is cooking right now, especially Yordan Alvarez, batting 500 in this postseason
Dude,
right now.
he is he's just taking the cover off the bar, dude's unbelievable.
Well, he really is. And we mentioned he's the new Mr. October. He's replaced Reggie Jackson or even Derek Jeter with that thing. His Octobers are unbelievable. Yeah. And so Reggie Jackson works in the Astros organization right now, and he
I know
said,
that's the irony of it. That's
he said,
crazy.
"Oh yeah, he's a force, man. That guy has earned that moniker because Reggie Jackson used to be that guy." And as I was texting my buddy Ty Harrington, the skipper, our man Ty Harrington, scary thing is with him, Rod, when you see him in the plate, he's so physically imposing. He's 6'5" and he's 225 pounds. So it looks like Godzilla with a stick in his hand. But then his plate discipline, plate coverage, and bat-to-ball ability, it's like when you're watching like Ichiro. Remember when Ichiro would just be able to put the barrel on it?
Yeah, it's technician up there.
Yeah, so you got the combination. When he gets locked in, man, oh man, it gets scary for anybody. And that's what but Corey Seager's kind of in that role with the Rangers right now.
The Rangers are balling right now.
Golly, he and that team, and that would be such a good matchup of talent, all-stars, Hall of Fame caliber players, especially if Max Scherzer comes back for the Rangers, which he's working towards, which would be unbelievable. But first things first, Astros have to win a game, and that'll set up for Sunday. Rangers get to set their pitching now because they won it by Tuesday, which means Nathan Eovaldi, who pitched so good last night, he'll be their Game 1 starter, you have to imagine, and we'll keep you posted on Scherzer between now and Sunday.
Any talk, Ty, within the Rangers community of the Creed, the band, actually coming out to support the Rangers?
Give me some Creed.
Since there's been such an outpouring of love for Creed.
I did see that Creed on all their social media has been supporting the Rangers.
Oh, there you go. Okay,
so
there you go.
They're aware.
They're aware of it. All right, there you go. Then at some point, somebody's got to arrange, a cameo appearance by Creed.
They did have a sing-along last night.
I saw that. That was pretty cool. No, the fans were really into it. I saw videos of people singing Creed and posting it. I mean, it's a thing now. You got to commit to the bit. So I wonder if Creed is now going to reciprocate.
Oh, they are. We'll see.
They need
if
to.
There's no conflicts already on the books for them, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll show face at least.
Yes, sure. I'm like, Creed. What should be? I guess I gotta look at the Creed concert schedule.
You can at least they could show up in a box. You play it over the loudspeakers and show them on the screen. I'm sure that would.
Or at least a video. Like tributes, like they can make a video, be like, "Hey, what's up, Rangers fans? Just want to show some love," and they play that on the jumbotron or whatever.
Hey, can we dive behind the burnt orange curtain one more time? Texas football and its bye week.
All right. We've been talking a lot about Texas's red zone issues. We all believe that is easily the biggest factor in Texas losing. Well, we don't. Sark said it was the biggest factor in them losing the Texas OU game, only 1 of 3 in the red zone. Keep in mind, they went into that Texas OU game 108th in touchdown percentage in the red zone, and they left that game, and now they're 122nd after the Texas OU game in touchdown percentage in the red zone, which is just mind-blowing, and it is stupefying, actually, because they have some of the best weapons in college football on offense. You could argue between X-Men, JT Sanders, AD Mitchell, they're going to end up having 3 players drafted in the first 2 rounds on the offensive side of the ball, potentially, maybe first 3 rounds there. They got the biggest O-line in all of the Big 12, averaging 325 pounds per man on the offensive line. They also have, now we talked about Jonathan Brooks, ascending to being one of the top 5 most productive running backs in all of college football. With all these weapons, it is truly, like I said, mind-blowing, stupefying, perplexing as to why Texas can't cash in the red zone. My man Bobby Burton, great stat today, so I'll give Bobby Burton over at Inside Texas a lot of credit. Go check out On Texas Football on YouTube, of course. Texas has scored 23 touchdowns so far this year. 12 of those, more than half, came outside the red zone from explosive plays, and only 11 of them came from inside the red zone. So you've scored more touchdowns on explosive plays from outside the red zone than in the red zone, which does track, but it just shows you why it wasn't an alarming, urgent issue for Texas. But in the Texas OU game, everything is amplified, everything is magnified, and that definitely was amplified and magnified. The goal line stand, the interception in the red zone for Texas, and their inability to score when Oklahoma was 6 of 6 inside the red zone. He also points out this little nugget, I think it's good too, that Bert Auburn essentially is on pace to have the most field goal attempts. All right, this is crazy. He's on pace to have the most field goal attempts since Chris Stockton set the record for field goal attempts in a season with 30 in 1999. Through 6 games, he's averaging almost 3 attempts per game. And that will easily surpass, I think he'll get to like 34 or something like that. He'll easily end up surpassing Chris Stockton in field goal attempts in a season, which also is not good. He's 12 of 17, so he hasn't been great on the field goal attempts he's had, but it also shows you that Texas is getting stuck in that high red area a little bit too much, and then they're unable to cash in the red zone. Now, how do we fix it schematically? I love what Sark said. Sark said they're going to look at everything analytically. He didn't say analytically, but he essentially broke it down and described it that way. They're going to take every play in the red zone this season, break them down in personnel grouping, in formation, into usage. All right, what players, ball distribution, who's getting the ball in what situations in the red zone. Also going to break down what plays have high success rates, what plays have the highest yards per play, yards per attempt, and obviously the plays that are not as effective, the ones with the lowest success rates in yards per attempt and yards per play, and probably eliminate the ones that have been least effective and try to build on the concepts that have been most successful. And I would also encourage Sark to do two more other things. Number one, go back and study analytically just the way you're breaking down this season in Red Zone. Study 21 and 22 as well, because I believe you'll probably find some remnants of some of your kind of philosophical beliefs when Bijan and Rojo were your main weapons in the Red Zone. And maybe you have kind of kept some of that same philosophy in 2023 without Bijan and Rojo, post Bijan and Rojo. And maybe if you track 21 and 22, it'll show you that maybe you were leaning more on, think players, not plays in the red zone, Bijan and Rojo, because those were your 2 best offensive weapons back then. And of course, in addition to X-Men. And maybe this season, some of those principles are still affecting your play calling in the red zone without Bijan and Rojo. Just to go check it, just to go see if you can find a trend. And the second thing I do is, we talk about all the time how coaches need to steal plays. STP, steal that play. My man Kyle Shanahan, he's famous for it, and he brags about actually stealing coaches' plays and gives them credit. Sark loves that coaching tree, so I'm sure, is stealing plays too. As a matter of fact, I saw him use that Mike McDaniel burst motion concept as a way to break tendency in the Oklahoma game, so it was something brand new there. I would encourage him, go look at all the best offenses, all your favorite offenses in the NFL and college, all the best offenses in the red zone in the NFL and college the last 2 years, and just go steal plays. Just go steal plays. Steal plays, steal concepts, and get 10 or 12 of your favorites, and then you can deploy those, or you can implement those into your own red zone packages. That's what I would do. Those two things that I would do, and they'll get it fixed. They got too many weapons not to get it fixed. But it's even perplexing and stupefying that we're even here, that they even got to 122nd in red zone touchdown percentage, because they are so prolific offensively.
Yeah, it's got to be better. And I think you're right about the luxury of Rojo and Bijan. I mean, Rojo was such a great goal line back. I mean, he's just always going to get you that yard, having been the former quarterback and understanding, the angles and getting himself in that end zone. And it's his will to get there. Bijan was always going to make somebody miss, right? And fight his way in. Because, look, Sark has been a good red zone coach in this past. I mean, somebody said, let's admit it, Sark is clueless or cute in the red zone. Biggest factor to why we've been unsuccessful. Well, look, Sark's track record would tell you he's pretty good as a red zone play caller in his stops. And this year seems to be an outlier. And to the point you just said, that there's too much talent for it to be this way. Look, if this is a problem coming out of the break and they continue to struggle, then fair. But I think this is the right bye week to fix it, because to me that's the red zone stuff and the things that were exposed in the Oklahoma game. If they shore those up, because they're all fixable, then this team has a really good chance to run the table here now.
Mm-hmm.
Because the way teams have been hanging around with Texas is settling for field goals, missing field goals, not scoring touchdowns, letting a team hang around when you're out gaining them 2-1. That needs to change. If they can fix that with their personnel and with the as you said, eliminate the plays that aren't working, build on the plays that are, steal some new ones, maybe build that Savion Red Cat package up more.
That's good.
Kind of be more creative with that and continue to cultivate it. But look, I mean,
and hand off to Savion Red. Jerry Helms is big on thinking that he's your best goal line short yardage back, because he just has the ability to get his pad level low, but also he's got a great vision.
Yeah,
some guys have really good vision.
Quarterback in high school,
yeah.
Play quarterback, kind of like Rojo, right? Quarterbacks see the game differently. They've played the game differently because they've had the ball in their hands all the time. They got to read defenses and those kind of things. To me, the best running backs kind of do that too, right? And kind of understand, what the quarterback's thinking. So we'll see. That'll come next week. You'll get to see Houston. By the way, the Cougars tomorrow night, the Longhorns' next opponent, will be playing the Thursday night game against West Virginia tomorrow night. So make an appointment on that. To see the Longhorns' next opponent, and a team in West Virginia we don't know much about, not on the Longhorns' schedule this year, but the Longhorns need them to lose and to get out of the way. You know what I mean?
They do. And to Texas' point, Sark did admit that he said he got too cute in the red zone.
Sure.
But that's why he went with the jumbo package. Remember, Texas? Like he said he tried to get away from the cute thing. He was like, no, forget cute. We're going to get obvious. I'm making a statement. Y'all don't give a damn if you know where we're going and you know how we're going to get there. You can't stop us with our big humans. And then it blew up in his face. So now I think he's a little bit torn and conflicted between getting cute and all the creativity and innovation, and then playing bully ball with all these big humans that he's got. And he's like, what am I supposed to do? Because I tried to play bully ball with big humans, didn't work. And I think now he's probably got to go back to being more creative. And it's probably a mix.
And challenge your offensive line to be more physical.
And challenge your offensive line to be. Yeah, come on. That's a yard, dog.
It's
a 1 yard.
Win the battle. One time. Not three times, one time.
One time.
All right, we come back. What's poppin' as we get you ready for a busy Wednesday. Looking forward to the baseball tonight. There are 3 games. We'll preview them. Ty will make his What's Poppin' picks. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. What is poppin'? It's all about baseball today. Baseball should be good. Starts about 4:07 this afternoon with the Braves and Phillies from what will be Fanatic Philadelphia with the lifetime Longhorn on the mound, Bryce Elder. Bryce Elder gets the ball for the Bravos today. Big spot for him against Aaron Nola. That's a battle of LSU and Texas right there. LSU and Texas. Aaron Nola's a LSU kid. So Longhorns against the Tigers, and that's Braves Phillies. Then, of course, at 6:07 tonight, a little bit of an early start for Houston in Minneapolis. By the way, you can expect it to be pretty cold for that game. You were watching the game yesterday. The temperature was in the 50s, and they're playing this game at night in Minneapolis.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be chilly.
That could be chilly, but and it didn't, we talked about the shadows yesterday. That shouldn't be a big issue tonight when they play in Minneapolis, but we'll see. And then tonight it is the third game of the day will be the Dodgers and Diamondbacks from Arizona. Lance Lynn, the last line of defense for the Dodgers, a 36-year-old right-hander, will get the ball. Let me see here. Tonight, Rod, it'll be in the 50s, and it'll drop into the upper
nippy.
40s in the evening.
A little chilly.
In the Twin Cities there. So there's your What's Poppin' baseball. Ty, do you have any What's Poppin' picks on these games tonight? Astros, Braves, or Dodgers?
What's your Sex Panther pick of the night?
I'm going to go with the Dodgers tonight.
Lance Lynn. Old
The
man.
Yeah.
They got a young guy pitching for the Snakes that has never been in this spot,
And
so
he
we'll
has
see.
Not done well in the past few starts.
Yeah. Well, and again, the Dodgers, kind of like with the Astros, meet the Rangers. There's so much familiarity between a team, or it would not be outside of the Dodgers to string off 3 straight wins here, right? They've got 2 MVP candidates in Betts and Freeman who can get going at any time. Diamondbacks are young, and the more the more pressure the Dodgers can put on the Arizona Diamondbacks, the more pressure goes into their side. Same time, the Dodgers have to get out of the first inning. They've given up 9 runs in the first inning of the first 2 games, and they've been playing from behind. So we'll see if that flips, and I just can't wait to sit back and obviously as an Astros fan watch the Astros, but the Braves-Phillies game. For theater,
I wish that was at night.
I know. Well, they got 3 games, so they're trying to appease the TV. Well, that'll be, what is that, 5 o'clock in Philadelphia time? So it'll play into the evening.
Is it on 3:07 here or 4:07 here?
It's 4:07 here.
Okay.
4:07.
And nobody's be working in Philly today.
None. No.
For how much I hate all those teams, I respect them as a sports city.
They're fans?
They show out.
Oh, they more than show out. They're aggressive and abrasive.
No, I've said before, if I ever went to a Cowboys-Eagles game in Philadelphia, I don't think I'd make it out alive.
Yeah, because you confrontational too. So you can't de-escalate things. You're an escalator.
You're an escalator.
Yeah, you can't be
Did you see the
escalating
videos of
Philly.
Because what's popping there was so the Dodgers Diamondbacks game 2. There were probably like 8 fights going on.
Exactly.
Like, what the hell? Like in the concession stand area?
Just random fights.
Oh, Dodger games, man, just look awful.
Yeah.
All right, so yes, that's you got TBS for the 2 National League games and Fox Sports 1 for the Astros American League games. Trying to join those Rangers in the ALCS for
you know what time it is. You know what time it is.
That would be unprecedented. The Astros and Rangers have never played in a playoff series, as far as I know.
And the regular season was so good, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that division race came down to like the last day.
Yeah, but the Astros did dominate the regular season matchups.
Yes, the matchup,
like
of course.
7-3
The series, they won the
8-3.
series. I'm talking about like the division.
Oh yeah,
itself
last day,
last day,
without a doubt.
Yeah,
and then of course the Astros unprecedentedly would be there for the 7th straight time. That's never been done. That's what they're trying to accomplish. Hey, 50 days of football, Rod. We had 3 games last night. Turned out to be pretty decent, right? We had some. Ty missed out because that game was close at half. That Texas, the Liberty game that we were telling you about yesterday. Liberty and Jacksonville State turned out to be 31-13 Liberty. They're 6-0. Also, La Tech, that good one in the Fun Belt. Coastal Carolina on the road beat App State. Good win there.
It's a quality win.
Quality win.
For Coastal Carolina.
That means we got football tonight too. UTEP and Florida International.
That's my extra pick. A little Florida International. UTEP's
nice.
Terrible.
And then Sam Houston, the Bearcats, 0-5 in their move up into the FBS. They're at New Mexico State tonight out in Las Cruces.
Damn, that's ugly. Did they just win a title?
Yes. Well, that was down at the FCS level.
Oh, at the lower level. Yeah, but still.
That's at Aggie Memorial Stadium in Las Cruces tonight. So 50 days of football, baseball popping. Rod will be changing diapers and watching Naked Attraction, please, tonight. Rod.
I got to watch the Astros, then some Naked Attraction.
All right, brother. All right, brother. Come on. That'll be fun. All right, buddy. Have a good night.
You too, brother.
Ty, you as well. Get some sleep, Rod. And remember, if you missed any part of our show, including Jerry Hamilton, Nick Shuley with the Setlist ATX, it's all podcast at hornfm.com. We'll do it on a Thursday, 6 a.m. tomorrow.